that one. Yeah, to just go back to that. I don't know why I think
hammaga assalomu alaykum akalar, yaxshimisizlar? www.
We're going to be getting the ancient band coming out from FaZe, which actually leaves us with Anubis. Okay, we got a couple of different maps in this one versus some of the other series.
Birinchi o'lim Bampikga e'tibor qaratamiz. Dust, Cash hamda Anubis kartalari tanlandi.
You could have gotten this to be
Cash'ni
Mirage.
Spirit kata bo'lib boshlaydi. FaZe nimagadir Cash tanladi, lekin Spirit yaxshi o'ynayotgandi Cash'da. Bundan oldin ko'rganimiz esingizda bo'lsa. Decider qilib Anubis qoldirildi. Bu ham Spiritning foydasiga hal bo'lishi mumkin. Dust kartasi bizning birinchi kartamiz. 13-0 kimni yodida? Assalomu alaykum Rocky Valva, Doniyor aka, yaxshimisizlar? Kamroq yozaylik Doniyor aka, boshqalarni yozgan ko'rinmay qoladi. Bas Fazlnaka, assalomu alaykum. Lord, Top Music, UFC. Doran Orboyeva. Griffiz yaxshimisiz, charchamayapsizmi? Savoqlar joyidami? Soat 15:30 da boshlandi bugungi o'yinlarimiz. Juda barvaqt. Netta, nima gap, Netta.
This is interesting that Paul James. I'm really excited. I mean, is the underdog power going to pull through somehow?
Xudo xohlasa bugun zo'r o'yinlarda ko'ramiz. Juda kuchli joyga yetib keldik mana turnirda. Yarim final.
The last time these two squads met each other on Dust 2, it was many moons ago. We've got two different players for both teams.
Endi Spirit o'sha hamma uchun favorit menimcha.
And again, like if you go to
FaZe bor, Spirit bor, qaysi birini kiyib olaylik?
I'm just loving how that story
bo'lib kiyamiz. Ulardan birinchi mapda Spirit, ikkinchi mapda FaZe. Decider'da Yarachi futbol kanalini ochib turamiz. Buni просто buni yuvib olib kiyamanda, u kecha va bizda birinchi raund allaqachon boshlandi. Rossiylar tashlab berilmoqda. KTda o'ynaydi himoyada. FaZe hujumda esa Team Spirit jamoasi. FaZe eSports'ga qarshi.
The smoke there is going to deny them temporarily. Flashbang to A long for
Donk.
Spirit.
Smoke tashlab qo'yilgan, sekinlik bilan shortni check qilib borishda davom etadi. Jacob bor bu yerda, long hamda shortdan tortilishmoqda. 3 kishi bo'lib long egallab borishgan, shortdan kirib kelish boshlandi. Jibon Donkga hujum berib yubormoqda va bu yerda Jibon twist double kill amalga oshirib berdi. Magic twist razmen qilib bergan. Va bu yerda Jacob Zontixni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Magic 3 ga 1 qilishda. 3 ga 1 clutch. Magic bombani o'rnatishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Shortdagi iroqni ko'rdi va bo'ldi. Bomba o'rnatilmoqda. Longdan ham tortilish boshlangan Frozen tomonidan va o'qlar yetarmikan? Ikkita o'q va long iroq Frozen. Voy, Netyu tomonidan Magic zot tashlandi. FaZe jamoasi g'alaba bilan boshlayapti.
That's exactly what you want to see. Again, this is such a huge
Dust
underdog story here,
kartasini.
especially, FaZe against
Kiyimsiz
Spirit on
o'tirasiz
their
shuncha.
best map, which just like they said, it's always been their best map.
Spirit
James.
3%
They've always been
65% bo'lsa kerak
incredibly
menimcha bu
difficult to
o'yinda.
deal with here in
Like'larni
this
bosib
map.
qo'yamiz
I mean,
hozirdan
just
akalar.
the
Like'larni
amount of
bosib
wins that
qo'yamiz,
Spirit
yoddan
rack up on
chiqmasin.
any map anyway, for it to be the absolute best one you're going to open the series with. I suppose that's one way to get the worst out of the way with quickly.
I'm so excited to see what Jay Bowen will look like versus Spirit on Dust 2 because, again, coming up to... I mean, this is really coming up to top flight Counter-Strike now, where you've got to judge...
Va bizda ikkinchi raund boshlandi.
How aggressive can you be?
Forceback qildi. Donkda Kalash bor, qolganlar. Atinirda Makten, qolgan yo'qlar esa Tech9da o'ynaydi bu raundda.
Play a confident game,
Jibon.
but you need to find balance.
This is a dangerous round here because Donk has the hero AK. It's a force buy and Team Spirit, the only rifle, of course, they put it on Donk, the greatest Counter-Strike player alive, and that could yield some good results here for them.
Magic
looking to work through some of these early counter grenades from the CTs.
Shortga qarab harakatlanib borishlari ham mumkin. Smoke'lar tashlab qo'yilgan. Jibon esa KTga yashirinib oldi. Lekin mid to B balki round ko'rarmiz. Chunki B tomonda ikkita igroq bor. Pashka ham Zontixga tashlab berildi. B'da faqatgina Netyu himoyalanmoqda. Voy, Apex baby. Spirit boshlandi. Katta donatlar bilan boshlaydi. Spiritning muxlislari. Assalomu alaykum Yusuf aka, yaxshimisiz? O'zingiz qaysi kanaldan muxlis hozir Flashbanggacha. Aurora aka, Huntars'da o'zini o'yinlari yoqadi. Bo'ldi. Unga ham muxlislik. Netyu Shironi minus qilib bermoqda va bu yerda Donk Frozen orqali razm berib oldi. Netyu haqida informatsiya bor, lekin Donkni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Netyu Quadro kill qilib tashladi. Magicchi Twist tomonidan tutib olindi. Ishonchli himoya Netu'dan. Spirit hattoki bombani ham o'rnata olmayapti. Shuning uchun Eko o'ynaydi endi 3-raundda. Full Eko round.
Great expectation there from Netu, punishing the attempt to get behind that lurk smoke. Really holding his own on that B-bomb site, stuck in the corner, nowhere to go.
Va Spirit hozircha Eko'da o'ynaydi bu raundda. Faqatgina Magic'da 3 ta utility borligini ko'rib turibmiz. Donk longga chiqib keldi, Molchdan ham o'tib olgan. Anti-flash turib olmoqda va Donk. Voy, Jacobdan headshot qabul qilib oldi. Deagle'da afsuski headshot va chiroyli highlight ko'ra olmadik. Vo, Tunier Deagle'da J-Bone'ga head berib yubormoqda. Qanaqa uzoq masofadan urganini ko'rdinglarmi? 4ga 4 vaziyat. Tunier atiga 19% jon bilan tirik qoldi o'zi. Frozen hamda Jacobda defuse kitlar bor. 2ta B, 2ta A himoyalanishmoqda va mid egallanib olindi. Magic'da bir dona smoke va Tunierda bitta flash qoldi. Mid to B o'ynashga harakat qilib ko'rishadi.
You can see the bomb making its way over towards B as well. Twist will be looking to keep Spirit honest in that mid area.
Smoke tashlab berilmoqda.
So we'll see if there's anything left for Spirit. Still a dangerous round with some Desert Eagles. We have seen Glock rounds one
Netu
this week at Bounty.
Yana Netu fraglarni ko'paytirib olishi mumkin va Tunierni yo'q qilib berdi. Twist esa Magix mid igrokni ham tutib olgan. Netu triple kill 8ga 0 kadi. J-Bone'ni qarang reaksiyasini. 5 knock qo'y Netu darrov kibrlanib ketdi.
We'll see if that's something that Spirit look to counter as this game develops.
Yeah, and I think just a very quick note there. I think it's kind of a smart way to play the round from Spirit because probably thinking the same thing that I was.
O'yin endi boshlandi. Shuni yoddan chiqarmaymiz. Ekonomik ikkita jamoada ham to'g'rilanib oldi va full bayga qarshi full bay ko'ramiz endi.
So then you can kind of overwhelm the anchor from the B-ton rotation.
Spiritni o'zi pik qilgan dast kartasini. Shuni ham yoddan chiqarmaylar.
And that's a good sign for them.
Deponi o'yinni sharhlab berardim. Chiqdilar aloqaga, sharhlaylik dedilar, lekin bizani tier 1 turnir bor-ku, shuning uchun sharhlamaymiz bu o'yinda. Pik qilib ko'rar ekanmi Donk? O, sakrab ko'rganda, lekin 38 HP qabul qilib olmoqda Twist tomonidan. Mana bu xayashga juda ko'p damage'lar berib qo'yish mumkin. Yo'q, 6 HP faqatgina. Yana Apex baby. Who is Donk? It's Apex. Spiritda kimdir picho yoki Zeus ursa 100,000 boradi. Bo'ldi Yusuf aka, donatchi rahmat. Zeusdagi ilk ko'rishimiz mumkin lekin. Pichoni bilmadim.
So look after the double doors, which indicates right now FaZe understand this cat control and it's typical of Spirit.
Bichora Donk hamma utilityni qabul qilib oldi ya.
So they have to be prepared here.
16% jon bilan qolgan o'zi.
An important thing to watch on the CT side as well is how FaZe
50 soniya atrofida vaqt
for all of the positions that Donk's been holding. But the late mollies and the late smokes from the CT perspective will be key in holding down Spirit and ruining their timing.
Lekin short bilan manimcha yakunlab qo'yishsa kerak raundni. Molt tashlab berilmoqda. J-Bone pozitsiyasini o'zgartirib oldi. Va Magic Twistni yo'q qilib bergan birinchi kill bor. Jacob zontik zo'r qilib. Razmen top berildi bu killga. Vo, Shiro hamda Sinidan navbatdagi killlar Frozen esa katta turgan Magicni yo'q qilib berdi. 2ga 2 vaziyat, ikkita igrok ham katada.
Shiro's got an angle.
Smokni ichida igroklar bor. Tunier boshiga yetib kelmoqda bu qayashga va 60 HP bilan qoldi o'zi. Shiro'dan kill o'xshamaydi, lekin Tunier Netu'ga head berib yubormoqda. Frozen
very awkward position for him now.
Just qo'lida. Boshiga urmoqchi. Info bor va Shiro ishonchli harakatlandi. Double kill bor. Spirit esa o'zining full bayda birinchi raundni qo'lga kiritmoqda.
Dust to mastery there from Team Spirit again. You know, throwing those smokes, really making it a convincing argument that Twist has to stay in CT spawn. And then as the nades come in from Catwalk, that leaves J-Bone in a position where he has to connect a shot. But he's also has his crosshair pulled down lower in the chaos, unsure exactly where the T's are positioned in that round. And I think that
Apex baby. Faqat Apex mi deyman? Muhammad Ali Spirit nega turib ketdi? Turib ketishiga. Time out oldi, FaZe darhol time out oldi. Boshladi mana Muhammad Ali aka Spirit roundlarini olishdi. 3 ta map ko'rib beramiz ham bu o'yinda. Nima deysizlar? Va time outdan foydalanib, akalar hali 1000 tadan ko'p odam like bosmasdan turgan ekan. 3 sekundmi, 4 sekund vaqt ketadi. Shunda ekranni kichkina qilamiz, like deb bosib qo'yamiz. Va streamni ko'rishda davom etamiz. Depo jamoasida nasib bo'lsa keyingi o'yinlarni o'zim stream qilaman. Tier 1 turnirga to'g'ri kelib qolmaydigan bo'lsa.
again, difficult when you've got new members of the
Depo
squad.
zo'r o'ynayapti, gap
Saw
yo'q.
them
Yo,
say that they
Phoenix
felt like
bo'lmaydi,
they were
lekin eng minimum
20%
razmeri turibdi.
in
Xalaq
their
qilmaydigan
previous
joyi
match. But again, trying to find that synergy.
I hozir Depo mana shunaqa ketishda nasib bo'lsa harakatlanadigan bo'lsa, majorga chiqadi.
Goodbye, J-Bo, and that's an
Yaxshigina
expensive
headshot
straight in
qabul
the
qilib
bin.
olmoqda bu yerda Shirodan.
Okay.
Yaxshigina duel
First is gonna
ko'ramiz.
collect the AWP here. It's not over just yet, but on
Zo'r
the CT
duel
side,
bo'ladi
5v4
AWPlar o'rtasida
for the
hali.
Ts, it's just
Rahmat
so
hamma like bosib
insanely difficult
qo'yganlarga.
to play against. FaZe will have to take big risks.
5 ga 4 vaziyat. AWPda kim o'ynaydi? Twist. Yusmi qo'lida? Twist o'ynab berar ekan AWPda menimcha.
And try to hold on to the weapons.
Oppa, va B'ni himoya qilib ko'radi. Eng qizig'i B'ga harakatlanishmoqda.
Just can find something.
Twist.
Could change the fate somewhat here for the FaZe side, but look at this Spirit.
Flick shotmi Twistda?
Moving up in the upper
Oy, damage. Va yo'q. Twist baribir AWP emas.
That's the end of the round there.
Shiro double kill bor va mida chiqib kelgan Magix esa Netune yo'q qilib bermoqda. Mana shu Magix ham
25
ikkita round ishonchli killarini ko'rdik. Twist va Netune'larni tutib oldi ketma-ketiga. Save qilishadi Frozen va Jacob. Shiro Longda o'tib ketib qolgan yo'lakni tutib ololmaydi va Sakram Jacob yana qaytib ortga qaytib oldi. Santares Japanik assalomu alaykum. Yaxshimisiz? 30 legenda streamga omad ya. FaZe win deydi. Japanik danat uchun rahmat. Sizning ham ishlaringizga omad. FaZe win. Kamida bitta map YouTube bersa FaZe xohlasa ikkita olsin keyin. Da, bundan buyog'iga xudo xohlasa YouTubeda bo'ladi streamlar. Ko'ramiz, bu yarim final, grand final uchun kurash. Ertaga grand finalda o'yinlari bo'ladi.
FaZe only 3 rounds at the moment, so
Frozen Donkni qilib berdi. Lekin Tnir unga save qilishga qo'yib bermayapti.
Bang as well. So 2 rounds now for Spirit and the money broken for FaZe. And I think one of the most difficult things here, James, in this matchup.
BC Game'ni ham o'yini bor. Bugun o'zi ham ishoninglar, bundan buyog'iga Counter Strike bo'yicha o'yinlar ko'payadi, lekin kamaymaydi. Mana shu stream qilishni boshlagan paytimda musobaqa oyda bir ikkita bo'lardi. Hozir bitta musobaqa bo'ladi, bir 5-6 kun pauza, yana bitta turnir. Eng qizig'i parallelni ham turnirlar bo'ladi. Shironing bu safar omadi kelmadi tutib olishga, ikkinchi marta shans berishdi unga, ikkinchi shansdan ham foydalana olmayapti va full ekoga qarshi harakatlanishadi. Bu yerda Donk Jacobni urib tushirdi. Twist qo'liga o'tdi, M4A4. Va Tnir bu fursatda longga chiqib kelganini ko'ryapmiz. Informatsiya beriladi albatta u haqida ham. FaZe jamoasi. Keyingi round fullbayga qarshi fullbay ko'ramiz. Bu round birozgina qiyin menimcha ularni realizatsiya qilib olishi. Shunday bo'lishiga qaramasdan Twist KTga tushib ketdi va J-Bone esa shortni himoya qilmoqchi edi. 6 dan so'ng u ham KTga chekinishga majbur bo'lmoqda. Zontix B'dan ortga qaytib oladi. Shiro esa midni tekshirishda bo'ldi. Full fokus qaratiladi va Shiroga yaxshigina shans bor. Birinchi kill. Zontix ham shu yerda. Bu 3 ta igroq bilmadim. Juda qiyin yo'ldan borishni tanlashyapti. Zontixga agressiya. Shiro yordam berib yubordi. Zontix baqirgandir bu yerda. Shiro Frozen orqali razmen bera oldi. J-Bone esa Zontixni olib ketdi. Twist va J-Bone Shirodan AWP'ni olib qo'yishmoqchimikan? Sal qolsa olib ham qo'yishadi. Lekin Magix yetib keldi orqada va Magix double kill. Hisob esa 3-3 ko'rinishga yetib kelmoqda.
Focused on not allowing FaZe anything into the next round.
O'zi oxirgi paytda KZ2 O'zbekistonda rivojlanyapti. Brawl bo'ldi o'zi, Brawlchilar. Hamma Brawlchi ham KZ2 o'ynaydi.
Try and cross those mid doors a bit safer now. So much
ko'ra Brawlchilar ham igratekalarda avval Brawlchiga moslashtirilish bo'lsa ko'proq, endi hamma xarakteristikasini upgrade qilib KZ2ga moslashtirib e'tibor qilgan bo'lsalar. Fullbayga qarshi Fullbay va Frozen 27 HP. Yana tekizdimi deymanda Shiro.
More of a cat focus right now from FaZe as we do get Spirit taking over long control.
They have a lot of players who are lacking flashes as well.
Yana bir bor eslatib o'taman, ertaga grand final o'yini soat nechida boshlanadi? 15:00. Bitta qarovlaydi, o'zimizni chiqib
possession of that long position. And FaZe have fallen off short to some degree. Maybe they've got a hard read as to
Depo
what the
Don't
real
Su
game
degan
is here
komanda
from
bilan
Spirits.
o'ynayapti.
You see them boosting in
Pro
CT
Cup
spawn.
turnirida.
Yeah, I like how they're playing as
Hisob
four here. They're trying to be in a
13-8
position
bilan
where
yakunlangan
they can
birinchi
just,
Depo
if
oldinda.
there's a play anywhere, they can react very quickly as a team. If Spirit go to B, it's like GG basically. They know they are in a disadvantageous position on the guns and the utility, so they have to find.
Longdan yurishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Yana shortda ham igroklar bor. 15:30 da boshlanar ekan ertaga grand final ham. Xuddi mana shu paytda.
Spirit Holding has made FaZe exhaust almost all of their utility.
3-o'rin uchun o'yin yo'q, final esa best of 5, ya'ni kim 3 ta map yutganicha davom etadi.
With 2 in lower tunnel.
Umumiy 5 ta karta.
So they're going to have to try and clean up this short position. Donk's the man to do it.
Tez ko'rmay qoldiran ko'zbilgan yo'lda va Donk timingda Jeboni o'ldirib bergan bo'lsa Zontik rampdan chiqib kelib Jacobni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Twist Donkni razmen qilib bera oldi. Twistdan double kill. Twist triple qilishi mumkin lekin Frozen razmenga yaxshi o'ynab berdi. Magix 12 HP bilan. Magix timingda Magix Nate'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Frozen esa 2 ga 1 clutch 27 HP bilan. Qiyin klashlardan biri chunki Shiro AWPda push qilishni boshlayapti va Shiro razmenga o'ynadi. 4-3.
The last second, in the last possible
Nice
second,
try,
the kill comes
Frozen.
through. Oh man, FaZe got so close. They delayed for so long there, really making Spirits advance onto the site. Very challenging, but
BCM
God,
bugun
it feels like
ichida boshlanardi.
it feels tough, man. It feels tough to watch that.
17:00 da boshlanadi.
I feel like FaZe really
Thank you,
made a lot of really
jamoasiga
good moves in this position.
BC game bu turnirda easy champion bo'lish kerak o'zi.
It's very, very difficult with the kind of round they were trying to play to
Tir
be as
uchanmas,
patient as
tir
they
turk
were.
turniri bo'lyaptimi o'zi
They
ham.
let the game come to them, but unfortunately for them, they're going to be left with just a half buy here.
They did a lot with a little there, FaZe. It shows
1
promise, but again,
sekundda.
a lot of crap rounds when you've got no money. And for all that promise, soon the half
Oxirgi
may
1
be
sekund
over.
bo'lgandi.
So we'll see if there's anything left for them. Presumably after
Wow,
this one. That's a
Donk.
good tag though. You see
Entry
the
fraggerlik bugun
5-7s
Donk
already
ancha
as well.
qiyin
Donk lucky to
kechyapti.
escape that
E'tibor
scenario.
qilgan bo'lsalar. Frozen Scout
And
o'ynayapti.
you've got the A players now coming into CT spawn to expect to deliver a defense
Magix.
against the mid doors. We'll see if they can create like a somewhat of a kill zone here.
Va bu yerda yana Magix va yana bir kill bor. Magix double kill.
They control it with the spray. Magix gonna be just the
9
only
ga 5
player
kirdi
in that
Magix.
position and not going down. Really
Men
a
hayron
chance for
qolaman uni
FaZe.
o'yinidan.
That did not go their way. Spirit.
Mid
Full
doors
control on the
Magixnikimi
A side
deyman-a
now.
bugun.
Very calm and steady from
Donk.
Magix. Again, not shy to
Clear,
eliminate the threats.
Oxirigacha push qildi va Frozen yo'q qilib bermoqda. Orqadan ham har tomonda tutib kelishdi. Tinier tekin killlar bor ekan midda va Tinier bulardan
And again,
foydalandi.
another
8 ga
clean
4.
out for them. Nicely
BC
done.
game o'yinni
Stamping
ko'ra
their
olmaymiz,
authority
chunki
as
bizning
they
o'zimizni
should.
mana bu turnir baribir
As a
eng
top three
asosiyisida
ranked
yarim finalga kelib qolganmiz.
Okay, so 5-3 now. Spirits are able to get many consecutive rounds in a row. And
Yana bir
FaZe,
time out
they did
FaZe
get that really
qilinadi.
clean start, and I think they showed that
Nimaga
if
o'chib
they're able
qolishdi
to
bular?
get it into a
Wow,
position
uni
of
vallahi
advantage,
Donk.
and sometimes even the disadvantage.
Depo ham
I've seen
o'ynayotganiga
those
ikkinchi
side
map
defenses
boshladi.
that make
Hisobda aytib
from
tursangiz
A2,
yaxshi bo'ladi.
they're
Bo'ldi
gonna
bo'ldi
be
aka,
able to
Depoda
have
men
a
ochib
good
qo'ydim
showing
bu tomonni.
and closing
Pistolet
down
kan
some of
Depo
these
yutgan.
rounds.
Hisobni aytib
So
turaman
we'll see
o'zim.
what could
Muammosi
happen
yo'q.
now that J Bowen's going to be back on the AWP.
Deponi
You'd
hisobini
imagine
aytib
Spirit,
turaman.
you know, they could try to pop a site. But the thing is with Spirit as well, again, when they play that slow rounds, they evade all of the disruptive play from the CTs, get to a decent cat timing. They are so consistent at converting rounds from that position. You almost don't need
BC
to
game
play
o'yinni
those pop
ko'rmoqchi
timings
bo'lsanglar,
as well.
kickga
So we'll
kirib,
see
o'sha
how they
turnirning
decide to
ismini
handle
yozsa chiqadi. Yoki kickga
See if they
kirib
can cross the mid
BC
doors
game deb
phase.
yozsa chiqadi. Butun dunyo kick platformasiga
This time they
o'tib
do.
ketyapti o'zi streaming
Well,
bo'yicha.
that's a
Chunki
good
kick
start for them.
o'sha turnirlarga
Good
pul
timing
to'layapti.
on the
Manda
way
stream
towards
qildi.
also with some presence
Donk
towards Jobber.
Magix
Frozen
bilan
gets
birgalikda
caught by the
Frozen
mid
wins
doors
qilib
very early
bermoqda.
indeed.
Yana full buyga qarshi full buy.
Yeah, didn't expect this.
Va
pace to
Spirit
switch up for
ko'pchilikda
Spirit.
Freeze esa Twitter orqali razm beradi. Va mana bu qayerga Magixga ko'p damage berib qo'yishi mumkin. 67% jon bilan qolganda Flashdan so'ng
A little bit of
66 ga
extra
chiqdi.
damage. 4 players for Spirit, and after losing a player cat there, they are like cancelling that movement. Now rerouting to the
kill qiladi.
upper
10
tunnels. Just
20 ta
expected.
haqida gapirib o'ylab
Half phase
tursangiz
gonna have a
bo'ladi.
double
10 ta
push
kill
here.
Donk uchun default.
Natu is very alone on B. He has an incendiary if
Natu.
he finds the timing to use it. But have a look at that radar. They are on the way. Here comes that incendiary.
Va bu yerda Natu, Donkni, Natu,
Magixni
Magixni ham yo'q qilib bermoqda. Yana Natu'mi qiyin holatda qutqarib qolishi mumkin hozir FaZe jamoasi. Zontik switch qilib berdi. Zontikdan double kill va 2 ga 2 vaziyatni ta'minlab qo'ymoqda. 4 kishiga qarshi round yutib keta oladimi? Yoki-da FaZe hisobni bitta farq ko'rinishiga olib kelishadi. Yaxshigina qayashga Zontik strik oldi 6 HP bilan. Shironi kuchli va Flashbang qo'lida Jacobga qachon berib yubormoqda Zontik. Miroslav Molotov hali bomba o'rnatilgancha yo'q. Bitta HP, ya'ni 1 HP-ni yedi-yu ortiga qaytdi. Va Zontik quadro kill. Shiro shunchaki videograf bo'lib berdi bu raundda.
And another round where Natu, it feels like he over-delivers.
Yeah, he's doing really good on that B-bomb site, but simply not enough for FaZe to convert afterwards. It's hard to put Spirit down in a round, in a game, in a series. Such a good frag from Zontix. Barely saw that flash coming, but was ready. He had his crosshair in the right place, and the rest was automatic. Really good work.
No reaction
from Zontix.
Sigma boy.
Game so far, but talk about impact frags.
Kitma-kitiga 6 ta round. Bilasizlar, har 3 ta rounddan keyin anav qilsa bo'ladi. Full buy qilishga chans bo'lardi, lekin hozir bular ekonomikani saqlab qolgan holatda J-Bone keyingi round AWP oladi qo'liga. Half buy qilib chiqishdi FaZe jamoasi.
For a collapse from mid doors as well as the catwalk swing as well. Just to try to punish the cat take time.
Donkdan boshqa hamma igrokda statistika ancha yaxshi, ha. Mid agressiya va Jacob the kill. O, midda yomon fight qilib ketishdi.
Might be in some trouble. 4 versus 3.
Twist Kalashni qo'liga olgan. J-Bone, Clear double kill. Darhol, voy. Donkga head berib ketyapti mana bu yerda Jacob ham.
Still not close to
2-2 vaziyat. Nate-Yuda UMP, Jacob esa Deagle'da o'ynaydi. Nurulloyev, lekin sifat borasida Twitch yaxshiroq. Twitch orqaga qaytarib ko'rsangiz bo'ladi. Shu tomonda xuddi shunaqa. Jacob! Triple kill Deagle'da. Danchu rahmat Nurulloyev. Twitch sifat bo'yicha yaxshi, auditoriya bo'yicha yaxshi. Lekin pul to'layapti-da, kick and out turnirlarning o'ziga pul o'tayapti. Twitch просто o'zi auditoriyaga. Turnir 2 ga 1 qilishda diffuse kit yo'q iroqlarda va longdan o'ynashni tanlagan bu yerda Jacob. Natu esa KTda. Jacobdan ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Voy, Jacobdan mana nimaga ehtiyot bo'lish kerak? 4 ta kill.
He will secure an important 4th round.
Zo'r o'yin ko'ramiz bunaqa start. Aslbek BC'ning o'yinini ichida boshlanadi. 17:00 da boshlanadi Aslbek.
Yeah, like you said, James, 2 or 3 of the rounds in this half so
soat
far have been extraordinarily close, and you can see it going FaZe's way with how marginal, but what a shot there from Jacob. Holy, the Deagle coming out in this round looking absolutely phenomenal, and you can see FaZe, the individuals are here right now, James.
Oh my word.
They are here.
Yeah, that's excellent work. And again, like this, we're a bit in the dark in terms of FaZe's plan on Dust 2. Of course, many expected Mirage over Dust 2, but what is their target for acceptable rounds on the CT side?
Time out olindi. Bilasizlar, time outda hali like bosmagan bo'lsangiz, like bosib qo'yishda ayni paytda 529 ta like, lekin 1800 odam tomosha qildi.
And like you say, you know, it could have been that the Dust 2 scrims went really well recently. There's lots of reasons why decisions like this can be made. And in a series against a team that is such a massive overdog, you want to probably prioritize your comfort. And so, you know, that's like another factor that goes into decisions like this. And now we see the remaining 2 rounds. It's going to be a much better buy here for FaZe. We see J-Bone back on the AWP. We'll see if he's able to deliver something. So far, this game has been quite challenging for him to get involved.
I bet FaZe watched the match with Spirit Liquid as well, and were maybe able to absorb some information, saw some habitual plays.
11 round boshlandi. Hisob 6-4 va yana bir full buyga qarshi full buy. 12 round ham Spiritda pul bo'ladi. Bundan umuman muammo yo'q.
2 rounds to fight for now.
Da, Holly ham uylandi, Device uylandi. Mana shu pauzada ancha barakali keldi Counter Strike uchun.
Yeah, this is that dangerous position, you know, that we talk about. Spirit can just make everything look like everything. It's so difficult.
Nimaga Magic web kamerasi
trying to move his way up catwalk.
Avtoga qo'yilganmi deyman-da. Isos o'ynab
at the moment. A minute to go as we're sort of at a more normal timing. Twisty plant.
Twist shunchaki flashga pick qilib ko'rmoqchi bo'ldi-yu, ortga qaytdi bu fikrdan.
Smoked off at the moment.
Raskilar tashlamoqda, shortdan o'ynashadi.
You've got the 2B anchors there just sitting on the side.
Midda Tnir tashlab ketildi. B'dan himoyaga qaytayotgan igroqlarni tutib olish maqsadida J-Bone va Donk o'rtasidagi duel. Va J-Bone Donkni peshonasidan tutib olmoqda. Bu yerda Netio esa turnirda Jacob Shironi yo'q qilib bergandan so'ng Magix hamda Zontix 5 kishiga qarshi qolib ketmoqda. J-Bone Zontixni ham yo'q qila oldi. Eng so'nggi igroq bizda shortda turgan Magix
versus a 500 HP phase. Talk about a response.
J-Bone'ning triple killga aylanishi mumkin.
Maybe a good finish could really empower them.
Yo'q, Magix chiroyli pick qilib bera oldi J-Bone'ni. A bomba endi oldi qo'liga. Hech bo'lmasa o'rnatib ketiblarganmi? Magixni double kill, ace clutch qilma faqat Magix. Yuraklar ko'tarmaydi. Ay, Jacobdan headshot. Juda yaqin kelib olganda vaqt ham kam edi uning hisobida, bo'lmasa realizatsiya qilish ehtimoli ham yo'q emas edi.
5-6 scoreline is pretty excellent, like you say, James. This is a potential 6-6 right now. Look at the performance on the defense to the A side there. And, you know, FaZe were operating without information. They had to give up a lot of space here because they wanted to not overreact and give
Ayimlar bugun, ayimlar. Duellarini ko'ramiz. Ikkita komandada ham jostga o'tadigan igroqlar borda.
No one to challenge on this occasion. Shiro going for the B play instead. Any B player will be very familiar with the fast peaks from the sniper.
Donk faqatgina Spiritni yagona igroq ekan. Hozircha 12 ta raund ichida masalan bitta round 2 ta kill qilgani bo'lmagan ekanda. Faqat bitta kill qiladi va o'lib qoladi. O'zi 4 ga 9 yuribdi. Donksiz o'ynayaptimi? Komanda shunda. Zontix yana Netio Donk o'ldirib bermoqda. Zontix esa Frozen orqali razmin topib oldi. Bu yerda Magix mid J-Bone'ni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Netio haqida informatsiya bor. Tunnel smoke orasida Netioni otib tashlamoqda. Magixni ham bilishadi. Magix Twist tomonidan otib tashlandi. Shirodan Jacobga headshot. Twist 64 HP va o'ng tomondagi iroqni o'qimaydi. Xohlasa, xohlamasa pik qilish kerak buni. Tinirdan headshot. Tinirdan. 7-5. Spirit oldinda va hujumda ko'p round oldi baribir. Va o'yin boshlangancha like'larni bosib qo'ysangiz bo'ladi. Kechagi kimlar yutgan ekan, pullarni soqqalar kimlarga nasib qilgan ekan KZ2 o'zidagi. Birovda yutgan pulini qiziqamiz-ku baribir, to'g'rimi? 106 kishi o'ynayapti. Rating. O'sha bu yangidan boshlandi, rating. Yangidan boshlandi, lekin hozir qo'shilib olish ayni paytida. Birinchi o'rin 300 ming oladi, ikkinchi o'rin. Bu avgust uchun premium qo'yilibdi, 30 kunlik gold qo'yilibdi, startga, keyin start qo'yilibdi 3-o'ringa. Premium berilar ekan. Atak iyul uchun 300 ming, 200 ming, 100 ming olindi. Anorbank? Bu kim? Username shunaqa. Bolla o'ynayapti atak. Normalmi. Biz ham o'ynaymiz birinchi map tugagandan keyin. Birinchi mapdan keyin o'yna olamiz. Muzikasi yoqmaydi, buni o'chirib qo'yaylik shundan muzikasini. Nimaga bakel o'zi? Donkning kayfiyati yo'q deydilar. Donk jamoaviy o'yin bo'lganda shunaqa ko'pincha e'tibor qilgan o'zinglar. Donkning o'ziga ishonib qolish navarot Spiritni og'ir ahvolga qo'yadi-da. Ketik pauzada 1 minut vaqtimiz bor. Atak shotni aytsam bo'ladi. 6-0 ekan. Nurullayev. Donk ba'zan o'yinga chiqmasa ham uni komanda borligi ancha bosim bo'ladi. Любой vaqt yo'q qilishi mumkin. Donkdan xavotir olish uchun hojati yo'q. Hozir KTda hammadan ko'p kill qilib yuborishi ham mumkin. Depon ko'rib turaylik. O'sha 40 sekundgina vaqtimiz qoldi. Men shotni aytdim-ku, 6-0. Jepti depo. Если что, kimdir deponi o'yiniga boradigan bo'lsa, ko'rishga Flashbangdan salom deb qo'yish esingizdan chiqmasin. O'yinimiz boshlandi, o'zi 20 sekundgina qoldi. Уже 7-0. Easy win deb uchun bu. Ishonaveringlar. Flashbang, Warlord, Donk, Strimlarni juda ham o'xshaydi ularga.
Tip themselves that.
And look at this, Donk is getting sent up with the duel. He will back away behind the safety of the doors. But yeah, see the face, they did win that first pistol. Winning another pistol here would go a long way, but Tinir able to take
Ketdik. Tinir twistni yo'q qilib berdi. Va bu yerda Tinir double kill Karpaysizga yaxshi yo'lish bo'lgan ekan. Donk bitta minus topdi. J-Bone hamda Netyular tirik qolishgan xolos.
An awkward moment.
Majorga depo chiqsa boraman.
That leaves J-Bone versus 5.
Zontix esa Netyuni yo'q qilib berdi. Eng so'nggi igroq J-Bone 5 kishiga qarshi Miduzda menimcha masalasini hal qilishadi. Voy, zo'rg'a o'tdi ya Zontixni. Juda qiynaldi lekin.
It's going to be a long challenge though, especially with the shadow advantage here for Donk. Good patience for J-Bone. I just can't.
O'ng tomondan check qildi-yu, lekin baribir Donkning double kill'i.
They have to have a plan for both halves. They have to have surprises. They have to have
Donkga kam ovqat berishadi.
Maybe Spirit react a certain way to a smoke or something. Who knows?
Donk
But I'm
dietada
very curious to find out. Yeah, this was a bit of a false start, I think, on Long.
Bu turnirda umumiy sovrin jamg'armasi $780,000.
Bomb down, you have options to have a. I mean, honestly, you should be force buying for sure if you get a bomb down. But right now, it's a harder decision
technique
because
pause.
you don't want to allow Spirit to beat you on if you have a force buy and then just start to really rack up the rounds, get the open to play early on. Like I think FaZe want to be able to come out with rifles as soon as possible. So I would expect to see them, actually having a Glock save here and just kind of giving the round to Spirit, trying to maybe get a kill or two, and we'll see what they decide to do though. Depends, sometimes teams have very good force buys even without the bomb down. And if they feel confident in that, maybe they'll go for that choice. But we'll see. That's actually the case here. Is actually yeah, they did say all except Twist, who's actually got a scout.
Yeah, I think he tagged Zontix as well.
Magix
will be a challenge to follow up on that, but they've made the investments. So let's see then. Losing that second pistol, FaZe will have to do it the hard way. I think it would really change the dynamic had they been successful there. Not the case though. It was never going to be easy versus Spirits.
Well, bu yerda Magix kurdi ortga qaytdi info olgandan so'ng.
Scout does force a little bit of respect, and there's also a world where maybe Twist is just buying a Mac 10 next round, and they've got a round for their first gun, which is going to be based around Mac 10 opening, kills like a B pop or something. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But you can see the space created, the respect given by Spirit. They know that they can just play the sites here and have a really consistent advantage without giving up any cheeky kills.
Yeah,
and that's going to force FaZe to have to make the move. And we'll see how they decide to make these decisions. So they clear this behind the double doors. Do they continue to go further?
Faqatgina Twist'da scout bor, qolganlar esa echo qilishgan.
Towards the car or something, but it will be B first. They've got the time to do this. Again, I think they need to use this time to try and drop someone somewhere because 4 Glocks and a scout. How on earth do you get a bomb plant?
A'ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Shiro Magix hamda Tinirlarga qarshi. Tinir xo'p, Loyni check qilib tursa ham vaqtinchalik 5 tiro ko'ringancha. Hop. Ko'rishda info bor va bu yerda Magix birinchi minus. Magix Tinir yordamga keldi. Tinirdan double kill, Magixdan double kill. Shiro ham o'zini nasibasini olib ketdi. 9-5 hisob.
Actually really liked this round from FaZe with that, one singular scout. Again, we'll see what Twist decides to buy, and if the expectation is that they can just throw Twist through a position of choke. Maybe it's
server skin changerligi emas, o'ziniki hammasi.
He can pick up a gun, if he survives.
Hamma skinlar o'ziniki.
So it's actually not very bad at all to have the scout there with the Glocks. I like it a lot. But into the next round we go. We'll see what the plan truly is as we do see the Mac 10 on Twist.
Va bizda 15-round boshlandi. 4 ta round farqi bilan hozircha Team Spirit oldinda.
Shiro hyper aggressive on short to open the first buy round in the second half. How long does he hold here for? He's got plenty of sound cues. Rifle supports on the way as well. Long abandoned.
Flash bilan pick qilib ko'rishadi va twist zo'r flash otib berdi lekin Jaybon. Tinir yo'q qilib berilgan twist tomonidan va Shiro ham pastga tushib olishga majbur bo'lmoqda. Longni check qiladi endi. Donk kattaga yetib keldi. Zontix esa midga yaqin kelib olgan. Mid to'ba o'ynab yurishadigan bo'lsa smoke raskillar tashlanmoqda bu yerda. Qayerga zo'r tushib, mana ikkita qayerga qanaqa damajlar berish kerak, lekin Donk ehtiyot bo'lmasa agar timinglarni qarang. Magic Jacobni yo'q qilib berdi, Donk ikkita igroqni shunchaki orqasidan o'tib ketyapti. Smoke ichida katada ikkita igroq bor. Donk ko'rdi va Donk Netuni minus qilib bermoqda, lekin Frozenni o'qimaydi. Frozen o'zi ham bilib turibdi uni payzasi o'qilmayotganda. Frozen Donkni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Jebon bilan Turkishga qarshi clutch boshlangan. AWPda Shiro Frozen tutib olmoqda, eng so'nggi igroq pachkada yurgan Jebon va hozirda save yokida mid to B yurishga harakat qilib ko'radi. B'da Zontix himoyada. B kirishga ruxsat bormikan, ha? Miroslav. Yo'q, Miroslav Karfaysda Jaybonni tutib oldi. 15.
Putting Spirit on 10. Yeah, I think a very
So,
smart move there from
beş
Jaybon
bizde.
to go for that smoke mid into B, but yeah, it seemed like the phase round here, it had a lot of potential. You know, we get this opening here from Twist with that Mag 10, it kind of just does its job. And I think the fact that Spirit had so many extra players on A there, in that position around Catwalk, it gave them a good ability to kind of respond and the kind of variance there as Donk walked through the smoke. I think that's really where the round started to get decided.
The grenades from Spirits on short were so impactful, basically removing the trade frag. A great
What
flick
twist!
from Twist,
Stop.
and Shiro is gone.
AWPdagi Shironi yo'q qilib berdimi? Bitta paftor ko'raylik-da.
The grenades from Spirits on short were so impactful, basically removing the trade frag. A great flick from Twist, spots an elbow on 3 more threats.
Yomon otibdi rostdan. Zontix AWPda o'ynaydi yoki Donkga tashlab beradi AWPni.
Because you know, we're seeing him be the scout guy here for the team. Tinir, I mean, Tinir's been really sharp so far today, especially in his long position. But
Twist scoutda double kill.
Twist with the scout. Okay.
Pikorga scout olmaskan
That's
bu.
a gun collected as well. This is starting to get very tricky for Spirit.
Jacobda kalash bor endi.
Work of
5
the
ga 3
captain.
vaziyat. Full ekoda yutib ketish uchun yaxshigina shans bor. Hech qaysi igrogida menimcha yo'q, ikkita igrogda faqatgina branjilet o'zi bor ekan.
Does Frozen have a timing here?
Magix va
Hiding on
Frozen.
Xbox, but does he look at all?
Timing.
Magix is closing the distance. He does!
Whoa,
Magix
mana
has
bu
the
reaksiyaga
down.
5 bor Magix tomonidan.
There's just no justice for FaZe.
Qana Twist yana bir highlight, yana bir highlight.
You know, Twist is going to try to fake here though. Let's see if this will pull
Check
players
qiladimi
or
yoki
attention
yo'q?
away. Does have, you know, the crosshairs.
Donkni yolg'iz o'zi B'da va B'ga kirib kelishmoqchi.
There's 30 seconds to go. Twist.
Bo'ldi, bilindi fakeligi.
Now they know it's a fake. They know right now.
Lekin Longga qarab rotatsiya qilib yuborishyapti endi.
But how
Jaybon
many lies?
pachkada.
Maybe it's compulsive lying because the bomb's going back towards Long. Twist knows that they've only seen that one player there, so surely it's a
Zontix Jacobni Magix esa
rotation,
Netune
though it
yo'q
looks like
qilib
they
berdi.
are. Again, difficult for FaZe and
Sardor
Twist
Qurbonov
asked for
stream
more.
ko'ruv turma bor ishlovundan
Looking
ko'ra.
low, but dropped from high.
Jaybon
And
Magixni minus qilib bermoqda va
Desert
Zontix
Eagles.
eng so'ngida baribir
So
raundni yutib
close.
ketdi.
They're really fighting tooth and nail no matter what they have, but ultimately it is Spirit on 11.
Oh my goodness. It's so insane. FaZe have made so many rounds. What on earth? I have no idea. That's amazing. Love to see that from Twist. But they've made so many rounds really uncomfortable, and you almost would love to have seen if they would have just gone past into the A site, James, when they had all their players on long. Obviously, you know, they didn't have the smoke for the cross, so you understand. But we're into the buy again here for FaZe.
17-chi round.
Going back on the AWP.
That response from Magic on short was unbelievable and very pivotal indeed. Spirit
Twist.
somehow stifling every effort from FaZe essentially. This is the big round now for
Komadan
FaZe.
donat keldi.
They've made
Big
comebacks before.
Koma. Assalomu alaykum Koma, tinchmisiz,
Maybe
charchamayapsizmi?
the hardest challenge of
Bigga
them all though.
ketdingizmi?
Catwalk's relatively free. The setup for Spirit.
11-5. Hayashga o'tib beriladi va Shiro Twistni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Full bayda ham. Voy, Shirodan double kill va mana bu Hayashga hozir tushib berishi mumkin. 8 ta bilan tirik qoladi Jacob, Jaybon, Netune. To'rt kishiga qarshi, lekin Donkning Hayashkasi Jacobning o'limiga sabab bo'lmoqda. Ikkiga to'rt clutch olishga to'g'ri keladi. Tinir longdagi igroq bu yerda va Netune Tinirni yo'q qilib berdi, lekin Shirodan triple kill. J-Bone esa 3-1 klashda pachka uning qo'lida. 45 soniya atrofida vaqt yetarlicha hisoblanadi. Round yutmoqchi bo'lsa. Pachkani shortga qarata o'rnatib bo'ldi. Donk katada. Zontix shortdan, longda esa Shiro va Shironing o'zidan quadro killi raundiga aylandi bu. Map point Team Spiritda. Like bosmaganlar, like'larni tirsiz bosib qo'yamiz.
And J-Bone not really finding the same level of success, but again, these positions very hard to find for him. Oh man.
1, 2, 3, and then Donk with number 4. That is detail. That is detail. That is being a step ahead. That is being the Oracle Spirit in the Matrix.
Oh my goodness. 12-5 now, and it's
2-0 va Face Clanning oxirgi timeoutda boshlanishida 3 ta round olganda ular.
It feels like there's been they've gotten so many rounds so close. There's been so much potential for them to have way more rounds than this, but they're against Spirit on Dust 2.
Yes, plenty of intent, noble intent from FaZe. It was always going to be difficult. Magic use your damage.
Yo, siz tushunmaydigan nimadir bor. Chunki topda qancha topda tursangiz, yutsangiz kam point olasiz, VRS point. Yutsangiz juda ko'p VRS point yo'qotasiz. Mana shunaqa bo'ladi. VRS pointda.
Last chance saloon for them. 4.
B'ga agressiya qilib ko'rsatdi bu yerda Donk 1. Ikkinchisigacha ulgurmayapti, lekin mana endi ikkita kill bor. Netio esa uni razmen qilib keta oldi. Zontix Miroslav Smogorasi chiqib keldi va bu uning xatosi. Frozen yo'q qilib bera oldi Zontixni. 3 ga 3 vaziyat.
Retake now for Spirit. I think one of the first advantageous scenarios we've seen for FaZe, but there is so much retake utility available for Spirit.
Frozen's got a full stack. Being deployed at present.
Netio.
2 CTs coming from the halls. Netio. So familiar with the
retake qilish harakat qilib ko'rishadi ikkita hero. Tunneldan o'ynayapti va bu yerda Frozen hamda Netio'dan ketma-ket killlar. Shironing yo'l uzuzi 3 kishiga qarshi qolib ketdi va FaZe hali o'yinda davom etadi. Vaqt yetmaydi chunki Shiroga borib defuse qilishiga.
So a late round for FaZe. Never count them out. I'm sure you've learned that already in this week. Here at Blast Bounty. But again, this one is going to be harder than the one on Nuke.
Yeah, 6-12. Yeah, absolutely.
Versus Spirit.
Comeback qilib yuborsa, FaZe. Overtime ko'rib beradiganlar bor. Lekin hujumda qiyin-da.
Now, I think is what he said. We'll see if that ends up being what he's doing, or he's trying to fake us out. He's trying to fake us out. He's playing against multiple opponents right now. But we're going to be back into the next round here. Donk actually has a secondary AWP.
Damn, looking for another ace, is he? Another all-pace versus FaZe on Dust 2. Let's see it, Donk. What have you got?
Oh. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful.
Donk.
So they hit the AWP in mid, do
Frozen.
FaZe. They can't be expecting another one. But Shiro's got a relatively defensive position on A for now.
6 round bor
So
FaZe'da.
the threat level in that respect is a little low. Fast developing round from FaZe. Again, let's not forget those HEs that they were the recipients of earlier on. They do continue. They've been double naded in that position they're standing in now. They've been quad naded.
Hozir men Depon o'yinini so'rayapman-da, prosta mana pauza payti ko'ramiz Depon o'yinini. Uni 2 ga yutayotgan ekan. Agar bu o'yin tugab qolsa, undan oldin.
As far as the A bomb site's concerned.
55 soniya atrofida vaqt. Shortga yaqin kelib olishgan va razveydan so'ng shortdan yurishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Bu yerda Magic Twistni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Boshlarini yig'ib qolishdi. Qolgan negrolar ham bo'lib ketishi mumkin va Jacob smoke orasidan Magic'ga razm bermoqda. 40 soniya. B'da Lurker bor. Zontix smoke'ga yaqin kelib olganda, lekin ortga qaytmoqda. Hali Donk bilan birgalikda ular B'ni tark etishmadi. Midni check qilib turdi Donk AWP bilan. Agar Netio hozir tortiladigan bo'lsa B'dan Qo'shog'ri bo'lib beradi. Va Shiro smoke orasida Frozen'ni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Hozir rampdan Trier flashdan so'ng pick qilib ko'radi. Trier double kill. Netio yolg'iz B igrok va bu GG deganimizda. Donk tomonidan tutib olindi Netio. Birinchi map Team Spirit foydasiga hal bo'ldi. Ketdikmi? Depon o'yinini ko'ramizmi? Sizlar ungacha like'larni bosib qo'yinglar. Mana shunday linkini olib, Depon o'yinini tayyorlab aytaman. Hozir. Bir daqiqa. Уже 11:02 bo'lib ketibdi bu yoqda shot. Mana. Ketdik. Major hali yil oxirida bo'ladi. Krat. Mana chap tomonda, ya'ni Vetfi, Krat, Shiseido, Booster hamda Shoxlar deponing igroklari bular. Atak bu o'yin ham tugab qolsa kerak. Kesh kartasini depo yutgan. Dastikni ham 11-2 da yutyapti. Va Shiseido bu yerda duelyantmi degan igrokini tutib oldi. Donsu degan komandani. 5 ga 4 vaziyat. Qaranglar, baribir endi Blast bilan buni solishtirish salgina xato hamda. Selfie bu yerda New Life Kradni minus qilib bera oldi. Vetfi esa razmenda va saytga qarab yaqin kelib olishgan. Vetfi Shiseido navbatdagi minus Shox hamda Vetfi killlar qilishmoqda va map pointga yetib keldik. Like bosmaganlar likelarni bosib qo'yamiz. 12-2 hisob. Reklama bu yerda luxury ismni qaranglar. Luxury deb yozib qo'yibdi. Vetfi minus qilib berilgan va Glavel kompaniya topmoqda. Bu yerda Luxury Kradni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Comeback qilishmoqchimi match pointdan? Neo Life esa Shiseido'ni kill qilgandan so'ng Boosterni o'zi 5 kishiga qarshi qolib ketdi. Luxury life. Hop. Tutib olganni qaranglar smokni ichida. Vetfi 5 ga dadam 16 ga 4 yuribdi. Endi 4 ga tushib qoldi. Shiseido 17 ga 6. Bu Shiseido'ni eng zo'r o'ynagan map bo'lsa kerak. Endi Booster 2 ta kill qilib oldi-yu, lekin darhol razmen qilib ketildi. Coca-Cola, Red Bull sponsorlarini qaranglar. Lekin hud normal, hud chiroyli ekan. Cola bilan Red Bullda o'ziga nima bo'pti? Turnirda baribir stream qilyapmiz, shuning uchun hech narsa qilmaydi. Like bosmaganlar, likelarni bosib qo'yamiz. 1000 ta like bo'pti o'zi. Va bizda miss shot Vetfi'dan longda ehtiyot bo'lishlari kerak. Qulashmoqda qochib qoldi bu yerda. Vetfi o'ziga kelib oladi endi. Bitta nafas zo'r hozir. Ot tashlaydi hammasi. William Radni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Shox esa 5-7 da bu raundda. Razveydan so'ng Vetfi'ga ishonish kerak bu yerda AWP'siga, lekin smoke ichidan salgina tutib olish qiyin-da. Smoke ichida birozgina qiynaladi, lekin Shox Luxury'ni minus qilib beryapti. Va longdan aylanayotgan igrogimiz ham bor, Booster. Boosterni hech kim chek qilmayapti hozir. Rampga yaqin kelib olishgan. Booster agar tezroq o'ynaydigan bo'lsa, chiroyli line-up bo'ladi unda. Boosterni hech kim tekshirmayaptimi? Yo, bitta igrok qarab turgan ekan, 9-raqamdagi. Yo, rasm olib turgan ekan. Bu ham Booster Neo Life to'ldirgan bo'lsa, full rate razmen qilib bera oldi bu killga. 3-3 vaziyat. Shox tutib olish kerak buni. Shox endi Vetfi o'ldirasan, ishonamasak. Vetfi. Ay. 12-4 bu raundni ham berib qo'ydik. Prizini oldim KZ2 seriyadan. Men Iris kama 61 ming. Seriozno default. Sizmisiz? 300 ming tashlab berdilarmi? Gap yo'q lekin. Va bu yerda full raid. Endi pistoletni round. Hech qisi yo'q. Voy. O'zini ko'rdim, bosh ko'rdim. Bu round easy beraveramiz. Bitta biza ko'rishni boshladik, yutqizish boshladi komanda. Boosterda bitta o'zi save qilib qoladi. KZ2 o'zi o'ynaydi, o'sha zerikali mashina. Keyingi endi pauzada o'ynaymiz, keyingi mapda pauzasida KZ2 o'zi. Yutsa yutib qo'ya qolsan ha. Comeback beravermasa kerak yoki komanda ozgina bolalarni katta hisobda yutib qo'ygisi kelmayapti-da, shuning uchun shans beryapti. Vatfi 2kdaga tushib ketib qoldi, yaxshigina statistikada ketayotgan igrok. Mana bu xudni nimasi yo'qda aytayim, chap tomonda kdlarni ko'rsatib turar ekan. Mana shunisi yo'qdi. Keyingi raundda endi lose bonuslarini ham ko'rsatdi va depo mana birinchi time outdan foydalandi. O'zbeklarimda mana Vatfi. Endi millati bilmadim-u, lekin pasport o'zbek. Shissedo toza o'zbek bo'lishi kerak. Shox buni pasporti o'zbek. Balki millat ham o'zbekdir. To'liq informatsiyam yo'q, mana shu 1, 2, 3 ta igrok pasporti o'zbekda. Krat rus, booster qozoq. Krat chopish kerak. Yo, kratni opti ancha kuchli ekan. Hozir VR sistema bo'yicha majorga chiqish nimasida turibdi bular. Bosqichda turibdi. Endi bundan keyingi turnirda ham yaxshi o'ynab beradigan bo'lsa, depo hech bo'lmasa kamida bir yarim finallargacha boradigan bo'lsa, sekin-sekin VRS ochkolarini ko'paytirib, nasib bo'lsa majorda ko'rishimiz mumkin deponi. Farqi yo'q, u majordan chiqib ketadimi birinchi bosqichidan, 3 ta o'yin o'ynab yutqizadimi? Endi yaxshi niyat birinchi o'rin, to'g'ri, lekin u chiqib olsa bo'ldi-da. Jahon chempionatida xuddi. Voy, Shissedo boshladi yana killlar qilishini. Voy, xato bo'ldi bu Shissedodan. Shunchaki tekshirmoqchi edi, photo rate esa qo'yib bermayapti. Hech qanaqa check qilishiga ham yaxshi kill bor boosterdan. Luxury razmenda smoke orasida Luxury'ning o'zi ushlab yurganlar yo'q. Olgan kradni qarang, mana opit bor-da. Lekin flashsiz chiqish xato hozir. O, krad mana prefire bilan chiqib kelyapti. Buni bitta low 14 HP'lik igrok bor bu yerda. Boshda imtiyoz bo'lish kerak. Voy, smoke ichida kradni tutib olishdi. Urish bo'yicha ham opti bor-da, buni qarang. VTP hamda Shox, ishonamiz o'zbeklarga. Retake qilib bilishadi. Juda yuragim og'ritdi meni pichoq bilan zagrab kelgani. Shox razmin qilib berildi. Ay, 12-6. Qora qalpoq bo'ladimi? O'zbek bo'ladimi? Glavni pasport o'zbekistonlikku, to'g'ri. Spirit ikkinchi mapdan soati. Qaranglar, bundan oldingi mapdan endi 15 minut qo'shish kerak-da. Soatini bilish uchun. Cho'ta hudni ovozla muammo bo'ldi. Hammada shunaqa ishlayaptimi, faqat mendami? O'zaki bo'ldi. Food rate. Booster. New life. Smoke, flash, rasliklar tashlab berildi. Luxury. Hop, bu yerda Shiseido Deagle'da headshot bermoqda, lekin B'da ehtiyot bo'lish kerak. Booster. Deagle'da. Ketishdi. Booster ancha qiyin holatda. Bitta kill qilib bersa ham boosterda yetadi. Bir, ikkinchisi ham. Davay, booster ikkita. Booster uchinchisini ham. Luxury 1 ga 5 qolib ketgan Luxury. Luxury 1 ga 5 vaziyatda. Menimcha bu yog'i GG. Shiseido chunki kalash bilan yetib kelyapti. Kradda AWP nimagadir. Double pick. Va Shiseidodan headshot GG. Ekor round yutib ketyapti Depo. Gap bo'lish mumkin emas va ular yarim finalga to'g'ridan-to'g'ri yo'l olishdi. Qolgan o'yinlar esa ertaga bo'lib o'tadi. WW yozib qoldiramiz Depo uchun chatda. Valla gap yo'q. Yaxshi o'ynashdi valla. Eng zo'r igrok bu yerda Vetfi ekan, KD bo'yicha Shiseido undan keyingi o'rinda. 3 daqiqa qolibdi o'yinni boshlanishiga.
Is like I do want to see more from them, or are you already happy that what they've been able to exert from themselves on cash is like, no, that actually in itself should be enough to take on Spirit.
Nat, their cash is so sick. I had to pull out a round to show you how amazing their cash is. That's why 3D Max was worried about their cash, because of plays like this is something you wouldn't see on old cash. Mostly 90% of the rounds will be exactly like old cash, but not this one, where they actually toss smokes on A to allow twist across into Z. They don't allow this rotate back because of these smokes. They have someone trying to cover from highway. You can't try and get your way towards truck to actually deal with twist. He gets into Z, he takes down the rotator, and then he ends up flanking Heaven, mollying the middle of the site so that his team can actually collapse on the bomb site
Hozir uzun o'yin boshlanadi.
And with twist from Heaven. This is the type of new style of play that you don't see very much. There's limited successfulness, I think, to this. It's a bit of a gimmick play, but at the same time, it's one of the things you see FaZe pull out. You don't really see many other teams show off.
It's just imaginative. It's innovative, and that's what they need versus Spirit, to make Spirit at times guess, because for a map that seems so straightforward as Cash is, I mean, it's one of the most kind of simple figure 8 layouts you could possibly design in the game, oftentimes called a Valorant map, because the guy that made it went to Valorant. It does have a little bit more to offer, and I'm glad that teams like FaZe, who just kind of need to get jump-started on the season, are embracing it.
What Spirit have talked about so often, though, is the fact that they have two coaches, one to focus on their micro, one to focus on their macro, right? And when you look towards a series, a matchup prep, and you're toying with the idea that FaZe are going to pick Cash for themselves, how easy is it to anti-strat something like that when you have coaches sort of splitting the responsibility that Spirit do?
I think it's easy to think that you can anti-strat a team on Cash, especially you see it doesn't look that complicated. They're going to be going for the mid control. They're going to have some B execs. They're going to have some gimmicks, but you really need to be comfortable on the map first. So unless they've practiced it quite as much as they need to, you can feel like, oh, we know exactly how FaZe are going to play this game, but they're just going to play it well. They're going to play this map effectively as a team, and you have Spirit with much less experience actually playing this one, at least in officials.
I think we've only seen it once, and I even would say that somebody like Tanir got kind of bullied on the A bomb site the last time around. They found themselves on Cash, and so a lot of it came down to, can Donk save him? I think that Tanir is probably going to have learned a lot, but if the standard rounds, the standard A hits, which FaZe also have in spades, they also have a lot of those just kind of left side smokes that can just kind of segment the site really well, get to Tanir. I don't know. I mean, Donk weirdly had a pretty quiet game. I mean, again, trying to hype this up to just be, this is really the only in FaZe have in a do or die map.
Well, then I would say buckle up and get your butts in those seats, because we're going to have a lot of fun with a FaZe Cash specifically.
FaZe enjoyers, come. They are cracks on Cash, as you heard from the desk. This is disrespect. What is this? What numbers are these? This is wrong. There are too many zeros here. They have a good chance. This is their best chance. This is, it has to be now, obviously, because they're one map down. But I think, you know what? I think despite the score, I think the efforts they put on Dust 2 will give them a confident feeling that they can do it on Cash, which is, again, it's their territory. This is their ground. They are the lion here on the savannah.
Yeah, they created chances. There were chances, and I do agree. I think it definitely would feel a lot better than the scoreline would suggest. But yeah, I mean, FaZe, they're going to be on the T side as well. So they're going to be able to kind of put Spirit in the vortex, assuming that the pistol round goes according to plan. And in terms of what that plan is about to be, we're going to find out right now, right here on Cash.
Give me a good game of cash, regardless of which way it goes. Sure, many teams will be watching FaZe to see what junk they've got to throw at Spirit. They said they had some new rounds. They will not be respected immediately.
Ketdik. Birinchi round boshlandi bu yerda.
It's always nice if you can just post up in an off angle there for later
Shiro.
on. But what is the intention from FaZe? Taking their
Hamma
time.
joydamda, hamma narsa joyida
Spirit will have
ekan
to have
bizda.
some good HEs in that boost position. Saw they had such good ones on Dust too.
Ana Shiroga agressiya ko'rsatmoqda bu yerda midda fight boshlandi va Donkdan double kill. Magic'dan ajoyib flash, Nir hamda Magic. Kill Nirda double. Easy round Team Spirit uchun.
Maybe there was a timing there. You could see it was all about isolating that short
Osonlik
player.
bilan roundni o'z foydalariga hal qilib
And
ketishdi.
then the assistance came so quickly in the form of two players, in the form of this Donk hitting just a tap. And the timing was absolutely destroyed in that mid position. So now Spirit, they're going to be the ones starting with the 1-0 lead. And I mean, to make matters worse, there was no bomb plant for FaZe, so they don't really get the opportunity to put pressure on in this round.
I'm not going to read too much into it because it was a pistol round.
Ikkinchi round boshlandi.
You're going to have more
Full echoda o'ynaydi FaZe up.
on the CT side,
Ya'ni
but
FaZe
not pushed all the way
jamoasi.
through B.
No,
Came
bitta
back to
narsani
mid.
bilamizki, KTda, ya'ni himoya ancha
Again, Spirit are very
osonroq bu yerda.
proactive. There's high urgency
Shuning
towards
uchun
A
Team
main.
Spiritda
I think
juda
you
katta
can't,
shans
as a
bor.
CT side, push it every round, but I'm
Ikkita
very
mapda
curious to
o'yinni
see
yakunlab
how
qo'yishga,
proactive
lekin men
Spirit will
o'zim
be
ikkita
at
map ko'rish
taking
tarafdoriman.
something away from FaZe. If FaZe want to play a longer round out where they're going to be posted up, they're going to be holding in the boost
Frozen.
position. We'll see if that works out because I expect HEs to come there from the CTs, but very curious to see once the buy rounds come through, will Spirit take control away from FaZe, be it A main, be it through B?
A'ga kirib olgan bu yerda, ya'ni A eshigiga yaqin kelib olgan Netyu. Shuni eshikni ochsa bo'ldi. Shiro hamda Tnir bor bu pozitsiyada, hech qanaqa raskillari yo'q va Shiro double, Shiro triple kill amalga oshirmoqda. Tnirda ham double kill qilish imkoniyati, bombani oxirigacha o'rnatishgancha yo'q va Shiro yetib kelib o'zining quadrosini Echo Cobra vazifasida o'tadi.
From that round at all, I mean, there's not much you can expect.
It's got to be worth the gamble to commit there. Who knows?
FaZe chiqadi finalga.
No wrong decision.
Yaxshi, ko'ramiz.
2-0 for Spirit then to begin this series. So we'll see. No kills for FaZe just yet. And again, in terms of measuring the success early of a CT side, these things are important. So if Spirit are to be successful here, again, FaZe need to cut them down at the very least to build something in this
Va
first
bizda
half.
3-chi round boshlandi.
Molotov over to the top two thwarts any quick action. And the CTs will go into position.
In event
Shiro.
broken, so you know that
Yaxshi
sound
qayoshga o'tib bu yerda Shiro
very
mana bu
clear, I
yerda,
think,
lekin
for FaZe.
damage'lar birozgina kamroq.
the delayed mid take, you know, the classic hero
Donk.
cash. Can see that Spirit are
Eshitdimi
very
yoki sezdimi?
cognizant, and it's
Boost
Donk. He's
bo'layotganini.
just
Nima deb
waiting. He's
o'ylaysan?
ready. He, you know, it's
Tayyor
you
turibdi kimdir
have to
boostdan
come
chiqib
out
keladigan bo'lsa
and
tutib olishga.
if you can get past Donk here in mid, I mean, the journey's not over there because you also have obviously Magic there in for support on the white box position.
He's got another HE as well, Magix, and Donk still has a HE also.
Va Magix
Have a big part to play in
o'zi
how
50
this
HP bo'ldi,
develops.
lekin bergan HPsi
Really
umumiy
trying to
9
do
ikkita
damage in that
igrokka.
position. Not too much done just yet, really. Magix has been the
Jacob.
recipient. We'll see how that one develops though, because that will be important.
Mana
What's
bir
the next
smoke
step here
urgan
for
edi.
FaZe? They've got a lot of numbers towards B.
Yeah, just sending it straight
Donk
to B.
57
Donk's
HP
already
bilan
in
qolmoqda va
position.
Jacobda
How
birinchi
he'll
kill
go
bor.
down
Zontik
very
Miraslar
quickly.
bitta kill amalga oshirib berdi. Jacob uni ham rasmiy qilib bera
Again,
oldi.
delivering, as we did see on Dust as well.
Juda chalg'itib o'ynashdi
Now
bu
BTP
raundda.
stuck
Vo
behind
Magic
Strimlarni.
shaglar orqali eshitib
Take down
J-Bonni
one,
minus
I think
qilib
they're in the
bermoqda.
footsteps there to take advantage, but the bomb should be planted momentarily. But 3v3
Yaxshi
retake,
eshitdilar ekan.
a
3
single
ga 3
smoke
vaziyat
hit
va
for
retake
Spirit on
qilishga
that
harakatlar
retake.
boshlanmoqda.
Let's see what they can do with it.
A kits on Magix.
Magic'da diffuse kit bor.
Do they risk losing everything? How confident do they feel about this?
Birinchi smoke tashlab
That's the last
berildi.
piece of util.
Tnir timinglarda hozir Jacobni yo'q qilib berishga tayyor.
Jacob maybe giving some sound cues
Va
to the
Jacob
player
ham
on
sekinlik bilan
defense.
sayda kirib olgan. Bu yerda
Posting up to
Jacob
drop
ko'p
Magix,
damage qabul
gets
qilib
his
oldi,
bell
lekin
run
Magic'ni minus qildi.
Tnir
Smoke ichida
fancies
Tnir
that
tomonidan
one.
yo'q qilindi u
Shiro's
ham.
picked up the kit that
Diffuse
was
kitni
dropped by
qo'liga
Magix.
oladi bu yerda Shiro.
But again, they need to be given something
Vaqt
here
tobora
by
kamay
FaZe.
bormoqda
Really
va bitta
good
minus
for this
topildi.
one.
Netyu bilan birga bir clutch MK qo'lga olingan va Shiro Spiritning 3-raundini ta'minladi. Retake amalga oshdi, ulguradi bemalol diffuse bo'lishiga hisob esa 3-0.
HP, it couldn't have been much closer than that. FaZe, at least they wiped out all the weapons, but
FaZe
there's a
up.
decent amount of economy left here for Spirit, so they're not going to be sweating that too much.
Olmayapti.
so difficult to stop the team here. You know, you can see Donk had such a good read as to exactly how to position. After mid was taken away from him, he instantly rotated off onto the B defense. So it seemed like Spirit had a good read as to what that round meant
Uylaninglar shuning uchun. Sizlar ham Flashmaster o'qiytasizlar keyin.
And they just barely defend. You can see the disappointment there on the face of the FaZe players.
That's a really rough.
4-chi round boshlandi.
I think that frag through the smoke was the difference maker.
Donk
from Magic's.
Moltovdan ko'proq HP
Again, pay attention to the HE usage. I'm sure the timing
mana bu
will
utility
change
twist
for Spirit.
bergan.
Indeed it does, as I say
qayishkadan esa
that's going
unaqa
to be a
foyda
problem
bo'lmadi.
for FaZe to continue to deal with. But again, one play surviving for Spirit. The plant allows
Bu
the rifles
o'yindan
to come through
keyin
for FaZe.
Mouse bilan
And if they can keep that
Astralis
plant, then
o'yini
they
bor.
will surely break them eventually.
Ikkinchi yarim final bo'ladi.
Now Spirit have to wonder, and what is happening for FaZe? We still haven't seen any of those mid takes coming on in. And Spirit are not aggressive anywhere. They don't have A main control. They don't have
Ikkinchi match
B
boshlanganligi
main
haqida
control.
xabar
So Spirit are in the
tashlamoqmiz.
dark completely at the moment.
Telegram
As far as
kanaliga.
they're concerned, this could be a pop to one of the sites.
I wonder if the attitude changes when the AWP comes out. Both sides lacking one for now. FaZe really have to deliver on this round. After only one player standing for Spirit.
Donk.
They may still have a buy the next round regardless,
Donk
but again, they've got to get the engine started
Donk
now. Donk able to avoid the flashes, willing to stand his ground.
berdi. Double kill qilishga esa chekin qo'yib bermadi, lekin Zontik skor bilan chiqib razmen amalga oshirib berdi va Zontikdan double kill. Miroslav 3-1 qildi-da. 4-2 vaziyatda qolib ketdi FaZe jamoasi a'zolari. Frozen qiyinchilik bilan Magic'ni yo'q qilgan bo'lsa, J-Bone 40 HP shunchaki Moltovdan yeb olmoqda. MK qo'lga olingan, bomba esa midda tushib qolgan. 15 soniya atrofida vaqt tinchgina save qilishni tanlashadi.
Really changing the timing of this round. I think really hoping that Spirit would have gotten aggressive somewhere, but Spirit just seemed also very ready for a pace switch up.
They have to save, obviously, here, FaZe. Spirit know that too. The quest is just too much to ask. Oh, Jabone
Tinir vaqtdan keyin J-Bone o'ldirib ketmoqda. Pul yo'q, $150 pul bilan o'tdi keyingi raundga J-Bone.
What a tough spot for FaZe. This is a disastrous start for the squad. Again, that was a retake they could not allow to be successful.
Yeah, they kind of, it feels like with the stage weapon on Frozen that they kind of have to force
They're not getting the frags here, FaZe.
Yeah.
Jabone and Twist, Frozen and Natu, between the four of them, have got 2 frags in the 4 rounds we've had so far.
Yeah, and given that we
Time out. Like'larni bosmaymiz. Art, assalomu alaykum. Yaxshimisiz? Charchamaysizmi? Biroz sog'larsiz, yaxshimi? Donat uchun rahmat.
They've got the AKs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's problematic. So far, it feels like Spirit are reading them very effectively. And if you're Spirit preparing for this matchup, this is the one map that you're going to be preparing for, and it's the one map that you're going to have the most data on against FaZe. So you can see that so far, you know, the game plan for Spirit working out very well on the CT side.
5-chi round boshlandi.
I don't think they had chain flashes for Donk's position. I think it was just the one flash that was coming his way, which he easily avoided and just won the duel because Donk. So that might be something that FaZe can pick up on for future rounds. But again, they can ill afford anything. Their AWP has got $150 in this round.
Keyingi round ham bechora faqat scout ola oladimi deyman-da. Kim yutadi deb o'ylaysiz turnirda?
0-5-0 to 6-1.
Spiritda shans ko'p. Bir 65% shans Spiritda bor-da.
Position is good, but you've got to win those duels as well.
Mouse kuchliroq, menimcha Astralisdan ko'ra.
Okay, over the top they go. Donk on the other end
Mouse
again,
bilan
just
Spirit
hungry
finalni ko'rsak
for the
kerak.
multi-kills here. As the AK as well.
Oh,
no!
I guess you got to make it a little bit harder for Donk.
It's a false flag operation.
Donk portlatishmoqchi bular.
And out they go. Flash easily dodged again by Donk.
Donk.
Some damage though.
Mid agressiya va flash, anti-flash turib berdi. Donk bitta line-up turib kelishdan. Donkdan double kill, Shiro esa Jacobni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Bu yerda Tinir hammasini eshitib turibdi. Tinir hamda Shirodan navbatdagi killlar hisob esa 5-0.
And again, J-Bone dying after time in that previous round. It really hurts because
hujumda 4 ta round olsa,
I know it's an eco round.
FaZe'da shans bor.
Bu
map o'z foydasiga hal qilib ketishga. Kamida 4 yutish kerak. Ana Donk ekrandan ko'ramiz.
they've got to adapt to
Bitta
that.
mishkani
They've
bo'lsa
got to
qarasa
have some
2
chain
qilyapti.
flashes because there's no reason for him to leave. He wins those duels. If he can see he wins those duels, he sees that flash coming. There's no chain flash behind it. So I don't think he's feeling terribly challenged in that position.
6-chi raund boshlandi. Darresbek, Azizbey, assalomu alaykum Samarqanddan. Spirit qassa xursand bo'lardim deydilar Azizbey, unaqa demang. Sizni fikringiz lekin bu albatta fikrni qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz hammasini danatchi rahmat. Lekin hozir haytni tayyor qilib ketishim
With Magic's on 9 HP towards B, FaZe do have a lot more to work
Uni
with
uchun
in
ol qila
this
olmaydi.
position, but Tinir's getting active.
Lekin mana bu yerda Tinir hozir orqadan aylanib boradi. 4-4 vaziyat, Magix low qolgan. J-Bone esa Tinirda o'qidi pozitsiyasini. J-Bone o'qidi buni.
But J-Bone's got that spatial awareness. That's really important.
Twist.
But still, Spirit have got Shiro creeping in this position.
Shiro o'ng tomonni check qilmaydi.
I'm not sure if any of the action in A main was heard.
Netyu ishini ochib shunchaki Shironi otib tashlasa ulgurmaydi Shiro hattoki.
Somewhat surrounding the B bomb sites at present now.
Mana endi ulguradi bemalol.
He's got info on Shiro. That's a really scary angle to hold versus an AWP.
Va Zontix Frozen'ni minus qilib beryapti. Bu yerda Twist esa low qolgan Magixni yo'q qilib berdi. Zontix ham 22 HP bilan qolmoqda. Bomba J-Bone'ning qo'lida. Va Agar rotatsiya qilib yuborishdi ular.
J-Bone does have a smoke here he can put down for the cross. So even though Shiro's on this
O'tib biladimi, ha,
position,
J-Bone? Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Yoki smoke bilan o'tadimi tinchgina?
Smoke is going to create the safety though. There we go.
Na, smoke siz o'tolmasdi.
20 seconds for the plant, so they'll be good on that one.
Miss shot Twist tomonidan Shiro yo'q qilib berildi. Zontix esa save qilib qoladi, 3 kishiga qarshi bormaydi. Twistda triple kill bu raundda. Hisob 5-1 ko'rinishga yetib keladi. Qiz qonuni.
Yeah, I love Twist's role for his squad. He's really in the trenches for FaZe and doing great work, great minds to have in that position. So the fight back continues. It starts rather for FaZe. A very late start, late entrance into this first half on their pick of Cash. We expect so much from them. They've been the ones to watch as far as this map is concerned. They've got a lot of work to
bitta krossovka modeldan 10 15
clear out
top
that
qo'ygan.
CT
Qayerdan
money.
olasiz? Pul ko'p bo'lsa Donkda.
But again, I think
Soqqan soqqa
Donk in that short
uryapti.
position, as they continue to contest mid, it's going to be an important one to solve.
Netyu Zontixga ham save qilishga qo'yib bermayapti.
Shiro's got one of the better spawns for the CTs. So let's see what he does with his AWP. But again, I think that's an important moment, J-Bowen winning that frag. A, so they can win the round, but also so they can just confirm what the CTs are up to. They're going to try and take some space away from you. And there's Shiro again with one of the best spawns heading over towards B on this occasion.
Shiro
Yeah, got the
full buy qilishda bemalol pul yetadi Team Spiritda, lekin keyingi raund qiynalib qolishlari mumkin ular.
Maybe switch something up here, but
Mana shunaqa ekonomikalar nima bo'ladi bilasizlarmi? Endi oldindan taxmin qilmang, agar phase round bo'ladi, men bir ikkita igrok Spiritni save qiladi deb o'ylayman.
This time, I'm not sure if they've got players boosted once more phase. Perhaps responding to the aggression we saw in
Lucifer
A-main in the round
Spirit
prior.
yutkazsa sochimni kal qilib
There will be that exchange of
tashlayman.
grenades.
Biroq siz topolmaymiz keyin yutqizadigan bo'lsa
yeah, just
Spirit.
keeping the attention in mid here whilst J-Bone gets active in A main, like you
Yaxshi
said.
qayerga yetib kelmoqda. Jacob 47 HP bilan qoladi. J-Bone esa Tinirni minus qilib berdi. J-Bone ishlarini boshladi yo. Endi ikkinchi kill ekan hali. Endi kill qilishni boshladi deb aytsak to'g'riroq bo'lardi. Bu yerda hali Magix bor, Donk ham pozitsiya egallab olgan. Yana yetib kelishdi yordamga. Jacob 1 HP bilan tirik qoladimi? Yo'q, Donk va Magixdan birinchi minuslar. 4-3 vaziyat. Twist. O'tolmayapti. Boshini yashirdi va Magix double kill.
Oh no, FaZe. It looks so good on the entry.
J-Bone razmenda va endi 3 kishiga qarshi raundni davom ettirishga to'g'ri keladi. Sakrab qochganini qarang buni. Yaxshi banning hop qiliblar ekan, lekin orqasidan Shiro yetib kelganini biladimi u?
Maybe trying to catch somebody in pursuit, but Spirit know better than that.
Shiro egallab oldi. Hech qayerga qocha olmaydi endi u. 15 soniya atrofida vaqt. Magix pick qilib ko'rdi. Va Magix orqaga qaytgan J-Bone'ni kechirmaydi. O'zi uni quvlashni boshlayapti chunki. Magixdan headshot 6-1 hisob.
A tough one for FaZe. Again, they had the util, they had the smokes up all over the place, but it just didn't cross to the site. Magic's hard to kill, as he often is.
Xeytga tayyorman, Mehrizbek aka deydilar. Donat uchun rahmat Azbek.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great round from phase 2, you know, building off of the mid conditioning that they have had so far. Owen gets the AWP, they set up a pick for him, he gets the pick. They try to explode into the site and it just doesn't work out. Very, very hard for CT side from Spirit right now.
It's tough because you can get you can get smokes and other things onto Magic's position.
8-chi round bizda.
It can also telegraph your intentions if you're waiting for that to land and pop.
Yeah.
FaZe able to muster a buy though. But you can see the stress levels are already high. Frozen 1 for 6 so far on that T side. He was a focus from the desk in that first game.
Va Netyu bitta minus tinir esa Netyuni razmen qilib bera oldi.
There are worse positions to be in for FaZe.
Yeah, this is interesting because there's a lot of time to get a reset on the CT rotation. And again, in spots like this, the CTs either stack or they're going to push A main or B main for info. That's oftentimes what happens. Mid often gets given up.
What timing?
And if you look
Donk.
at scale into
What
mid,
Jacob headshot Donk.
Jacob finds it, perfect timing.
4-3 vaziyatda qolib ketishmoqda Team Spirit kamchiligida.
Off to B. So how do you read where the remaining players are for the Spirit side here? Looks like they'll be walking up the short position.
Easy kill.
One player on the side.
Nico. Voy, sal qoldi ya.
Completely caught.
Nico time bo'lib qolardi bo'lmasa Twistda. Orqadan o'tchancha qiyinda Deagle'da.
Good spread for the squad. There is an
Ko'rdilar, orqadan qaragan payti otolmadik. Bitta o'ziga qaragan payt boshiga tegib qoldi. Twist ko'ziga qaragan paytda boshiga o'tdi Twist. Lekin orqasidan o'tchancha qiyin modelkan.
Encouraged to save on this occasion. Can see Tanir's got bad money, Magic's as well. They won't be hunting FaZe players on this.
Save qiladi Zontix hamda Shiro.
As much of a struggle as it has been for FaZe.
Hujumdagi ikkinchi raundi bu FaZe'ni.
Knocks for them with what remains in this half.
Something that's interesting too as well, James, is that we've seen FaZe, you know, not really get many afterplants. I mean, one of the most successful ones that they had, that they'd still lost, obviously they only have 2 rounds now, was that afterplant on B. And we haven't really seen, you know, the fast splits into B, or much in the way of, you know,
Telegramdan tashlayman agar yutkazsa deydi. Telegramdan siz hozir tashlab qo'ying. Hozir siz kal bo'lsangiz, Spirit yutqizgandan keyin ham masalan prosta oddiy rasmga tushib tashlasangiz biz qayerdan bilamiz?
I'm curious if FaZe will start just, you know, peppering in some B plays now.
FaZe's recent history is so good on this map. 74% T round win. 68
Timeoutlar olindi. Timeout bo'ldimi? Like'larga bir check qilib qo'yamiz. Like'larni bosib qo'yishda ayni paytda degani.
We'll see what it looks like.
700 kishi like bosmasdan tomosha qilib turgan ekan bizdan. Telefonda ko'rayotgan bo'lsangiz, shuni yana ovoragarchilik bo'lmasa agar chiqib bitta like bosib qo'ysangiz bo'ldi.
Better spawns for the CT side. His options are available to him. Went to B last time, had a go at checkers. We'll see where he chooses to go this time.
Yani ikkinchi ekranda boshqa ish qilib turgan bo'lsangiz parallel ko'ravermayman.
Zontix heading over towards B and Shiro will be over towards A. So I do wonder. I'm kind of waiting for that ball to get posted up once again. Speaking of
Magic's tutib olmoqda.
Magic's is dropped very, very early. Focusing on the CT spawn and Jabone had one for himself.
Yeah, he had a great timing there. Just catches the rotate across onto the white box. Classic cash stuff there, but Donk has gone aggressive under the boost here. So although he's going to be left alone here, so he's not going to get boosted up.
Kecha 3-chi kartda kompyuter Perzagrusga berib o'rgan. O'sha streamni davom ettirish iloji bo'lmadi, shuning uchun yo'q o'tirmadim-ki.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. Spirit feel spread very thin at present. Difficult to get into aggressive spots. They've got a 2-man setup over towards B with Zontix and Shiro.
Hozir Azbek o'qiymiz buni.
Sal ko'proq. Very strong spot for them. Minutes on the clock and they get active.
Yeah, the fake here onto the B side, bomb towards A, and there's only one player towards A. It's already the weak side here, so Spirit, they're going to have those extra players kept entertained for longer. But Donk seems to have a great...
Yana Tanir va bu yerda Tanir Netyu tomonidan o'tib tashlanmoqda. Donk keldi yordamga Donk. Razmen qilib ber oldi bu kill uchun. Twist esa Donkni keyingi raundga jo'natdi. 4-2 vaziyat. Zontix hamda Shiro yana save qilishadi katta ehtimollik bilan, chunki Jacob yaxshigina pozitsiya egallab bo'lgan bu yerda. Frozen Zontixni yo'q qilib berdi. Eng so'nggi yo'q AWP Shiro. Qaysi tomonga chiqmasin, uni quvlashadi baribir.
FaZe building now, and again this is a very important round for them. Spirit are lacking by every measure now. Really must hold on to
Jacobdan Shiroga headshot. 6-3.
Game on for FaZe.
And they're back here. They're definitely back, and a lot of it has come off the back of creating these openings. J-Bone obviously gets that timing on mid. Going to be able to see it here. This is, again, just catch and moving across the white box. If you got the best spawn, you're able to do that.
Vintage.
And then we're starting to see some of the individuals, especially Twist. He's been a consistent player here, I think, with these impactful kills in this game so far. And now it's just the pistols for Spirit.
Oh, I was going to say, guess what, Dan? Spirit's sure has got a great spawn, but guess what, Dan? He's only got a USP.
10-chi round boshlandi.
They've been looking for building towards. So they've got a good spread. They're looking for aggression from the CT side. They've got every angle covered. You can see Jabone posted up on Squeaky Door. Angles towards B, mid, A main, everything covered.
Trying to see if they like that.
Frozen. Son ikkisi minus qilib bermoqda.
If the CTs had a setup
Full echo round. Bu degani Faze'da easy 4-chi round bor. Uje minimum vazifani bajardi Faze'da ekan.
Nice. There we go.
Frozen'da double kill. O'zi biror tigroga KD'da emasda. Qanaqa qilib round yutib yuribdi bu komanda?
Timing to try to check mid. Spirit don't know what's going on. They've shown a lot of fakes here, so you can never be super confident. But starting to get into position. But this feels dangerous, James. Bomb is actually going back towards mid now. And maybe it's going to be a B. FaZe have been so good on these
fakes. Donk, J-Bone'ga headshot. Net Tinierni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Magix hamda Donk tirik qolishgan hozircha. Birga o'ynash kerak tayminglar bo'yicha. Magix tekshirilmaydi va hech bo'lmaganda ikkita collection save qilib qolishlari mumkin endi.
Rescued by Magic, so it's too far away. That AK could certainly come in handy.
AWP aytgancha J-Bone
AWP as well. Now that is unfortunate.
Mana bu save ham zo'r, aytganchadan to'qmay qoldimi? Mayli, bu round o'tgancha.
I kind of again, it kind of sucks that you're giving away so much here for
Bezbekga Faze'da kamil qilishi yo'rgan qo'li Facebook
blokasiga kelgandan keyin
and that's the most important part. Frozen'dan muxlisa deydilar.
I think these rounds are kind of dangerous.
Samarqandda Frozen o'zini muxlislar bor. Nima sababdan?
It's hard to kind of figure out where the stack is.
Hattam
you can't just carpet bomb everything with nades, but let's see if any of these guns actually might be dealt with. I don't know, it looks very difficult for Frozen. Can he find it?
No, hard to see.
He can't. Yeah, it's a great position.
Barber o'zini pick qilgan kartasi. Shuning uchun ham mana o'zi 4 ta round olgandan keyin men 3 ta map ko'ramiz deb o'ylab turibman.
Donk as well.
Lekin aytib bo'lmaydi hech narsani oldindan. Shuning uchun biz shu o'yinda momentida ko'rib boramiz.
Will there be any impact to these collected weapons? We'll see. But again, barely a lifeline for FaZe the way this one started, but they have certainly got themselves back into the action.
11-chi round boshlandi.
See if they can close things out with a tight score at half time then.
J-Bone's setting up the pop flash there outside of
Magix.
the mid position, very fast, scaling on in. Magix in the sandbags position.
Magix hech kim tekshirmayapti. Ikki Magixda double kill. Donk esa J-Bone yo'q qilib berdi. Midda juda chiroyli o'ynab berdi. Spirit jamoasi.
So laser focused on short. They're always on short, but what timing for Magix to stand by the sandbags.
Tinier. Twist.
Crippling the rounds.
Tinier double kill. Boostni ko'rdi va ikkita igrokni ham o'zi yo'q qilib tashlamoqda.
Feeling of emptiness after that one. A gifted round.
Chiroyli chiqib kelindi. Bu FaZe o'zini xatosi yaxshi check qilmagani, fursatdan esa Magix hamda Donk unumli foydalanishdi.
Oh man. You hate to see moments like that. Here it is. No
one checking.
Nothing. Oh man, it's painful to see for FaZe after such good work, such diligence, such attention.
12-chi round boshlandi. Bu rounddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashib olishadi.
J-Bone had a good spawn towards mid there and was able to get a leg onto Donk, jumping over towards short.
Zontixga qarab kelishmoqchi, ya'ni B ga hujum. Lekin patchga hali tashlab ketilgan. Twist.
Good damage. It's going to make Donk feel less confident to get active in the early stages of this round.
Frozen uchun deydi. Azbey, Danatli uchun katta rahmat sizga ham.
FaZe playing another slow one here, and if they could catch a pick in this position for J-Bone,
Frozen lekin ozgina o'yini kelmayapti. 4 kill, 7 marta o'lgan. Yana bir hayashga o'tib bersa, lekin Zontixga agar chuqurroq hayashga o'tib berilsa, ahvol ancha og'irlashadi. 55 soniya atrofida vaqt qolmoqda. Donk 16 HP va Jaybon Zontixni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Tinier midda va Tinier yaxshigina shans bor Tinierda. Netyu tomonidan urib tushirildi u. 5-3 vaziyatda qolib ketishdi. Donk qilgan killga Twist javob qaytarmoqda tezkorlik bilan va Magic Twistni yo'q qilib berdi, lekin Frozen unga juda ham yaqin. Frozen razmenda eng so'nggi igrok Shiro 3 kishiga qarshi. Qo'lida esa Kalashnik va Shironi Frozen turibdi. Frozen Wallbanglar orqali damage'lar va Frozendan headshot. 7-5 hisob bilan o'tamiz keyingi bo'limga.
We're here with FaZe Clan, we're with Twist, J-Bone. Let's just get into this, okay? How do you guys think the online
FaZe
portion of this event
Esports.
went?
Yeah, on a team level, the individual performance went pretty good for the players, and also the team performance was pretty solid. Our games were relatively very simple.
Twizamdagi legenda
and,
igrokda.
yeah, felt good to qualify.
J-Bone,
Yubish,
I think
yomon
when
emas.
you put on the FaZe jersey, changes the pressure from
Pistolet
being
round
an academy player.
e'tibor qaratamiz
Have
endi
you
to'liq.
felt that when you're playing some of these matches?
I think the pressure is like mainly from myself.
Как раз vaqt bor edi. Narsa qilib qo'ymoqchi edim. 3 minut vaqtimiz bor ekan.
Like the
Kirib o'zimni inventarim to'g'rilab oladi.
from me.
Kazikuzagi. Yana aytgancha o'ynaymiz mana shu map tugagandan keyin kompyuter tayyor qilib qo'yiladi. Duels ochamiz. Duelda. Skinlar. Kolleksiyalar kerak menga. Hamjamiyatning kolleksiyalari. Azizbey, nice Frozen deydilar. Yaxshi o'ynab berdi Frozen oxirgi raundda double kill bilan. Rahmat ana shu. Azizbey oq setup qilmoqchiman. Oq. Shama. Nomaddan zerikkanman-da o'zgina. Yo tillo rangda o'ynab ko'ramizmi bir? Ay oq setup. YT deb qo'yamiz. Kolleksiyani nusxaladik va mana YT mana shu kolleksiyada o'ynaymiz. Asosiy kolleksiya bu o'zimniki. Men YT da o'ynayman. Oppoq setup. Pichoqni o'zgartirib olishim kerak edi lekin. Falchion, klassik, flip knife. Oq bormi, oq rang? Давай yashil. Bo'l, chotki.
Diabolical, yeah, it was diabolical.
Hamma skinlarda
At the end of the
ekanman.
day, it is what it is.
Bemalol.
I think taking on the challenge
Kazik
instantly
kirib,
and kind of
skin changerdan foydalansangiz
welcoming
bo'ladi.
the
O'zini
rebuild and looking
nimalarga,
forward to
serverlarda
the
ishlatasiz.
future of FaZe. I
Любой
think
skin.
it's created a lot of hunger in the team.
For the bounty, what's your guys' team expectation?
I think team expectation is semifinals. I would say finals, and then we can think about what it takes to really get the trophy. So yeah, I think we have realistic expectations for us this event. We definitely want to beat whoever we pick into the game that we play. Yeah, I think we're hungry as a team.
Ketdik.
Bitten off more than they can chew here against Spirit. A 5-7 scoreline going into the second half. The CT side of Cash, a map in which FaZe have been so successful with this roster of late. But here it's the greatest test now as we kick off.
13 round boshlandi.
I think FaZe could really do with winning this pistol. Would be a great stimulus package for them.
Donk.
Otherwise, things will get
Va bu
even
yerda
harder.
J-Bone
Everyone
headshot.
starts as he means to
Zontix min
proceed.
qilib
FaZe
berilmoqda.
at present. Good
Netyu.
average of frags on the FaZe side with that.
Yolg'iz
comeback
A'dagi
they
igrok
made in
Netyu.
the first half, but there's
Stak
more work
bo'lib
to do.
B'ga turib olishgan. Netyu yashashga harakat qilib ko'radi. Tinierda chiqishini kutmoqda u. O Netyu Donkni min qilgan bo'lsa, Shiro razmin qilib bera oldi bu killga. 4-3 vaziyat bomba. Magic tomonidan o'ratilmoqda, retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'riladi.
But he's got the smoke for the retake here. FaZe with some options.
Yeah, he's got teammates with him also.
Smoke tashlandi. Twist'da diffuse hit bor, shuning uchun shoshmayapti. Frozen'ni rotatsiyasini kutishadi ular. Shiro va Magic Jacob'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda, lekin Frozen'ni o'qishmayapti-da. Va Shiro esa J-Bonni yo'q qilib oldi. Frozen kirib keldi. Frozen! Double kill bor uning hisobida. Trinersni 2 ga 1 qilashda va bu yerda Twist tomonidan Trinir otib tashlandi. Qoch diffuse hitim bor edi.
And that will be the round secured. That has got to be a must win for FaZe, and they have succeeded.
Orqadan o'qishmadi Lurker Frozen'ni.
As well, who honestly, all in all, hasn't been having the best series. So for him to really be the one to step up there, and you could see the urgency because he needed to make sure that his position was unknown the entire time. His team is trying to hold on and buy time for him to get this flank off. This was just such a small margin of timing, and then the high-low setup is the classic way to finish off the 2v1. FaZe, you'd love to see it from them. 6-7 now. They just have to deal with the force buy. And would you look at that? How much utility and weaponry
force buy qilindi.
That
Hujum
is a
o'tayotgan Team
team
Spirit
with a plan,
tomonidan.
a menacing plan.
Zontix.
Two CTs over towards B. It's going to be a longer rotation for the other FaZe players. From short, having to go maybe make a risky play through mid if they head towards the vent. Spirit closing the distance.
Va bu yerda Zontix Frozen yo'q qilib bermoqda. Jacob va Twist hamda Jacobdan navbatdagi minuslar. Magic esa Jacobni yo'q qilgandan so'ng bemalol bombani o'rnatishga sharoit yaratib berdi-yu. J-Bone Heaven. J-Bone o't olmayapti. Molotov vaqtida foydalanildi. Spirit jamoasi tomonidan Trinir esa Netyuni yo'q qilmoqda. Sayt to'liq egallanib bo'lingan hamda 3-2 vaziyat smoklar bilan qoplab qo'yildi. Twist'da diffuse hit bor. J-Bone yana bir bora harakat qilib ko'radi.
It doesn't look good here. J-Bone is going to fall away and Twist. You know, he's going to be able to catch anyone who tries to punish the first steps, but they give it up.
You can see him shaking his head. Absolutely disastrous.
Well, safe.
Many will argue that it's worse to win the pistol
Force
and
by
then
ketmoqda
lose
Spirit.
with a full reset
8-6
for
hisob.
CT side on that second round. They avoid that at the very least, but it ain't looking good. Let's not forget that retake we saw in a similar scenario from Spirit in the first half, which will probably make that feel even worse.
The Tech 9, it's just, it's a menace. It's illegal, James.
It's a hard round to lose.
Yeah, that's. I feel like everyone I think is feeling that. Everyone who's played Counter
15-chi round boshlandi.
His crosshair was looking good.
Oh, heartbreaking moments here from for FaZe.
Magics.
They do have the couple safe rifles. They have forced around it. Deagles, some utility.
J-Bone.
And Spirit, they're going to just go for a hit onto the A site. J-Bone.
A'ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishmoqda. Bu raundda Team Spirit a'zolari 3 kishi bo'lib aniq himoya qilishadi. Netyuda qayerishga bor ekan, razve qilib bermoqda va Twist uchun shans, lekin hech kim ko'rinmaydi. O'y, Twist o'lib ketib qoldi bu fursatda. Bizga J-Bone ko'rsatib turgan. J-Bone ham qiyin holatda. J-Bone Shiro tomonidan tutib olindi. Netyuning yolg'iz o'zi Deagle'da highlight qilishga harakat qiladi va Donkni minus qilib beryapti bu ham. Voy, Netyu double. Netyu triple kill Deagle'da. Netyu. Va Netyu Trinirga damishlarni qarang. Vo, Deagle'larda round yutib ketishmoqda. FaZe Sports fantastic round o'tkazishdi.
He's like, oh my god, guys, I did enough on Dust 2. It wasn't enough, but we can win this map, and by God, we're going to do it. The Deagle coming in. Insane stuff there, and that is going to just breathe life into the team right now.
Mana bu Shiroga tekkan o'qqa lekin 5 ketdi mana. Volbang bilan. Qaranglar. Vum. Voy.
And they get to finish it off too, James. It wasn't in vain.
My words. Exactly what they needed. Talk about a shot of adrenaline.
4-ga 1 qilasiz emasmi?
We're back. FaZe are back into this match right now. But Spirit certainly has something to say about it. Donk has the AK-47, the singular AK. Might be a test, might be a headshot. Ready for
Donk. J-Bone yo'q qilib berdi, lekin o'zi atiga 4 HP bilan tirik qaytmoqda. Kalashni maqsadcha boshqa игрокка berish kerak Donk. Trinirga berib o'zi Deagle'da harakatlansa. Xuddi shunaqa. Zontix bilan almashib olishdi.
So aggressive.
Zontix esa bu kalashni realizatsiya qilib bermoqda. Jacob yo'q qilinmoqda. 5-3 vaziyatda qolib ketishgan. Frozen Zontixni uchirib yubordi bombada. O'zi esa 4 HP bilan ortga qaytishga majbur.
They only hear Frozen's footsteps falling back. Do they think there's a window for them to push B here? Hard to do with the smoke up.
Shiro as well, he's in such a good spot to hear information. This is not look good for FaZe. Right now, I mean, they're going to need some luck on their side. Not just the 3 versus 4, but with Frozen, best weapon, 4 HP, he's stuck in vent.
Kalashda
and look how
twistga berish menimcha to'g'ri qaror bo'lsa kerak. Frozen o'lib ketadi hozir, moltni tashlamoqchi chunki. Ha, bo'ldi, Frozen yondi bu yerda. Magix moltni zo'r tashlab berdi. Twist hamda Net'lar tirik qolishgan va save qilishga qarab jo'nashyapti. Bular pistolet bilan round yutib, full way bilan round yutqizib qo'yishar ekan. Shiro ko'rdi, bo'ldi, save bo'layotgani haqida ham informatsiya yetkazadi. Spirit esa o'rtadagi farqni 2 taga oshirib qo'ymoqda.
Yeah, the high energy, the energy injection from the previous round. It's all gone in a moment. Donk hitting that initial headshot onto J-Bo, and you had the right idea. FaZe had the right idea. Pushing B aggressively with the rifles. I think it was a great reaction. But the problem is against Team Spirit is that they hit really hard.
Va ketdi sevgi.
Bitta
o'q otilgan ekan MKda o'zi.
It's not over just yet, James. We've got a couple rifles saved there for the CT side. They could absolutely try to force buy around it. I don't know if they would like to do that. One more save and they will have a buy. That would be Spirit on 10 rounds.
Shu mapda Spirit yutib ketadigan bo'lsa, keyingi o'yin, ya'ni ikkita mapda o'yin tugaydigan bo'lsa, keyingi o'yin taxminan 30 daqiqa, 35 daqiqalik pauzadan so'ng boshlanadi. Chunki mana bitta joydagi turnir, bitta kompyuterda, masalan, Donk o'tirgan kompyuterga mousedan yoki asraysan kimdir kelib o'tiradi. Shuning uchun jamoalar o'rin almashib olganda taxminan Steam akkauntiga kirib, joylashib bo'lishigacha ozgina vaqt kerak, 30-35 daqiqa atrofidagi farq bilan boshlanadi.
We'll not forget that for a while, but there's more work to be done. They'll have to think about that later when all is said and done.
O'zi vaqt bo'yicha 18:30, 18:00 larda boshlanib qolishi mumkin.
How this buy is looking, they are going to force around those rifles after all.
I mean, it actually kind of makes a lot of sense because Spirit don't have that much economy. If they get reset now, that is FaZe's way to get momentum back into this half and to send it all the way to the finish. So it makes a lot of sense they're doing this. J-Bo posted in Sandbag's position. He gets
twist.
No.
Save qilingan MKda.
I thought on the HUD there that his health went
Magix.
He's fine, James.
Frozen.
Not much to work with. Frozen should drop his smoke to his teammate if he's going to be up in that boost spot.
Zontix yaqin kelib olgan, lekin ikkita igrok bu yerda Zontixni qiynab qo'yadi. Boost olishgan ular. J-Bo'ning pozitsiyasiga ham molf tashlab berildi va J-Bo'ni ko'rishdi, Donkdan headshot qabul qilib olmoqda. J-Bo'n middagi igrok ham qo'shdi ortga. Donk solo midni egallashni boshladi. Uning qarama-qarshida Net'yu. Voy, Donkdan yaxshi reaksiya, Net'yuga ham headshot.
That's kind of how it works when you go up against Donk.
Force buy qilishgan deya bu raundda. Jacob esa Zontix sudada Twist Donkni razmen qilib bermoqda. 3-3 holat. Twist double kill. Twist triple qilishiga Magix qo'yib bermadi. 2-2 vaziyat, bomba o'rnatiladi va hali qo'yilmadi bomba. Agar o'tirganda bomba o'rnatishga ko'p damage qabul qilib olishi mumkin-edi. Mana bu xayashga ham uni uchib ketishiga sabab bo'lardi shunda. Frozen'da 5-7 MK'ni oldi. Twistning MK'si uning qo'lida va reload ham qilishga ulgurmoqda bu yerda. Va Jacob turnirni yo'q qilib ketdi. Diffuse'ga Jacobning qo'lida bor. Frozen'ni ko'rishdi va Magix 2-1 clutch realizatsiya o'xshaydi yoki-da yo'q. Jacobga qarshi Molotofni plant ustiga tashlashni ayni vaqti edi. Magix Molikni shunchaki bombaga otish kerak edi. U haqida informatsiya bor edi chunki. Keyin ozgina vaqt tushsa bo'ldi edi. Endi 5-3 raund yutib ketyapti, ya'ni kamchilikda bo'lishiga qaramasdan FaZe Esports.
round is a given. And there we go, we get the remainder, especially Jacob to finish. Twist to get the openers, and Jacob to close.
Baribir ulgurardi. Keyin vaqt shu zarda.
Hop,
nima bo'lsa ham. 9-8 hisob.
Rifles here, Mac 10, Tech 9, lots of nades. This is going to be another very drama-filled round here that FaZe have to contest against.
J-Bone. Natyu.
Did they hear something? Oh, he's opening the door for his teammate.
Nice
setup
ochib
here
berdi Natyu J-Bone'ga.
And Spirit
Va
might want
miss
this to big
shot,
swing.
lekin bu yerda Natyu
Natyu,
ishonchli
but
o'ynadi.
it's
Frozen esa
expecting
Donkni
it.
yo'q qilmoqda.
It's a good start.
Zontix otilgan
Always
Hayashga
back.
J-Bone 3 ketishiga sabab bo'lmoqda. Twist yetib keldi orqadan. Twistni ham payqab qolishdi. Natyu navbatdagi kill Twist. Zontixni o'ldirgan Shiro qilingan killga Jacob javob qaytardi.
Natu's got so many big
Hisobni
impacts
tenglashtirmoqda
in this series
FaZe.
so far. Solid hold from FaZe towards the end.
Yeah, really great to see. And it's also very cool to see that Natu is able to play the position there as a CT that he is often playing as a T, because we saw him
Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'yamiz.
Very reliable pair of hands when needed.
1.5 mingga chiqarib qo'ydik
Very
like
important initial kills there from FaZe to stall out the momentum. 9-9, and it's a full save for Spirit. FaZe, they've been up against
19 round va full
resiliency
echo
is winning for them though right
Spirit'da.
now at least.
Two Desert Eagles, 3 Glocks.
Shunaqa.
An extended tech timeout, not tech timeout, an extended timeout for Spirit to absorb what FaZe have been doing.
J-Bone. Shironi yo'q qilib berdi.
The buy rounds to come.
Nimagadir bizga
What
Magic'ni
different looks have we shown?
ko'rsatishyapti.
How have they responded?
And Zontix with the only deagle now as the mid play comes in. Twist could be farming if they decide to go over the top, but they're going back into A main.
Donk's collected a deagle also.
Aha, yes, right.
1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt va J-Bone'ga deagle'da pick ko'ramiz hozir. Qani headshot. O'ta olmadi.
And he's able to get away with his life.
Zontix. Chiroyli highlight ham qilib berishi mumkin edi, lekin J-Bone ikkinchi shans bermaydi. Donkni ham yo'q qilib bermoqda J-Bone. Triple kill qilishga esa hozircha yo'l qo'yishgani yo'q. Natyu. Yo, Twist o'ldirgan ekan. Tilida headshot Natyuga. Tekkizadi. Yo'q, J-Bone'ning triple killi raundiga aylandi bu. FaZe jamoasi hisobda oldinga o'tib olishdi va mana endi full buyga qarshi full buy ko'ramiz.
Yeah, I was going to say that's exactly what I was thinking too. The pre-fire is the very most dangerous thing that you could possibly think of there.
Yeah, I mean once you're in the spot, yeah, it's set.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it's like an AWPer pulling out Flashbang or something. You're the AWPer. Go do the AWPing.
There is value to surviving though as well, because then they fear the repeak, so you kind of provide some stall.
He's got a
Ya
really
uchta emas, 4 to'ldi-da J-Bone.
The only AWP on the server, and he is going to be taking his good spawn over
Quadro
towards
bo'ldi
B.
adashmasam.
Maybe there's an engagement with Zontix to be had. Like how his teammates
Frozen.
gone through the smoke as well to keep the options open.
Going under boost too, they're getting active in this round. There's that
Jacob agressiv tarzda o'ynadi. 15 HP bilan tirik qolmoqda o'zida. 15 HP.
Spirit might get caught off guard by this.
It feels like
Twist. Mana bu boost qayerdan chiqdi bilmadim-ku, lekin Tinir o'qimadi Twistni pozitsiyasini.
Spirit now, it's their turn to be pulled pillar to post, their turn to be bullied, their turn to be dictated to by FaZe.
5ga 3 vaziyat.
Recovering themselves back into
Kamchiligida qolgan Spirit.
They've gotten the picks they needed. They forced Spirit to have to ship it all in onto
Jacob.
one of the 2 bomb sites. FaZe won't know which one it is, but they have fast response times because they're still 5 up.
Frozen. B'ga kirishga harakatlar boshlanadi. Shiro tomonidan smoke tashlab berildi. Jacob low, shuni ham unutmaslik kerak.
He's got frozen full support with the flashbang as well. They need to try and fit these numbers.
Va Jacob hamda Twistdan killar Shiro. Ace clutch qilishga to'g'ri keladi, no vaqt yetmaydi. Shuning uchun Kalashni olib save qilishga harakat qilgani yaxshiroq bo'ladi menimcha uning uchun. Frozen tomonidan tutib olindi. Deciderga o'tamizmi deyman Anubisga. Like bosmaganlar hali 1,5 ming qilamiz. 600 tadan ko'p kishi like bosmasdan ko'rib turgan ekan. Kelinglar, like'larni bosib qo'yinglar. Time out ham olib berdim mana Spirit like bosishimiz uchun.
Actually no bomb plant this time. And Spirit, they don't have money really, so this is going to be very awkward for Spirit now. And again, it's brave to, it's courageous to call the aggressive CT rounds in multiple spots at once when your opponent, if they just pick up a round there, punish your aggression, it's over. But it pays off for FaZe. Shows exactly, as you said, the read that they have for Cash now. The heads are really truly in the game right here.
Job's not done yet though, but they are in a very good position. 11 rounds on the board, Spirit on pistols, a half fight. They are dangerous. But again, FaZe must remain focused.
21 round boshlandi.
Not done yet.
Half buy qilingan Team Spirit tomonidan.
Tech9's always high threats.
Tech9lar, Deagle'lar bor.
Roaming with the AWP. A nasty surprise waiting for Spirits.
Really good positions on B from FaZe actually. It's not much util here. It's not going to get smoked out of the B side too
Yana
easily.
mid egallashga harakat qilib ko'radi Donk.
As the noise is made in
Frozen.
mid, you can see Spirit targeting that B play. And
B'ga
FaZe
harakat
should have the
kirish.
players in position to deal with this, but
1 daqiqadan ko'proq vaqt bor.
Is the biggest
Frozen.
danger.
Yeah, it's a good looking read from Twist, playing closer to that.
Raskidlar tashlab berildi va Frozen bu yerda birinchi minus Jacobdan ham qachon bor Magic razmerda Twist hamda Frozen muzlatdi hammani. Triple kill va 15 ga 10 kdda ketmoqda.
Again, J Bowen on the A bomb side, able to look all the way down into mid. We saw a smoke.
Map point.
A deep up short to maybe try and make FaZe nervous, but they hold position, they hold their pattern, they don't take the bait and wipe out the attempt on B. Game point FaZe.
Yeah, they're showing right now. This is why they picked this map.
Bitta o'sha Deagle'da olingan rounddan keyin uxladimi hamma
to
komanda.
study how they play this map because they really understand how it works. And
Hech kim
I mean,
uyg'ona
just
olmayapti
think
o'sha
of how
rounddan so'ng.
much disruption it took for them to get here as well. 12-9.
12-9 hisob va full buyga qarshi full buy.
What is the call here for FaZe? They've given up the A bomb site entirely in the opening right now.
Razve hech kim
Feels like a
ko'rilgani
very
yo'q.
long time since Shiro had an AWP, but yes, an interesting formation we're seeing here
Frozen.
from FaZe. Taking some liberties at the beginning of the round.
Keyingi birinchi mapda
They too
Spiritni
just having
kiyib
a passive
turdi,
spot
Spirit
towards
yutdi.
A main from the
Ikkinchi
carpet
mapda
position.
FaZe kiyib turgandi, mana
Waiting
FaZe ham
for
yutishga yaqin.
Spirit to make their play. Frozen.
Chunki
got
Frozen
very good
Zontixni
timing
qilib
onto
berdi.
Zontix.
Lurker o'ldirildi.
False sense of
Informatsiyalar ham
security.
yetarlicha bo'ladi.
And
3-chi
then
mapda
there
endi
were
yalang'och
four
o'tadi.
standing between FaZe and a third map of
Kiyimsiz
Anubis.
o'tiradi.
What is the move here from Spirit right now? FaZe are
Frozen.
pretty good to defend this. Great
Donkda
play
ham minus
behind
qilib
the
beryapti
smoke.
bu Frozen.
Again, now things
17
get
ga
more
10 eng
difficult
ko'p
here for
kill
Spirit.
qilgan
They
serverdagi
don't have
guruh.
any control on the map at the moment. Frozen's gone deeper beyond
Frozen.
the smoke.
Hozir
And this
Magic'ni ham
angle
tutib
is
oladi.
going to be very difficult even when you're looking for it. Magic
Shironi
goes
bitta
down.
shansi bor. Miss
And now
qilsa
Shiro
Frozen
on the other
jazolab
end.
qo'yadi.
What did Spirit even have here? A challenge on the A bomb site.
Shiro Frozenni
Anchors,
o'zini
of course.
muzlatdi, lekin
And now
4
Shiro
kishiga qarshi
enters the
bilmadim.
wall.
Ace clash qilish Shiroda 40 soniyaning
Last
ichida
man for Spirit.
imkonsiz.
Such a strong start. I think FaZe enjoyers were worried at the beginning of this one. But FaZe say if you want a fight, you've got one. As they're so close to forcing that third map now. 30 seconds for Shiro.
Anubisda AWP'lar hal qilib beradi katta ehtimollik bilan o'yinni. Replay qilamas. Jebon yoki Shiro kimni o'yini chiqsa o'sha yutib ketadi. Shiro Twist'i minus qilib bera oldi, lekin vaqt yetmaydi-da. Jebon tomonidan tutib olindi eng so'ngida. 15 daqiqalik tanaffus bizda. Like bosmaganlar shunchaki like'larni bosib qo'yamiz. Hozir kompyuterida oldida o'tirganlar esa KZ2 ga kirishga tayyor turinglar. KZ2 o'z biza nimasiga kiramiz. Santares Pig, I say Frozen the best. Azizbek donat uchun rahmat-da. Frozen o'ynab berdi lekin gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Xo'sh, to'g'riladim, bu tomonga o'tkazib oldim hamma narsani. Endi KZ ga kirsam bo'ldi. KZ2 server nima o'ynashimizni aytib yuboraman. Katta ehtimollik bilan duelist o'ynaymiz. Hozir o'yinga kira olay. Men connect tashladim. 15 minut vaqtdan keyin Astral Spainni ham o'zgartirib qo'yaman. Shuni serverga chekirib olay. 15 minut qo'shadigan bo'lsak, agar 18 ga kapitan kim? Hozir o'ynab turinglar menga. Mana shuna tekst to'g'ri olaydi. Spirit versus Face 3-map soat 17:18 2 minut qo'shamiz 20:33 da boshlanadi. Bo'ldi, hammasi to'g'ri bo'ldi. O, AWP. O'qset ham juda chiroyli ko'rinar ekanmi qo'lda. Mana perchatki men juda yo'qdi lekin. Oy, fliklaringdan jibon bo'lib ketdi, jibon. Flip knife qanaqa flip knife? Ya, oq bilan yarashmadi lekin flip. Qani raqibim? Mayli. Kechiramiz o'zimizni. Hoppa. Donk reaction. Yeah. 3 ping banda. Mana no problem. Flick shotlaringdan. Flick qo'ray. Hop. Botma. Ulug'bek beraverdi. Bo'ldi, keyin o'rchasilarda. 6, 5, 11 kishi kirgan. 14 kishigacha ham kirsa bo'ladi. Bormi? Zo'rman degani, bormi? Men bunaqa zo'rman degani yo'q. Monitor 360. Ya, что-то bolalar slavizlanchi. Ha, o'tolmayman. Qarayman. Men o'tolmayman. O'ynayaptimi? Kek qilaveraylik buni. Mut ham bor ekan-da. Ha. Tegmadi. Bizga aka mana buni o'ynashimiz kerak-da, ozgina. Bolalar va'da berib qo'ydim, o'ynaylik deb. Hunter speak. Shik. Nimaga bunaqa to'xtab qolyapsizlar bolalar o'yinda? O'yinni saqlaringchi. Yana Ulug'bek. Kick qilaverim kerak mana shu Ulug'bek. O'ynab nima kirdingiz, brat, serverga? Yana Ulug'bek tashlayapti menga. Ha, mana Zendi qani? Buna krisaga o'xshab o'ynalmaydi, duel. Chiqib otishlardi. Qayerdan o'tganini ko'rmay qoldim.
eshitgandim ha. Zendi. Elmas. Ko'tarib ketib pritsel. Yana bitta shans. Boşuda tegdi o'lmadi degan hayron qoldim. Yana kelsa o'sha bo'ldi. Easy. Beka, dizayner bekamsiz. Aha. Oh. Krize o'xshab o'tirib. Spirit mana yozilgan-ku, 17:33 da. Avtomat berdimi? Leon oynamayapti mana bu. Nima kerak o'ynaydigan odam joyida. Voh, bu tomondan chiqib keladi. Kalashdan bunga endi moslashib olish kerak edi. Men forafor yozini moslashib olish kerak. Hamma qo'qlashyapti-ku. Bitta botlar qaranglar. Bir minut qoldi. Qanaqa bir minut qoladi? Bir minut emas, hali bor vaqt. Donk hali intervyu beryapti, joyiga borib olgani yo'q. Давай, Beka. Qanaqa qilib ko'rmaslik kerak bo'lsa. Qaysi krizaga qarshi o'ynayapman, ey. Va, boshga teksak bo'lmas ekan Slime. FIFA neydi? Mevamba. Otib qo'ydim da boshida. Ketdik o'yinga qaytaylik, o'sha vaqt bo'lib qolyapti vaqt. Rahmat akalar o'yin uchun mazza qildik. Ozgina vaqtni yaxshi o'tkazdik hech bo'lmasa. To'g'rimi? Ketdik, endi o'zimiz o'yinga qaytib olamiz.
I don't know if I can trust you anymore, Bill. I needed a little bit more from you there, but it just means that we are going to be installed for a fun best of 3, a fun map number 3, I should say, here for Anubis with DDK and Bada.
Random skills o'ynaymiz bundan keyingi pauzada.
FaZe have to be going from strength to strength, especially after the way that they won cash. And you can see the numbers. I feel like are respecting it, Jake.
You guys were unreasonable with those numbers earlier, and now the respect has returned. This is good. Now, many are detecting an ominous prognostication as far as FaZe's chances in the deciding map of this series, but I think we have some, I'm not going to go crazy, I'm not going to go overboard, Dan, but I think we have some interesting ingredients that Desk alluded to. I think FaZe will come into this one with confidence, and confidence just is not going to be enough to overcome Spirit. I think there are lessons for FaZe to learn in the example matches that the Desk gave that Spirit have had recently, different paces, aggressive sides and so on. FaZe can learn from this, but putting that all together, bringing strats and toppling
Va bizda Decider Anubis kartasi boshlandi. Yutqizgan jamoa turnirda tark etadi, yutgan esa grand finalga yo'l oladi.
seconds, not vitality. The race is on for FaZe.
J-Bone.
Let's see what FaZe can do here on the pistol. I think this T side is going to be so extremely impactful
Twiz.
in their chances.
Spirit himoyadan boshladi. Bu degani Spiritda ustunlik bo'lishi ehtimoli katta.
Get into that B bomb site. Donk in this position. We often find him in. They're on the site close to E-box.
Magics.
FaZe did pick this side as well. J-Bowen clutched the knife round of 3 kills. 3v1 in the knife for them to pick this T side.
Pichoqli round bo'lgan. Kim katta kim T bo'lib boshlaydiganda bu Donk yo'q qilib berishmoqda. Tinir esa razmenda, lekin juda qiyin holatda qolib ketgan Tinir. Bomba o'rnatilishni boshlandi va bomba o'rnatayotgan Igor agressiv qilib ko'rib Tinir o'xshamayapti. Twiz hamda Frozen'dan navbatdagi killlar. J-Bone o'ldirganiga esa Shiro javob qaytardi. Quadro clutch qilishga to'g'ri keladi endi Shiro. Juda chiroyli kirib kelishdi e'tibor qilgan bo'lsanglar. Donkdan hatta Booster o'zibi Spirit yangi jamoa, brat. Booster o'zibi qanaqa yangi jamoa, eski jamoa bu. Daratchi rahmat.
Yeah, it's a really good way to start their T side. They do their best work on
What
the
if they win, James? What if they win?
Yeah, why not ask early? It's a good question.
Logotip
T round win.
Bor almashtirib kelish yoqmaydi futbolga.
They had a very good match recently versus 3D Max, 13-1 on Anubis. So again, they'll be full of confidence, and they've had. Let's not forget. I mean, hey, they haven't. Okay, they're against the USPs. They're on the side. They've had some really rough starts to sides on this series, and to have this way to start
the round.
Again, it's just encouragement building. You can do this. You have the belief.
Netu.
They're ready.
Full echo qilishdi Team Spirit. Netudan Kalashni olib qo'yishmoqchi.
Netu is somewhat alone, but you'll see Spirit back away. Kind of like the Homer backing into the bushes. Skip, heavy blank there, not wanting to test that position again. And now FaZe taking this mid control. They've got the max 10 there. Slowly progressing with the utility, making it all nice and diligent and responsible, disciplined Counter-Strike here. No problems here just yet. But moving into the site with 4 players on the A-long position. Maybe something can be done here by Spirit.
Lekin A'ga kirish salgina xato qarormi deymanda. Endi to'g'rilab yuborishdi har tomonlama. Zontix. J-Bone yo'q qilib berib, Zontixdan double kill.
Zontix, how do you get 2 from this?
Ikkita yusufda headshot. Hozir Netuni ham bo'lishlari mumkin. Netuni.
It could be a 2v2. Okay, everything's fine. Everybody calm down.
Endi o'qishdi Magic'ning pozitsiyasini va Netudan double kill.
All good in the
2-0 hisob.
I swear, Zontix with a USP.
Who is Donk still as big face?
This tournament, we've seen some ridiculous
it's
stuff.
Apex, baby.
Casually and surprisingly, getting a lot more value than you'd expect. But the 2-0 for FaZe, with acceptable losses, I think one would say.
Nice shots. Yusufda bunaqa headlar berish lekin hammaga ham emas.
It's the golden gun, James.
Va bizda 3-round boshlandi.
No more N64. J-Bowen on the AWP, the one and only for this round. Looking for opportunity immediately over towards that B bomb side.
Fullbayga qarshi Fullbay J-Bone'dan miss shot Donk bor bu yerda. Donk toptashlayapti. Jacob Twiz bilan birgalikda flash urishib berdi chunki Tinir razmiya qilib ber oldi bu killni. Lekin Frozen tomonidan ham trade bor. J-Bone esa Magic'ni yo'q qilmoqda. FaZe hozircha chiroyli hujum qilishda davom etishadi. Zontix hamda Shiro esa save qilishga yo'l olishdi. Hujumda kuchli, ya'ni T kuchli bu yerda Anubis kartasida.
Donk just gets instantly killed. You know, Donk has yet to find sort of value on the defense.
Chance ham berishmayapti umuman
It's
Donk.
interesting because FaZe are just kind of bulldozing, you know, not really caring about who's on which side. And so I'm curious, you know, what will be the change, if anything, for Team Spirit. Because it's got to feel pretty rough for them to get overpowered so simply. I love the contact play from the side of FaZe then. I especially love it because there can be quite a bit of movement on the B side early. So a nice surprise there from FaZe to get a 3-0 start. And what's also interesting here, James, when you're on the T side like this as a caller, if you've got a lot of experience, you're starting to get into the head of the other team. You're starting to, as each round passes, show them rounds, openings, timings.
T yoki KT'ni kuchliligi o'zi nimaga qarab belgilanadi? Sidelarni uzoq yaqinligiga qarab. Agar sidelar bir-biriga yaqin bo'lsa, ya'ni A side bilan B side bir-biriga yaqin bo'lsa, KT kuchli. Side bomba qo'yiladigan joylar uzoq bo'ladigan bo'lsa,
This is by no means a free round for FaZe though. This will be dangerous. Rifles are out, SMGs are out.
Donk temka bor. Такой half by round. Jibon
waiting. Spirit wondering, is this a trap?
Donk, Magics.
I'm sure FaZe will be laying many of them. Again, so much data. Rich of information. Will FaZe be?
And it's kind of interesting here as well. If you're, FaZe, you don't have much information, and there is a variety of things that Spirit could decide to do. They could actually be in a kind of mid-collapse play, waiting for you to kind of go into that mid position at around the 1 minute mark. But FaZe are playing a little bit slower than that. Spirit had given up mid, but now they're rotating back towards mid here, giving up B, and it almost seems like perfect for FaZe because they've pulled out of the B site completely as FaZe are looking to go in.
Va Jibondan miss shot informatsiyaga yetkazadi Magics. Twiz esa tinirni yo'q qilmoqda. Bu yerda Hayashkadan so'ng ko'p damage berilib bo'lgan Donk birinchi kill amalga oshirib berdi. Donk double kill qilishga esa Jacob qo'ymayapti. Temple'da ehtiyot bo'lishlari kerak. Side atrofida Magic aylanib yurgan 33 HP bilan KT'da yordamga Zontix o'ynaydi. Temple igrogimiz esa Shiro ekan. Bomba hali o'rnatilgancha yo'q va Magic qiyin holatda. Nimaga o'tmadi Magic? Twiz Shironi yo'q qilmoqda. Bu yerda Twiz chiroyli round o'tkazib berdi, lekin Zontixdan double. Net yur rasmiy qilib berdi killlarni. 4-0 hisob.
I got a little bit dicey around the smokes, closing the distance. Spirit with those dangerous weapons, but
Jacob Zulaxdan Torres Daniel Kawasi Donk bitta kill qildi, hech bo'lsa tuxumni yorib berdi.
I'm not going to care that they lost a few guns there. They've been winning rounds here pretty well.
Spirit fan, qancha donatga Spiritni kiyib o'tirasiz.
The 4-0 start again, like we said.
Qancha raqamlar aytsa.
They're right now. Twist is pulling a great game. We're seeing in terms of the timing of that round. It was perfect. If they'd gone into B, maybe 10-15 seconds before that point, they would have walked into 3 players from Spirit.
It's 4-0 for FaZe. It's 0-4 for Spirit. Magix is also 0-4. Take a guess at how much damage Magix has done in this game. That
is it 0, James?
He has done 0 damage so far. He is not having a good deciding match just yet. 0 damage for Magix. Look at that. Not ideal at all. The M4s will be out. A little light on utility are Spirits in this 5th round. Couldn't ask for a better start for FaZe, however.
Zontix, Magix.
Zontix, feeling the burden of being alone in that A-long position, receiving some of those pop flashes. Falls back a little bit. Respects it with a smoke dropped.
Donk
on E-box.
Full buy.
Here's Jacob now creeping closer to that E-box position, looking to provide pressure there.
Jacob.
But is that the intention? Is that the end of round intention for the FaZe side? Nervous stuff here, I think, for Spirit right now as they don't know what's going on.
I wonder if Spirit will be encouraged to get aggressive towards A later on in this half. For now, we head towards that 45-second mark, and FaZe are busy in this mid position. Very defensive spots for Spirits as far as B is concerned. So really it's Zontix who's the early warning system over towards A.
Va Donk connectorda Jacobni minus qilib bermoqda, lekin raskidlar bilan midda 3 kishi o'ynagan. Uchta mid Zontix hamda Magix aylanib yetib kelishlar ham va net yuni timingda ushlab bo'lishyapti. A bo'lish haqida informatsiya bor. Flash o'zlariga qarshi o'ynab qo'ydi bu Flash. Frozen rasmiy qilib bera oldi Tinierda. Jebon bilan birga tirik qolishgan Hayashkadan so'ng Zontix uchirib yubormoqda uni. Moltdan ko'p damagelar olib qoldi. Jebon hech narsani ko'rmasdan turib Zontixni yo'q qila oldi. Shiro yetib keldi orqadan. Spirit o'zining birinchi raundni qo'lga kiritadi.
Finally, James, Spirit actually get ahead of FaZe and punish some of the plays they were making.
Yeah, really good work, proactive over towards A. I was watching them on the radar around the A bomb site, Spirit, earlier on, holding nades, wondering what's happening.
Turtuber.
Going on and so on, and I thought they
would
get
full ball phase there.
And they found great timing to do that. Some early frustrations for FaZe, but there's a lot of positives for them as well. One that's not a
6-chi round boshlandi.
Wielding the AWP.
Jibon connectorni pick qilmoqda. Connectorda har doim Donk o'ynaydi. Shuni esdan
Maybe from
chiqarmaylar.
Donk he'll have to be careful if it is to be him.
Yeah, and it's very possible that Spirit are very, like, just highly aware that they should just never peek that position. Donk has been some kind of solo holding it.
Magic.
In the previous round, FaZe was setting it up so that you could get some free position on the E-box. As there's mid-aggression, you might be able to find openings.
Interesting spot towards A. Magic's and Zontics are both jiggling A and mid, holding incendiaries, basically. So they're somewhat turtling in that respect, trying to buy time where they can. Not looking to drop a player early versus FaZe.
They really want to punish this
Bir daqiqa atrofida vaqt.
But again, just Donk is never giving. He's never giving it.
This gamble towards A is allowing him to have a third man over towards B also. Risking mid being compromised, but we'll see.
Trees.
Well, we may not see in this round then respond to that happening. Again, FaZe are very interested in having a close personal chat with Donk.
Yeah, and he's maybe feeling this one falling off, looking to get some info on that B main position. Pop flash comes
Donk
in.
push qilib keldi bu Frozen. Full blind holatda bo'lishiga qaramasdan Donk yo'q qilib bermoqda. Bu yerda Twist Shironi kill qilgan bo'lsa, Tinierdan qilingan killga Twistning o'zi javob qaytardi. 5-1 bo'lishga yaqin turibdi. 4-2 save qilishadi bu yerda. Magic hamda Zontics katta ehtimollik bilan.
Still on 0 damage, minding his own business on the other side of the map. Not going to focus on it too much because it is CT side and position based to some degree. But again, Zontics and Magic's playing turtle style over towards A, completely retracted to B.
Vaqt kamaydi bo'ldi o'zi, vaqt yetmaydi. Safe.
Sorry, to have 3 over towards B and still to no avail. Still they can't hold against a surge of FaZe.
Hozircha yaxshi
I think
hujum
it's really
qilyapti
interesting
FaZe.
because it's another round where Donk's change of position in that more forward spot on B and going to investigate to get info. Is there something going on outside of B? That was what created like a vacuum in the E-box position to allow FaZe to just barrel in. And that movement there is just Spirit thinking that FaZe are maybe moving a little bit faster than they are. So just these tiny differences in timings have provided a couple massive round victories here for FaZe. And for Spirit, they've got to start feeling like this is getting to be a really big problem.
Keep those voices up, Malta. Do not be shy. Great to have an atmosphere in the studio,
Yettinchi
especially when
round.
there's so much on the line here. A place in the grand final.
Aggressive from Spirit here. They're changing it up.
Donk.
Magic's trying to take the fight.
Bu yerda Jacob Donk dot tashladi. Bitta B'da faqat Donk o'zi Tinier konnektorga kirib ketgandi bu fursatda.
Tinier is smoked off. How to respond for it?
Yomon
How do you get
o'ynayapti,
back into this
FaZe.
fight?
And this B site has been just
finalga
locked down
chiqaman
time and
deb
again. Now
o'ynayapti
once
lekin.
FaZe are in, it's a problem.
Netyu Shiron yo'q qilib
They've
berdi
got
eng
all
qizig'i bu
problems on
yerda.
the flank
5
here
ga
now
3
as well.
vaziyat va
This
save
is
qarab
gonna
ketishadi
completely
endi.
disrupt the retake effort. It was already
Umuman
looking
shans
grim through
qoldirmayapti
that choke on
hozircha.
E-box, but
Netyu
they
Zontics
see
qanday bo'lishi
it's
mumkin
gonna
edi,
be
lekin bu
found
yerda
out by
timinglar
Zontics,
Zonticsning
but at
foydasiga
this
ishladi.
point, all
Kalashni
forward
olib
position
o'tadi
given.
endi u Donk uchun.
Spirit have to save the rifles. They've got no money. FaZe are just finding every right timing, every right read.
One step ahead. I was thinking, you know, maybe a storyline coming into this map is like, is the best of FaZe left behind them on cash, but perhaps not. Again, they had some good ingredients going into this third and deciding map, and it's a good start. Spirit had plenty of good starts versus FaZe in this series. Now it's FaZe's turn.
And can I just say as well, James,
Jacob
I
ham
think as you
zeriktirdi,
pointed out,
kiradi
maybe one of the
konnektorda
most
turgan Donk
important
o'tadi
things
birinchi bo'lib.
was the fact that it's something that no one saw on the broadcast.
O'xshayapti lekin taktikalar.
J Bowen clutched the knife round. They got to pick the T side.
Yeah, and 1v3, 1v3. J Bowen
1v3
just came in there and clapped.
Yeah, you guys we gotta like maybe put some respect on this on the analyst desk. It's gonna be a part of the overall picture of the match.
I want to see
here.
an extended conversation with at least 3 back and forths between Vu and Maui Snake talking about
the director's cut of
the
like
1v3 and the knife round.
Yeah. Because seriously, I mean, it makes a big difference if you can carve out the rounds here. And obviously, we understand that in just the overall dynamic of Anubis, the T side is where you can, if you pick up the pistol, you can put them, to use the fighting game term, you can put the CT side in the vortex. Here, where now they're just constantly guessing. You got all these mix-ups. They don't really know what exactly is coming next. And you're just sucked into the mind games.
Twist qilib qo'yishini.
6-1. Back on the buy Spirit.
Magic's a little more forward in that mid position for a time. And again, FaZe changing the pace, changing the direction.
Va bizda 8-round.
Constant for Spirit. And there's so much utility behind FaZe as well with this early map control they've taken.
And they can sit on this now. They can absolutely sit on this and force Spirit to respond, to get information. And that's when we are into the territory of info traps. And that's what Spirit are going to be worried about. So they've got to be really, really cautious. Again, Donk has never peaked for info, this E-box position, fully respecting that Jay Bowen's been on it time and again.
Donk so desperate to find a way into this one.
Donk bu yerda twistni chalg'ishlariga uchmadi. Birinchi kill topib bermoqda. Jibon esa midni egallab olishgan. Eng qizig'i twist shunchaki shovqin chiqarib beribdi. Hozir A'ga rotatsiya qilib yuborishadi. Katta ehtimollik bilan middan kirib kelishni ko'ramiz. Vaqt tobora kamayib bormoqda. Jibondan mol tashlandi. Spirit kartadan qat'iy nazar ketida qanday ham kuchli deb o'ylardim. Yo, Nuraliyev bunaqa narsa emas. Baribir KS jamoaviy o'yin. Shuning uchun hech narsa deb bo'lmaydi. Shashlik kill. Mana Shiroda shashlik. Zontix Frozen o'ldirib berdi va Shirodan misshot degan Zontix yetib kelmoqda yordamga. Igroqlar ishonchli o'ynab berishdi. Mana shunaqa momentlar bo'lib qoladi. Timinglarda round yutqazishga.
Really nice work there. I can see Tanir moving closer to that mid position from B. So maybe he had a part to play, but Shiro's cleanup was prompt.
What's interesting here, James, is that this is the exact same round, or rather way, that FaZe lost the previous round on the CT side. They have the play set up into E-box.
Donk baqirishni boshladi. Bu degani haqiqiy o'yin boshlandi bu yoqga. 6-2 va FaZe oxirgi puligacha bag'ay qilgan, lekin hali Jibon bularda yana bag'ay qilishga shans bor. Shiro Jibonni agressiyasini tutib bormoqda A mainda, ya'ni A'da. Jacob konnektorga yaqin kelib oldi. Bu yerda Donk bor. Donk tomonidan yana bir smok, lekin bu smokning ichida allaqachon Jacob kirib bo'lgan. Frozen esa B maindan push qilishsa kutib olishga tayyorgarlik ko'rmoqda. Donk o'qimaydi Jacobning pozitsiyasini, lekin shunday bo'lishiga qaramasdan Donkdan yaxshi headshot ko'rib bildik Jacobga. 5-3 vaziyat.
Honestly, it was so brave that Jacob even just walked into this position. You almost feel like he had an advantage there, but it's Donk after all. It's his territory. It's not being reclaimed. And now you're in the desperate position as FaZe to be thinking your best option is to move into essentially where Shiro has been the problem with the AWP on this A-bomb site.
45 soniya vaqt.
And he has a Glock.
Magix is rotating over from that B position also.
Save qilishadi keyingi round uchun. Jibon hamda Jacobning o'zini puli bor sotib olishga qurollardi. Ikkita AWP bilan himoyalanamiz degan fikrga kelmasa bo'ldi Magix.
Yeah, Frozen's in a very far away position, which is indicating that.
6-3 ko'rinishga yetib keladi hisob. 15 soniyadan so'ng. Like bosmaganlar bo'lsa, like'larni bosib 2000 ta qilib qo'yaylik, bo'lmasa jo'da Spirit comeback qilmaydi.
Well, maybe I won't say will be. We shall see, but again, Spirits are starting to stabilize now.
Ya'ni zerikarli o'yin ko'ramiz demoqchiman-da, Spirit comeback qilmaydi.
I feel like one of the things Spirit need to be careful of in this next round is a fast contact.
Overtime'lari bilan bo'lmaydi. Timoli bugun уже hali soat endi 6 bo'lyapti. Biz birinchi o'yinni tugatamiz. 6 da boshlaymiz o'zi odatda.
And then try to figure out how to pivot onto one of those two sides. They lose their pivot player, and then they just get trapped into a spot where they're just stalled out.
Big risks, big gambles, and sometimes you have to take those gambles. Unfortunate timing from the FaZe POV. They've done really well into B with the trade fraggers going shoulder to shoulder. Sometimes you've got to throw a different look, a different play. Didn't work out on that occasion. And now the door is open for Spirit to walk back into this deciding map. A lot of Spirit fans will be nervous in how this one has begun. But it's looking a lot better now.
Yeah, it does like genuinely feel like they have the momentum now, and all they have to do is break this by, and FaZe are going to be in trouble. If FaZe get a bomb plant, maybe they'll have enough money with the loss bonus and the bomb plant money to keep the pressure up. But for the most part, Spirit are looking like they've found their comforts. So let's see what FaZe are going to do to open this one up. They don't have that much utility, James, so the contact could be a good shout. We'll see.
10-chi raund boshlandi. 3 ta raund farqi bilan FaZe oldinda.
Some early util dumping from Spirit in mid.
Magix.
But look at these
Magix'da shans. Hech
gonna
qanaqa raskisiz kirib kelishadi hozir.
Bir
ikkinchi killga shans bermayapti lekin ikkita tomon o'tib borishi. Donkdan kill bor. Tinir ham Jacobni yo'q qilib berdi va 4-2 vaziyat. Bomba midda tushib qolgan. Twist Zontixni minus qilmoqda. Ayimlar hujumi boshlandi bu yerda. Jibon kirib keldi va Donkdan headshot qabul qilib oldi. Tinir Twistni o'ldirdi. 6-4.
And suddenly it feels like FaZe
Donk 5 ta oldi.
Where to find the weakness or the openings.
6-4 ko'rinishiga yetib keldi hisob.
Again, they have absorbed, they have learned, they have adjusted. This is where you're in the deep weeds versus Spirits. And maybe you've thrown your playbook at them and you've got to write a new page on the fly. But that'll be hard with a few pistols and a few pieces of utility for FaZe in round 11. They'll keep money in the hole for to try and have a lead at half time at least.
11-chi round.
We'll see what they can do with
Donk agressiya pistoletlar bilan konnektorda Jacobdan headshot va Tinir ortga qaytib oldi. Kalashnik qo'lga olingan. Jacobning qo'lida bomba esa o'rnatiladi. Hali emas va Magix Jacobni yo'q qildi. Kalash endi Netyuda mox tashlab beradigan bo'lsa, bu yerda Shiro TV'sini yo'q qilgan bo'lsa, Netyu razmen qildi bu killlarni, lekin Uzatiga 18% jon bilan tirik qolgan. Tinir Frozenni o'ldirgandan so'ng Netyu Magixga headshot. Nima qilib yuribdi bu igrok, ha? Nima qilib yuribdi bu igrok? Aga qo'shib ketdi. Ular sezmadi ham hattoki aga ketib qolganini.
You never know if he's cutting noise or if he's turned tail and run. And it will be the latter.
Donk, yana Donk chiqib keladi. Buncha faqat Donk ko'rayim Nurulloyev.
How much time does he think he has to move into a different position?
Hozir ham bir kedada Donk. Bitta kill qilib o'zi o'lib ketib qoldi. Lekin bombani o'rnatib ketdi Netyu. Ikkita igrokda defense kit bor. Tinir hamda Zontix birgalikda o'ynayapti. Smokelar ham bor ekan ikkita. Bitta smoke, flash 3 ta.
With his current health. Smoke onto the bomb may give him options.
Smoke tashlab berildi.
Does he take the fight to them?
Vaqt kam.
Be careful. Potential shadows here. One on the bomb. Utility. There is a flash.
Oy, ulgurdimi? Ulgurmadimi deyman-da.
I think it's robbery from Nate.
Whoa! 0.2 sekund. Qanaqa qilib?
He waited as long as he possibly could to drop that diffuser. Great work from Nate, but still
Prosta jim o'tirib ko'radigan moment o'ldi-da bu. Ente Nate. Zontix 0.2 soniya ulgurdi-da. 0.295.
But it's just not quite enough milliseconds of difference. Milliseconds the difference as we go into the final round of the first half here.
Solo hal qilib ketardi.
Tinir and Shiro with an AWP each.
Da, Netyu joni ko'p bo'lsa bu round olib ketardi. 5 ta round. Comebackmi Spiritdanmi? Yo'qsa like bosdimi deyman Spirit fanatlar.
Again, Magic's playing a little closer to A, just keeping an eye a passive eye towards
6-5 hisob.
And that noise is cut. FaZe acquired, holding a boatload of utility.
He's going to try to offer a fake into B, I wonder. The bomb is towards A at the moment. 3 players there in total for FaZe. But they're applying or looking to apply pressure again to the E-box position. It typically has not gone well. Typically, maybe 100% of the time, Donk just wins that battle over that territory.
Zontix tomonidan ham smoke tashlab berildi. Shiro bilan birgalikda Miroslav Zontix. Pozitsiya egallab olgan. Bu yerda Molik rasklar tashlandi. Miroslav bitta minus va Twist tomonidan tezkorlik bilan razmen qilib ketildi. Jacob esa Magixni yo'q qilgan. Donk Jacob double kill. Donk ham yo'q qilib ketmoqda. Tinir AWPda miss shot. Frozen kirib keladi. Tinirni yo'q qilib berdi. Eng so'nggi iroq bizda Shiro va 7-chi round bu FaZe Sports uchun degani.
Has got a hell of a prospect ahead of him. Last round 1 versus 4.
2200
Stop FaZe taking a lead at half
kelinglar,
time.
mana shuni
We asked if they could do it.
Polga qo'yamiz. Kimni muxlislari ko'proq?
Yeah, the fact that FaZe are hitting multiple spots on the map at once, winning all the 1v1s is
Va
honestly incredible.
hozir как раз 3 minut
Especially
pauza
after the rounds
bo'ladi.
and
3 minut
Here
pauzada
comes Shiro, last
polni
chance to lead.
yozib qoldirsak
Hits that shot off the
bo'ladi va
Frozen.
Shiro Frozen yo'q qilib
3 players
berdi.
left.
Jibon tomonidan
Takes it
razmen
out.
bor.
And that's a 7-5 finish for FaZe at the end of the first
12-chi
half.
raund
This
o'z
game
nihoyasiga
is
yetdi.
getting
Hisob
really interesting. We'll
7-5.
see what happens after the break.
Orpers use a gun that nobody else uses. It's the biggest resource in the game. It's a one-shot gun. So it's bound to have high
Qani?
impact. Top Orpers get the credit they
Kim
do.
yutadi?
Not anyone can do it.
Spirit. Bu muzikasini o'chirmasak bo'lmaydi. Buni Spirit yoki Face. Tayyormisizlar? Pol qo'yapman. 2 minutdan keyin davom etadi o'yin bizda. Pol joylashtirildi. Bemalol siz ovoz qoldirishingiz mumkin. Kimni fanatlari, muxlislari qancha foiz tashkil etishini bilib olamiz birgalikda. Donk hozir o'qiymiz aka. Donkni ko'p ko'rdik bugun o'yinda. Donatlardan rahmat hamma donat qilib turganlarga. Kimni fanatlari boyroq deylik, biroki. Siz shunda FaZe uchun donat qildingizmi, biroki? Donkni chiqarib, ha? Rahmat donatchim, biroki. Kimni fanatlari boyroq? Nimaga navdata? Qo'rqitmanglar meni unaqa. Stream joyidan hech qanaqa muammo yo'qmi? Joyida ekan bo'ldi, joyida ekan. Nechinchi karta? 3-karta Decider map. Overtime ko'rib beramizmi? Endi biroq hali zo'r xudoga shukr. O'zingiz hali charchamayapsizmi? PC game ko'raylik, keyin bitta random skills o'ynaylik, o'ziga kirib keyingi o'yin boshlangancha. Men PC game o'yindagi shotni aytaman undan ko'ra sizga. Hozirda PC game birinchi mapda yutgan, ikkinchi mapda 3-3 hisobi. Tak easy win PC game uchun bu. Ishonuri. 13-2 ga yutgan birinchi mapda. Ikkinchi mapda lekin 3-3. Ularda men Mikwan degan igroga borda, Mikwan degani 15 yoshli bola 9 ga 3 kada ketyapti hozir. Eng zvezdasi ulandi Mikwan. Senkyu degan jamoada. 15 yoshli bolakay. Yangi yulduz deb atasanglar ham bo'ladi uni. Va ketdik. Bizda 13-raund boshlandi.
And you got Spirit here, just sending it towards the A-bomb site. And FaZe might meet them. They've got 4 players in and around middle looking down the water, but you can see the vision. They're going to make it so that they will not be spotted. Taking the long way around and also doing so silently. And you've got Twist asking questions. Where the hell are they? And they've got to have realized at this point, J Bowen rotating back towards A, but it feels like Spirit have moved through the gaps.
Smoke execute with the molly coming into the bomb site now.
Zonk extremist qilib bermoqda, lekin side tool Spiritning qo'lida 5 ga 4 vaziyat bomba o'rnatiladi va endi retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi Donk. Donk Jibonga qarab bordi, bu esa jazolanmasdan qo'yilmaydi. Clear ham Frozendan headshot qabul qilib olmoqda. Shiro hammasi birin-ketin bo'lib ketdi. Shiro bilan birgalikda Magic nimadir o'ylab topishlari mumkin, lekin Matthew Shironi yo'q qildi. Bomba defuse qilinadi bemalol. Jacobdan headshot. FaZe uchun easy round bo'ldi bu. 8-5 hisob.
Unbelievable. Both pistols in this game, they've set themselves up for an enormous upset here against Spirit.
perfect storm.
Polda
Both
ham
pistol
yaktulab
rounds
qo'yamiz.
secured again.
77% odam spirit
Not just about the frag, but holding this position. This duel as well keeps that door open for the reinforcements to come through. And the rest is easy for FaZe. 3-round lead, they know how important that is as well. There is a force buy though. Of
Force
course,
buy
there's a
qilindi
force
Team
buy.
Spirit
Spirit
tomonidan.
going for the big gamble. This is a highly
Agar
dangerous
force yutqizib
round
qo'yishsa,
for FaZe
hisob
to deal with.
1-5 ga yetib borishi mumkin.
Yeah, you're totally right. We saw it on the second map where the worst did happen to them in this situation. They lost this round against the Pistols. Bomb has been dropped though, does indicate to us that
Tenir manimcha Sezda ikkita igrok B'daligini biladi.
They know that FaZe would love to get a pick
Ikkita
before
B,
they
ikkita
can
A
do anything.
himoyalanishadi bu raundda.
And FaZe, 3 players on the B defense right now. 2 players able to play more of a retake position on A as well. They understand what they're up against.
Donk.
There's so much util though for Spirit. To some degree, they're waiting out the initial util from FaZe. Look at all the junk they've got. They could go into and execute again on the A bomb sites as we saw previously. Maybe with some more nooks and crannies.
Spirit chiqib ketib qolsa.
More mollies.
Gapirmay Donk o'ynolmayapti.
From Spirit. But still, FaZe have passed many tests in this map of Anubis.
Mr. X, salom hammaga. Odamlar meni o'yinlarimni sog'indi. Hamma komandaning o'yini sog'ingan bizga.
Good timing on that smoke.
O'ynamayotgan hamma komandani.
Very thwarting smoke. It looks
Yeah,
worrisome on the
Falcons,
radar for
Vitality,
FaZe, and
yeah.
now Natu comes through and doesn't see anything. They can't overreact to this. They already have 3 over towards B, more or less. But he's really put himself in a committed position. If he drops it, Jaboin's alone. He's clicking his time. That'll surely be
Eshitdi
heard.
Natu nima?
This is a
1,
perfect
2,
setup, though. Natu
3.
collects all 3 and the bomb. My word, this guy is having an
Jibon yetib
incredible
keldi yordamga.
series versus Spirit.
Magix eng so'nggi igrok Netuga razm bera oldi. Jibon bor uning qarama-qarshisida va Magix bu yerda double kill amalga oshirmoqda. 22 HP bilan tirik qolgan Famusni oldi qo'liga. 10 soniya vaqt. Bundoq qarasa smoke bor ekan bu yerda. Twist tomonidan tutib olindi. 9-5 hisob.
I gotta say, James, with so many players, you see them close to a bunch of force ball pistols with a fam. He's got a fam-ass, James, but then you see the name. It's Natu. All day, all series, delivering these multi-kills. The fam-ass, the M4, it doesn't matter what it is. Natu is going to deliver.
Listen, man, the French gun on Natu is a buff, as far as I'm concerned. Look at the graveyard there. Very shallow indeed. That is a big test. Very big test passed by FaZe. 9-5 in the driving seat. Spirit are in so much trouble. They've got the hero rifle onto Donk. They need a miracle. Donk is a miracle. Day-to-day on the server. So we'll see what he can provide them. But FaZe are ready. Molly's HEs. He's eaten so many HEs in this entire series, Donk.
Yeah, down to 20 HP. And he might want to, I mean, does he give the AK up? I don't think anyone else has armor except Zontix. Very difficult position here, looking for that just singular pick. Oh, look at that. What a gentleman. He reloads it before he passes it away to Zontix.
Reelsdan ko'rasizmi
They're
deyman.
going to switch gears, moving over towards the A site. And FaZe getting a little active in mid, some more forward positions, but they have voided that forward space to A. They are very comfortable playing retake A right now, if necessary. Pop flash, info. No one there.
A'ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Kalash Zontixga topshirilibdi.
They're pretty deep. They are pretty deep.
Jibon.
Oh, no time for the util now.
Side yutib olishdi. Retake qilish ancha qiyin bo'lishi mumkin ularga. Flash vasilalar tashlab berilgan va maindan Netu yetib keldi. Jibon turnirda Jibonda double kill. Zontix Netuni razm qilmoqda. Shiro esa Twistga qachon berib yubordi. Jibon triple, Jibon quadro. Jibondan ace.
It's so good. There's no bomb blood. It's 10 to 5.
Jibonning o'zi hammasini hal qildi. Bombani ham o'rnatishga ulgurishmadi. Ace bor.
Himself with the M4, making it look so nonchalant.
Time out olinmoqda Team Spirit tomonidan. Like'larni 2000 qilib qo'ymasak, time outni ham realizatsiya qilib olishmaydi ular.
Delivering on both sides. Doesn't matter if it's T or CT for J Bowen. Getting an ace versus Spirit as they're fighting for a lifeline in a game, in a third map, a deciding series for a grand final. versus a team who you wrote off, not you, but like the people in general, everybody wrote off FaZe versus Spirit. Okay, let's see if they can have a good showing, if they can take a map, but it will be Spirit. Maybe it won't be.
G-Boyen. These tracks here from Jaboen as well. I mean, they're so incredibly important. You've got pistols swarming all over the site. Even below him, his teammate gets taken down. There's a rifle to be collected.
Frozen can't believe it.
10-5. It's not just a 10-5 James, it's a 10-5.
16-chi round boshlandi.
Test anything on their T side. They don't know what really works here. They haven't really been able to default. They've been getting wrecked on their economy.
Donk is 7 for 11, dude. Donk is 7 for 11.
Zontix. Da Donk hattoki
Trying
KD'da
times
emas.
for Spirits. Margin for error is small.
O'zi bugun Donkda o'yini kelmadi uncha.
FaZe have to remain calm and collected here. They've got to
Donk
feel that the victory is
suvda va
very
birinchi
close
bo'lib
now.
ketadigan yo'q ham shu bo'ladi agar midni push
But they
qilishadigan
must not be
bo'lsa.
afraid to
Yani
play as they want to.
Native.
Play to win, don't play not to
Molti
lose.
tashlab berildi. Midda hozircha hech kim yo'q. 3ta A, 2ta B himoyalanmoqda bu raundda FaZe Esports.
It's where the veteran presence on the team becomes
FaZe
extremely
clan
important in these types of spots. Spirit against the ropes.
Donk.
Very little utility right now. They've got a single smoke grenade with a minute left.
Stardust and Mouse will be watching this.
Mana bu round yutqizilsa уже GG'da.
They are to come after this series.
Well, the timing.
Oh, where are you off to?
Jacob.
Oh, the timing in the
Frozen Zontixni yo'q qilmoqda. Bu yerda Jacob esa 9 HP bilan ortga qaytadi. 7 HP. Magix yetib keldi. Magixdan double kill twist. Tinir orqali rasm beroldi bu killga. Magix low holatida 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Donk ham yetib keldi Temple'ga. Bolt tashlanadi. Bomba o'rnatiladi va sekinlik bilan retake qilishga harakat qilishadi. Mana bu qo'yishga Shiroga ko'p damage berdi. 37 HP oldi. Voy Jibon 8 pozitsiya bilan tirik qolgan Donk Jibonni yo'q qilmoqda. Shirodan esa Netuga headshot. Twist 3 ga 1 qilishda. Timinglarni yutqizib berdi. 16 hisob.
Be a round on the board then for Spirit in a very high tension game. Immediately from the get-go, after the pistol, high tension straight back after the break. Spirit with their first round of the second half are 4 behind. There is some money actually for FaZe, but it's not spectacular.
And FaZe with the timing there with the E-box aggression, it was near perfect really. You know, getting that timing where the T's are just coming in. Maybe someone has a nade in their hand. But the variance, it's a cruel mistress for FaZe in that instance. But for Spirit, it's maybe given them a way back.
17-chi round boshlandi.
As we get pretty fast moving into the water from Spirit. And Jay Bowen. For something with the Deagle. Frozen also on the Deagle. And then that's kind of it for FaZe in terms of firepower in this round.
Just a USP for Nate. Again, a life series for him. Never mind life game. Really making a name for himself. Hard not to be a fan of this FaZe squad of what they've done so far. If you're a fan of Spirit, though, again, a hard team to put down, even when the going gets tough. See how long they can keep FaZe on 10 rounds for. Perhaps the worst is over for this squad. But again, who knows what lies in wait. A lot of intel in their recent matches for Twist and Co to absorb.
Jiboyen. 45 soniya vaqt A'da hech kim yo'q. Raskidlar bilan bemalol A'ga kirib kelishadi Spirit jamoasi a'zolari. Va Tinir midda Jiboyenga qarshi. Jiboyen timinglarni yutqizib qo'ydi Tinirga. Endi bemalol Temple'dan rotatsiya qiladigan yo'llarni kutib olishsa ham bo'ladi. Bomba o'rnatildi, hisob 17 ko'rinishga yetib keladi. Keyingi round full buyga qarshi full buy ko'ramiz.
Maybe stealing a weapon away.
Yeah, all about the next round for FaZe. It's so uncertain what is to come in this half. I love it. It's like, I don't know, for me as a viewer, maybe for you as well. You know, you've got a clear favorite on paper, but the way the game is playing out, you just don't know what's going to happen from round to round. Both teams are in a position to win this one, even a few rounds down. Spirit, they're still Spirits after all.
They're still favored basically because
they're Team Spirit. Hech kimda exit frag topilmayapti. Shironi yo'q qilib ketdi. Frozen save qilishga esa Tinir qo'yib bermaydi. Uni yetdi.
For me, James, is again, you know, FaZe, have a couple, players that have way less experience in this kind of a position. Spirit is one of the most rock-solid teams in professional Counter-Strike, and you're in a position to not just beat them and scoop up all the VRS points, but you go to a finals again with some green players, and like that. There's so much on the line for FaZe, and so mentally there is a lot there. We'll see what they can deliver in this particular round. J-Bone back on the AWP.
Zontix is the top fragger on this map at the moment.
Interesting.
Zontix.
Donk with quick pressure outside A, trying to draw out util, but there's no util that's been drawn out at all.
Donk. A'da faqatgina Netu bor, Twist bilan J-Bone midda. Yaxshi qayashga tushadi bu. Yo'q, Magix qochib qoldi oxirgacha.
On this roster. Same for J-Bone as well though. My word, is he delivering in top flight CS. Steady pair of hands.
Magix
heading towards the minute mark. Spirit still have a spread across the map, but the bomb's heading towards B.
They've been trying to pull FaZe towards A the whole round, but FaZe have largely just stayed in position.
Yeah, in fact, Twist is more interested in B than anything else. J-Bone's posted up though with the AWP to see a mid-cross. Similar to what we saw from the formation of Magix in that first half. But since he was part of that, maybe he knows how to detect it, defeat it.
They're trying to start a B split here. It's a fake though.
J-Bone'ga qarshi J-Bone bu yerda Magix tutib bo'ldi. Donk esa konnektorda Jacobdan tashlangan Molotov Donkning kirib kelishi va Donk headshot bermoqda. Frozon turnir rulda bergan bo'lsa, Shiro agressiv tarzda smoke ishdan keyin topib oldi. Zontix Lurker Netu yo'q qilib berilmoqda. J-Bone hamda Twist 3 kishiga qarshi va Xayashkadan so'ng endi retake'ga borishadi. O'zi sevib ketishayotgandi. Mana bu Xayashkadan keyin qaytishdi retake'ga e'tibor qilgan bo'lsanglar. Diffuse kit bor ekan. Frozonda diffuse kit tushib qolgan. Yululaga olib ketish mumkin. Va Shiro Twist'i minus qilib bera oldi. Eng so'nggi hero esa J-Bone. Sekin save'ga qarab borsa ham bo'ladi endi. Timinglarni qarang. Shiro quvlayapti J-Bone'ni. Qochdi J-Bone.
It's big if J-Bone can hold on to the AWP at least, but that lead is dwindling. And you know, we've seen so many tests for FaZe, their new roster, their younger players in terms of how long they've been playing this top flight Counter-Strike. They've delivered versus Spirit, but now you have
time out olindi. Like bosmaganlar bo'lsa, oramizda like'larni bosib qo'yamiz. Bunaqa yarim final, deyarli finalga teng o'yin bo'lmoqda. Va shu orada YFB skinsida endi reklama qilmoqchi edim. O'zi tashlangan skinlar sразу sotilib ketib berishadiki. No, yana $77 ga Nomad Knife bor ekan. Afrikan setga. $75 ga juda chiroyli kalash tashlanibdi Consequence of Jin.
Into a fake because
use print stream bor.
J-Bone getting the kill on Magix. You know, if it
Links
doesn't
tashlab
work,
qo'yaman. Va skinga o'tib bemalol skinlarni xarid qilishinglar mumkin. Yana qarab turib notification yo'q qo'ysanglar, arzon narxda tashlanadi skinlar. Qimmat skinlarni arzon narxda olishinglar mumkin. Hech qayerda yo'q narxlar.
All right then, it is the J-Bone show. I almost said Joe Bowen, Joe Biden. That's what they call him on the internet.
19-round boshlandi. Ikkitagina round farqi va Spirit hisobni tenglashtirib oladi. Biz esa haqiqiy jangga kirishni boshlaganmiz allaqachon.
Managed to escape the situation. So how long does he hold here for? He needs to find some impact somewhere. His teammates have got smokes and 5-7. A great combo to delay and cause some problems. But again, it's the big gun that I think needs to stamp some authority here.
Yes, and I mean, if J-Bone can't get anything.
Bitta AWP'lik round realizatsiya qilib bera oladimi bu AWP'ni? Lekin 5-7'lar ham ancha xavfli. Ayniqsa yaqin masofadan. 5-7 ga qarshi eng zo'r qurol nima bilasizlar? Maktenda. Sakrab kirib keladi. Molotov tashlab berildi. Jacob va bu yerda low HP bo'lib qolgan Jacob. Donk afslandi qo'liga. Kalashni olmaganiga va J-Bone keldi. Donk yo'q qilib bermoqda. J-Bone tekkizib berdi. Low HP qilib qo'ydi yana bir igrovni. Flash. Magix Jacobni yo'q qilib bermoqda. KT'dagi igrok haqida ham informatsiya bor. Orqadan yetib kelishini qarang Twistni. Twistni kutishadi bular.
Maksimum net ushlab turibdi hammani. Twist. Hop. Endi challenge boshlandi bu yo'lga. Diffuse kiti yo'q lekin ularni. Qoch. Ko'rdinglar? Qochdi yelkasidan qo'ygan. Tinier, Netuni yo'q qilib berdi. Jiboin yana save'ga qarab ketadi. Boshqa iloji yo'q. Vaqt yetmaydi chunki, lekin Tinier Twistni yo'q qilib berdi. Zontix.
Okay, that was actually a really
Zontix ham tirik edimi?
The level of threat and just like you pointed out, the block makes it look really scary.
Kadirov qaytadan yozing, ko'p odam yozadi-ku, o'shanga pastga tushib ketib qoladi yozganingizda.
Are the gaps to be taken advantage of?
Demon montaj qilib oladigan
clawing this game back.
Bor lekin bunaqa montaj yo'q. Atak demon montaj qilish qimmatga tushadimi deyman. Admin hozir onlayn turibdi masalan. Bemalol gaplashib, savdo qilib bo'ladigan payt.
Kept that all alive round by round.
Yana bir Marble Face Factory New Huntsman knife tashlandi 165
Again, some of these rounds have been crap for FaZe. They haven't had the tools to do the job, so you've got to take it with a pinch of salt. And anyway, let's see what FaZe have learned and what they decide to do. Spirit's turn to set the pace.
Twist.
As we saw FaZe
Monisi Smoilga aytib qo'ying, streamda ham aytibdilar odamlarga. Hozir yana ko'p odam kelar ekan savdo qilishga. O'sha uchun onlayn bo'lib turing deb aytib qo'ying o'zingiz.
Yeah, this is a completely new look here from Spirit as well. We're starting to really see that T-side playbook.
1-9.
Look how hard that
feels
as CTs when you lose that ability to have any vision through to mid, and you felt the mid take, so they could be there, but they're falling back out, going into what looks like it could be a B hit potentially, or is it A? And that's the question the CTs have to answer.
The presence in mid has pulled J-Bowen out of position, where he's kind of in CT spawn at the moment, wandering, which has taken, you know, almost taken the AWP out of commission, and he's been a big game player for FaZe. So we'll see how that one develops, but I don't expect he'll stay there for the remainder of the round.
And Donk makes it feel like it's going to be a B play, but it's actually A. Challenging E-Box there, attracting attention. And it will fall onto Natu. He's had to pass so many multi-fragging tests. His scorecard's pretty good, but can it still remain?
Natu.
If he comes out of this one on top,
Natu hech narsani ko'rmaydi va Zontix Donk va Shiro bir paytning o'zida killar topishgani 4-2 qilib qo'ymoqda vaziyatni. Jiboin va Frozen. Jiboin 3 raunddan buyon bu AWP'ni save qilish bilan ovora. Hisobni tenglashtirib ketadi hozir Team Spirit. Mana nima uchun Anubis kartasi hujumga qulay. Bo'ldi, bitta saytga kirib oldinglarmi? Shu bilan Ritega kelish qiyin-da. Tinchgina save qilib qolgan yaxshi bo'lib qoladi. Shiro ham Jacobni tutib olgan ekan konnektorda. Jiboindan miss shot. Donk quturdimi deyman, ha Donk.
So much time left here. You got to win the
Frozen esa Magic'ni yo'q qilib berdi. Frozen Donkni ham o'tib tashlayapti.
Okay.
Those are really important kills. Yeah. I mean, in the history of this series, Spirit have not allowed FaZe to save in such scenarios.
Mana aka Telegram linkni beraman, bemalol kirib o'sha adminga yozsangiz, kanalimizda sotib berishadi.
That is impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
Frozen Shironi ham minus qilib berdi, hattoki AWP save qilinmaydi.
We'll see if that matters or if it's too late in terms of how many rounds are left.
The crazy thing, or very difficult thing right now for FaZe is that all the rounds that they've won on this half have came after winning the pistol, winning against the force buy, winning against the eco, and then the rest of the actual gun rounds, FaZe have not claimed a single one. So that's the first fact. The second fact is again, they're very close to winning this series.
Va FaZe planda hech qanaqa time out qolmadi. To'g'rirog'i hech qaysi kamanada time out yo'q.
They need to make a read and get aggressive. I think that's like one of the things we're seeing here. And we saw from Liquid, for example, setting or showing us how strong in the meta right now, playing aggressively on the CT side of Anubis actually is. And you can't get scared of your FaZe. You have to take risks if you want to win. And I fear for them that they are going to not find the right risks to take.
I think when they're out of position on their CT side and rotation is required, that's where Spirit are. Sometimes they're at their most punishing. When it's like, oh god, I've got to get over to the other bomb site, they're just standing there waiting for you, and it's just free. They close down the round in those scenarios. So again, I don't think they can have their backs to the wall in these rounds if they want to be successful versus Spirit. All tied up now. All eyes on FaZe to bring the pendulum back in their favor.
Full buyga qarshi full buy, lekin ekonomika, utilitylar birozgina kamroqligini ko'rib turibmiz. Bu yerda Donk A'ga kirib ketishga bitta o'zi solo harakat qilib ko'ryapti. Smoke ichida Natu Donk tutib oldi. Natu Donkni jazolab qo'ydi. Spirit jamoasi Donk qolgan holatda 21-raundni qanaqa o'tkazib berishar ekan. Birgalikda tomosha qilamiz.
Zontix
They've gone through the T smoke.
Suvga push qilishdi ikki
They've
guruh.
got 3 players heavily committed to this one, including Jacob.
Hamma suvda egallab olishi ham bunda o'ylab qaraganda, chunki Jacob ham konnektorda.
Position for FaZe on A long right now. There's 3 towards outside of the map in general, and so this is the kind of stuff we're talking about. Get information, and that's going to give them a pick. Nate delivers
double
again.
Kill. Zontixni ham mensiz berdi. Smoke tashlab qo'yilgan 50 soniya atrofida vaqt.
They've delayed on the other side of the map as well, taking control away from Spirit at a crucial time.
B'ga raskidlar bilan kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi.
Twist is rotated across as well from A, so FaZe might have position to have a defense here, but it's going to be hard. It's always tough on the B side. Limited numbers for Spirit.
Speaking of tough, if they lose by elimination, Spirit, then it's going to be very curious how things develop.
Nima qilishni bilishmayapti-da.
With their money starting to disappear. 17 seconds.
Netyu ham tortilishni boshladi eng qizig'i suvdan. 14 soniya vaqt bo'ldi. Save qilib yuborish kerak bu round.
Do they run in and die here? They're threatening the push, but surely they can't commit to this one. Magic's come through then, trying to get something done.
Shiro kill top 1 oldi va Shiro double kill 2 sekund vaqt yetmaydi. Magic'ni ham orqasidan yetib kelishgan.
As Magic's and Shiro stand at the end of the round.
Vaqt kamlik qildim
bular. There is money for FaZe to weather the storm. The same is true of Spirit for now.
5 ga 3 dan 2 ga 2 gacha olib kelishdi.
Yeah, we see exactly, the way that they were able to make something happen here. I mean, that pick against Donk, it creates opportunity, it creates space for them to feel more confident to go for this 2-man push. And going for a 2-man push was so smart to see what is doing.
FaZe hisobda oldinga o'tib oldi.
Very loud when in reality it's not much here. And I have to keep seeing FaZe taking aggressive risks in the middle rounds.
Jacob
Cash getting dicey for both squads.
Donk Jacob'ning agressiyasini tutib oladi. Bu yerda B'ga Twisty skorlik bilan middan yordamga yetib keldi. Netyu esa Temple'ga qarab tortilgan. Rotatsiya A'ga ham bo'lib yuborish mumkin, lekin Shiro Pachka bilan birgalikda Tinir bilan B mainga qarab kelmoqda. Bu degani round B'da yakunlashga harakat qilib qo'yishadi. Frozen va Twistlar bor edi. Zontix Twistni yo'q qilib berdi. Zontix Razmenga ham o'ynamoqda. Jiboyn hamda Netyu tirik qolishgan 4 kishiga qarshi. Shoninglar katta ehtimollik bilan bu overtime. Overtime'li o'yin bu. Magic Netyuga save qilishga qo'yib bermayapti.
This is a really tough
Umr ko'rinishga yetib keladi hisob va Jiboyniga ham save qilishga berishmoqchi mas'ullar. Magic yetib keldi. Shiro Hayashga qabul qilib olgan va 100 ta hech narsa qila olmaydi bu. Juda qiynalib o'tdi lekin Magic ham. Sevga ham berishmadi. Adminga yozdim demoqmadi. U admin boshqa, skin bo'yicha admin-ku.
Halfway they need to be aggressive, but they might not necessarily have the money to do so as well as they would in a full buy.
Yeah, they got reset here, so there's no money coming from anywhere. It's not coming from anywhere. There's
no stimulus package.
No stimulus package. Nothing getting dropped from the skies. No support. And they have to figure out: do they half buy? Do they full buy? It's very, very challenging. They're going to actually go for the half here.
It's a calculated risk of a buy.
23 round.
A few guns.
Donk.
It really is like the last stand.
Donk Netyuni o'ldirib berdi. Menimcha bundan oldingisida ham xuddi shunaqa taktika qilmoqchi bo'lgan-a.
And that will continue to be seized by Spirit. What do you even do now? No kits, no
flashes?
Yeah,
bunaqa qilish kerak emas. O'yin buzilib ketadi ekonomikasi.
Save your Kevlar if you've bought it. Well, actually, 2 players don't have Kevlar, so
Spirit match pointga chiqib ketishga yaqin. Keyingi round full buyga qarshi full buy, ya'ni haqiqiy fight ko'ramiz.
To potentially hunt and make things even worse, really step on the necks of their opponents. You can see them moving through mid to near, maybe spotted there.
Rostan forma karmasi ishlayaptimi deyman, ha? Formani almashtirish boshlanmay round olishdi.
J-Bo and roaming, but really it's just about trying to pick up a weapon.
5-7 is dangerous. Imagine if you had a kit, that would be very interesting. But Jacob looking to defend as well. Maybe some weapons to be collected.
Shiro va Magic save qilib qolishadi.
AWP va Kalashni to take away.
There's something in this round for Spirit as well, Dan. Match point. A hard comeback.
Agar o'yin yakunlansa mana shu joyda like bosmaganlar hozirlashing uchun like bosib qo'ying. KZ2uz.uz serverga kiramiz va Любой bitta rejimga kirib o'ynaymiz. Shuning uchun kompyuterlaringiz bo'lsa, ularga tayyor qilib KZ kirib qo'yinglar.
That's all you need.
Chunki serverda hamma ham sig'maydi. Random skills o'ynasa kerak katta ehtimollik bilan.
in the hands of Twist. A different look, showing something different for Spirits.
Yokida duel yana o'tishamiz. Tarrespik Fayzullo YouTube'ga qaytganingizdan xursandman. Anchadan beri ko'rolmayotgandim. Fayzulloga dan uchun katta rahmat sizlarga. YouTube'ga qaytib oldik. Sog' bo'ling. Rahmat hammangizga. 24-round.
Double opening mid.
Hey man, you got to get creative. You got to get creative. You got to force the overtime somehow. Attention here, it could all be over.
Donk connectorga qarab bormoqchi. 3 ta bo'lib bani himoya qilishmoqda bu raundda. Va Magic hozir pachkaga qarab tortiladi.
We've got double
Longa
ops
smoke
for
tashlab qo'yildi.
Spirits as well.
Midda Twist
Okay, Magic is
AWP'da
up to some shenanigans. We had 4 ops in the last round of regulation.
va
For a
boost
spot in the grand
berdi.
final for a moment, but one of them's disappeared
Boostdan
now.
ham tushib olindi.
See the boost attempt there to get that.
Yana
wide for
bitta
Shiro.
AWP bor
Very
ekan bu
dangerous
hujum
there,
uchun.
avoided by Twist. Just less than a minute now to
Twist
make the
ham
move.
birorada
It's been
MK
very
tashlab
quiet
qo'ygandir,
for the
nima
last
deb
20
o'ylaysizlar?
seconds.
Mol surat tashlab berildi. Connectordan Donk o'ynashni boshlayapti. Jiboin bor va Jiboin Donkni yo'q qilib berdi. 5 ga 4 vaziyat.
Position for a battle sniper. How do they respond? The bomb's moving
Shiro.
away from B all of a sudden. It is Natu, I'm not going to say just, on
Twist.
the A bomb site. In a much more defensive position.
30 soniya vaqt.
Again, keeping position
Ada
open.
Netu bor
In case
faqatgina.
rotation is
Zontix
needed, but
lurkeri
you can see
qilishni
that there
boshladi.
are Spirit plays looking to creep through mid. Twist
Smoke
holding
bilan
that
yopib
second
qo'yilsa
door.
Twistning
Cannot
yo'li.
be expected.
Ancha
There's still
qiyin bo'ladi.
presence being shown
Frozen.
towards B.
Damage qabul qilib oldi
Just
qaysidir
to drop their fresh
orada.
smoke on B, that's going to help them out a
Twist
lot.
zo'r
Now
paysida
Spirit have to
turibdi-da.
abandon that completely.
Smoke
So
ham
many
yo'qmi
players here
deyman.
looking to go
No,
for the
Shiroda
inside.
smoke.
The hidden second
Twist
AW.
Magicni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Shiro esa Razmenda va Zontix tortilishni boshlayapti. Netuning pozitsiyasi Shiroda. Pachka Shironing qo'lida 5 soniya, 4 soniya vaqt. Vaqt juda kam. Netu Tinirdan headshot ulgurildi bomba o'ratilishga. 3 ga 2 vaziyat. Jiboin hamda Frozen. Va bu yerda Jiboin Shironi yo'q qilib bermoqda. 2 ga 2 holatda qolib ketishgan. Diffuse kit bor ikki guruhda ham. Tinir midga yetib keldi. Bu yerda Frozen bor va Tinir agressiv tarzda Frozen yo'q qilib berdi. Eng so'nggi guruhga esa Jiboin 2 ga 1 clutch davom ettirishga to'g'ri keladi. Va Zontixdan headshot kamchilikda bo'lishiga qaramasdan Team Spirit g'alabani o'z foydalariga hal qilib ketishdi. Men overtime kutib turgandim Donk o'lgandan keyin. Midda Twist kill topgandan keyin. 5 ga 3 round yutib ketishdi-ya.
Incredible series.
Lekin Feyz uchun ham katta rahmat bunaqa o'yin. Finalda to'g'ri kelish kerak edi o'zi Feyz bilan Team Spirit. Shortiga yurishini qaranglar. Unlucky. Valla zo'r o'ynadinglar. Feyz Clan. Respect. Yomon qiynadi lekin. Qani Spiritning muxlislari kelib endi WW chatga yo'z qoldiramiz va like bosmagan bo'lsanglar hozir like bosib qo'yishni ayni vaqti.
Yeah, they really delivered here in terms of tension. For me, this series had tension.
Easy.
throughout
O'tirishib,
the
tinchimsiz
entirety of
charchamaysiz.
Cash and the entirety of Anubis, and it just never stopped.
Adminlarga aytsangizda cheatlardan tozalashadi adminlar. Odam ko'paygan sari cheat ham ko'payadi. Mana FB Skins Telegram kanalida kirib qo'yinglar. Obuna bo'lmagan bo'lsanglar, hozirda o'zida skin olmoqchi bo'lsangiz agar skinlar tashlanyapti. WW. No, Feyzning muxlislari zo'r o'yin ko'rdik umumiy olib qaraganda. Real, menga yo'qdi bu o'yin.
Where they've only lost to Falcons or Vitality. That is a hell of a run, and the run continues as Spirit make their way to the grand
Hozir mana shuni
final.
to'g'rilovli. Bu yoqdan KZ kirishni bosib qo'ydim. KZ 2.uz serverga o'tib, sekin o'yinni boshlasak. Keyingi o'yin qachon boshlanishini men qarab aytib yuboraman. Ekranni bu yoqqa qo'yib qo'yamiz. Skinlarimni tayyorlab qo'yaman. Oho, Spirnetiyoni xatosi bo'ldi. Timerga yetkazgandan keyin yugurish kerak manzilda. Balki. Oxan Tarrespik. Nima deb danat qilindi? Bu o'yin qachon boshlanishi aniq bo'lsin, keyin tekst to'g'rilab qo'yamiz. Qani yuz tashlayman. Ya, unaqa odamlar ko'rmay qoldi. Spirit fan Where is Phase? Donk is ya ona gaplar kerak emas. Zo'r o'ynab berdi Phase ham. Mana uchun rahmat Spirit fan. Xo'sh, Kazikuz server duel o'tishimizmi yoki random skillsda hech kim yo'q karta. Yo'qmi? No, давай duel o'tishaylik tinchgina. Dast kartasida ketdik. Connectni tashlab qo'ydim. Random skills keyin o'ynaveramiz. BC game nima bo'ldi? BC game 12-10 ga yutyapti hozir, o'zi yutib qo'yadi ham. TTdagi skinlarim qanaqa ekan-a? Eng qizig'i, mana endi menga raqib berdi. Chog'i. Terrorga o'tib olishim kerak men. O'tdimmi? O'tolmayapman. Fikrlarim boshqacha edi terrorda. Oting mana undan ko'ra. Qayerdan kiradi konnektga? O'zim sig'may qolsam, ha? Mana. Babichka. Qani talantda bormi? Talantda. Boshiga tegdim lekin. Давай, full focus. Ja, full focus bo'lmasa ham tagi 05 focus. Hali full focus emas ekan. Hali full emas bu. Qayerga tushib ketib qoldim? Kimdir bormi raqib? Qayerda o'tayman? Umuman ko'rinmayapti lekin. Mana raqib shu yerda. Deydi lekin boshimga. Demak, gap futbolkada ekan. Katta ehtimolli bilan gap futbolkada. Futbolkani kiydim, comeback oxirigacha bo'lib ketdi. Mouse ham lekin futbolkasi, Astralis ham futbolkasi yo'q degan gap bor. Chota Fox qo'shsa mashina bosishga o'xshaydi, bilaman, tushunmayman. Nima Foxdan foydalanadi? Voy. Kalash o'tamizmi? For yo'q hali. server o'zi mana bu yerda turgan bo'lishi kerak. Turibdi Strimlar. Kimdir HLTVga kirib ayta oladimi? O'yinda vaqt qancha qolibdi? Beş doğum koyun. İşte botlar var, not olmayapti. Sever IP berasizmi? Connect tashladim, lekin to'lganmiz da hozir. Tabii kimdir chiqib ketgan payt kirib olsangiz bo'ladi. Mana connect tashlab qo'yaman. KZ 2.uz ga kirib ham, shunday duelsga o'tsangiz, bir ikkita bo'sh karta bo'lsa o'ynab tursangiz, keyin bu yoqqa o'tib olsangiz ham bo'ladi. Mana bu yo'q, nima qiladi? Tank. Hozir o'ynadik-da bo'lmasa.
Biraz o'ynash kerak ekansa. Kim xafa qildi siz, brat? On 9-10. Yo, seriously? Baribir o'ldirdim. Hozir men o'zim bitta ko'rib olay qani. Nechida boshlanishini o'yinni? Matches 19-10 da, 19-10 da boshlanar ekan, yozib qo'yamiz. Mouse versus Astralis birinchi map 19-10 da boshlanadi. Okay. Просто играем. Chiqing. Nimaga chiqay? BC game o'ynab bo'ldimi? Da 13-10 BC game finalda o'zi. Давай. Full focus ketdi, da. Karla. Qonni tozalab qo'yinglar, farroshlar. Tozalab O'zi qonni tozalab qo'yish kerak-da. Kimdir menga qarshi Deagle'da o'ynaydi o'zicha. Sezmayapti, boshini chaqib qo'yishimni. Sezmayapti, kibrlanib ketyapti o'sha odamlar. Shuncha boshga otdim-ku, nega tegmaydi? Sayda yuztalik. Qo'shing ko'rgandek bo'ldimmi? Kim bu? Hozir o'ynadingiz-da, RTX gamer. Bitta round oldin o'ynadingiz. Yaxshimi shu? Yana qotib qolganlar-da. Qayerdan o'tdilar? Oxirgi paytda headlab berish uchun. Bu yoqda ekansiz mana. Qayerdan chiqishini bilmayman-da. Qayerdan o'qiganini ham sezmayman. Oxirgacha kutarganlar. Ko'rdim sizda xalashok. Deagle'da. Ding. Давай, ma. Qaysi orujada o'ynaymiz? Kalash emas lekin. Famas ham yoqadi aytgancha. Famas ham yaxshi ot bilaman. Famas Galil demoqchi edim. Chiroyli ekan o'yinda aytamiz. Tegdi. O'lmasga shay. Katada ko'rgan bo'laman. Dona-donaga zo'rda, ufamiz. Shunchaki dona, biratam o'tolmas ekanlar umuman. Boshqa оружие olaydi. Galil. O'layn Galillar ham AWP berib qo'ydi qo'limizga. Normal. Hoppa, boshingizga tushiramiz. Boshga tegadi yana. Qayerga o'q qoldilar? Hozir o'tish turgandik burat bilan. Chiqib ketib qolgan kompyuterlar olib kelib. Mana birota raqib beringlar. Alo. Ketiga boshqa retake o'taylikda. Random skills ekranimizmi? Inferno, davay Mirage random skills. Men connect beraman. Connect tashlab qo'ydim, eslashda. Minor. Kick beraveringlar mana minorga. O'zim admin olishim kerak-da. O'zimga admin olishim kerak. O'ldirib olinglar bazada. O'ldirib olinglar. Aynan boshqa server. Hech kim yo'q, server yo'q ekanda. Mayli, men ham berdik. Menga nima berildi? Anomaliya, u nima ekan? Cuz use skill tugmasini olsa bir necha soniya oldingi holatga mayli bu. Shuni oddiy yutib qo'yamiz. Yoki oddiy bir ishga besh kiramizmi, ha? Nima deysizlar? Oddiy bir ishga besh o'ynashga. Normal server topamiz. O'zimiz o'ynasak. Просто kamroq odam kirib oladi-da, shunisi bo'lmaydi-da. 5 ga 5, hech kim yo'q, dast topdim. Kelaylik, o'shanga kiraylik, mayli, hali vaqtimiz bor-ku, bemalol-ku. Mana yangi connect tashladim. Bunda o'ynagisi kelganlar qolsa qolsin. Men chota zerikdim random skillsda. Dast 2 da hech kim yo'q hozir. Qachon kirdi odamlar? Bu bizning odamlar emas, ha? Hozir 0 turganda odamlar soni. Haftar boshlansa kerak. 20 minut boshlanadi o'yinda da bilaman. 5 minut o'ynaylik yana. Oxirgi round. Comeback, davay, comeback qilib ketamiz. Davay, comeback qilamiz. Hech emas. O'sha bizlar bitta o'ldirdik. Hech narsa emas. Smoke zo'r otdim ko'zinglar. Katada igrib. Go, o'ldiringlar. Nice.
chiqib ketsa kerak. Bollaga tashladim-ku, biz o'zimiz ham bollaga rozi. Lekin mana vaqtida yo'q. Butterflydan o'ynaganman vaqtida. Bizda counter bo'ldi. No, turga to'rt odam orasidan o'ynashgan, bemalol kirib bombani o'rnatib turibdi. Kattani men o'zim olaman. Voy, Deagle'da. Enter. Inferno o'ynab ko'ramizmi? Hech kim yo'q, Inferno bormi hozir? 5 ga 5 ta. Da, bor ekan bitta, men o'zim kirib ko'raydi. Hozircha hech kim yo'q bu yerda. Kirgan paytim hech kim bo'lmasa. Bitta Zelord bor ekan. Connectdan tashladim. Bir kishi bor ekan. Kirib olaylik, ulgurganlar Inferno o'ynaylik. Bu yerda u shot ham tugab bo'ldi-da. Ko'p endi ovora qilib qo'ydim sizlarni ham. Bonusga qanday chiqasa bo'ladi? Flashbangda qanaqa bonusga berilgan skin bor? Tushunmadim. Bir ketib o'rdilarmi? O'zi birga bir o'ynayapmiz. Ha, yo'q. Gelirler vururken de. Tabi skins, bonus skin vermedik. Bana da skin. Davam oldu. Tushunmadim. Hozir akalar, bir minut. Go. Dayan cowboy vurib beraman. Voy, mana bu chiroyli ekan. Kill. Shu yo'lda ekan bitta. Final ertaga soat 15:30 da boshlanadi. Men spectator bo'lib ko'rib tura olamanmi o'yinni? Da, yana bir kishi kerak bizga. Bir kishi o'ynab tursin, bu yerda spectate bo'lib, o'zlar sizlarning o'yinlaringiz mana bu yerda ko'rinib turadi, akalar. No stream snipe bo'lmasin lekin. Avtomatik o'zi o'tadi. Turnir qilinsa mana shunaqa qilinadi-da. Serverda turnir bo'ladigan bo'lsa. Qarang. Oh, mana Ghosti headshot berdi. Agar mana shunaqa stream ko'rib turaylik, mayli, o'yin boshlangancha o'zi kelaman men. Bor, biror nima yeb olmasam juda och qoldim.
Where he's able to lurk out through smokes and find timings. On Inferno, where he's able to take duels through the apartments. All of that can play into his favor. Whereas Yabi, I feel like it's just kind of in doses. In fact, I almost feel like on his CT side, I'm getting more multi-frag potential than his T side.
Okay, well, it's not just us talking about Spinks and Yabi, but it's also Banks getting to speak to both of them.
Yabi, you had a tough game versus Pain. What was causing you maybe to struggle just individually in that series?
I think it was a really chaotic game, just overall, especially in Inferno and Mirage. But I think we talked about some of the things that we need to do better today for making it more calm and easy to play. So yeah, I think in terms of that it was a bit hard, but overall I just think I didn't play the best and wasn't that sharp.
Looking at obviously the conversation around Astralis for being a bit looser at the beginning of the year, then becoming more structured, a lot of change around it. What style suits you better personally?
Not the structures. No. So I mean, yeah, we tried something to see if that would be better, because yeah, we were in a kind of big slump, to be honest. So it's better to do something than just try the same thing all the time. But I think we talk things through now, and I think everyone is on the same page how we want to play CS, so now we just need to be good at that.
With PR and Zelix coming into the team, how does it affect your own game? How much does it change for you in terms of like new voices and the plays you're able to make, and also maybe helping the new players out a bit?
Trying to help the new players, and depends on the positions, if we are playing together or whatever, trying to work with each other out. What do you like to do? What I like to do? Let's combine it and have the synergy going. For me in the team, I'm now in the more passive role in a way, like I've been in the past, which is fine. I think it's a suited role for me. Need to get back to it 100%, but it's okay. And yeah, new voices in the team. I'm now the experienced guy in a way. Need to get into the role, but yeah, 2 new guns, and it's good so far.
When you say about going back to some of your other roles, right? Is it a big adjustment for you, or does it fit you naturally? Tell me how it feels from your side to like slip back into it.
It depends on the role and the map, but I needed to be helpful for the round. I want to do stuff. When I get to a corner and I just sit for 1 minute, I don't think it's good. And you need to feel the game and stuff like this. So there is the balance to it. Of course, sometimes you need to be in a corner and hold the position for a certain amount of time because it's just the position. But still need to make sure you help the team, support, getting the space, doing the clutches, whatever needed in the moment, but helping to win the round in some way.
In terms of that, is it you who makes that decision? Is it what Zershan tells you? How does it work?
It's a combination. I think, as I said, it really depends on positions. Like, for example, if you play Ancient, you're really dependent on the mid stuff. What do you do? And if you play Inferno, you will be really passive because you're a house. There is not much to do. You can help taking mid control and stuff like this, or maybe do a move 1 or 2 rounds. But in general, you will take your time, clear your angle, clear your area, build up on the idea of the team and stuff like this. So it depends on the position, but it's okay. As long as the team is winning, it's fine.
I'm not really really sure what to make of that part of the Spinks interview there, because he obviously does have somewhat strong opinions about how he likes to play, and he says that he does have that freedom, but at the same time, he's still adjusting to being the experienced voice now in the team with new players coming in. And after having not seen Maz for a couple of days, just a lot of question marks hover around me of what has changed, and will we be seeing a different Spinks? Are they going to be able to have him in a position of being more comfortable, Vu?
I'm hoping we see a different Spinks than we've seen for much of this last 3-4 months. He's really been a player that often leaves his teammates out to dry. I think when we look at PR, we look at the Dust 2 game where he was constantly away from the B site. PR struggles. It's really hard for some players to adjust to that. And Spinks, he has lots of potential. He has lots of freedom, depending on the map, of course, but you need to see him deliver. A 1.0 rating over the last 3 months, that's not nearly good enough if he's not going to be supporting his teammates. If he's going to play for himself, he has to deliver on the fragging count.
The clear difficult part of Spinks coming into this roster is that he's never really been the veteran guy on this team. He's been an individual who has helped Mouse get over the line in some big games in the past year, but when he was on Vitality and was the secondary star, he had so much freedom that I don't think he was always thinking about how to set up his teammates, how to actually play off of them, how to make their lives easier. They were actually oftentimes funneling resources to him so that he could just go off and do whatever it is that he thinks is best in the round. I think that that led to a lot of tension with Vitality, which kind of led to his eventual outing of the team. But I think that when it comes to what he's got to do with this team, he needs to just understand that he can't let Zelix or PR or whoever he's next to just play on their own, because they can't handle all of these tier 1 executes that are coming their way now.
I would agree with you, except for the caveat of Torzi, right? Because he has been showing up for Mouse. It feels like he's on a whole nother level. And when I look at him, what he's delivering for Mouse as an AWPer compared to Fozy AWPing for the side of Astralis, that is where I see the biggest differential in this team. One AWPer that can essentially be in a 1v4 and really clutch it up for your team, compared to someone who we're sort of witnessing struggle. That's the only way that I'm going to be able to describe it.
When we had our talk with PR and Zershin in the media day, we talked about Torji, and Zershin mentioned Torji and Spinks both underperforming recently, struggling. They want to get them back to their top level. And if Torji's top level is what he showed in their last series, I'm happy with that. If he can perform to that level, because not only was he fragging, we can see the rating there, he was taking over the game. And that's what I think we want to see from Mouse. Whereas on the other side, I'm actually fairly happy with what we saw from Astralis in their last series. We saw them give Fozy opportunities to go for openings. Problem is, he still didn't deliver consistently.
Torzi is currently the front runner for MVP at this event after Donk just fell off in the semifinals. So if Torzi just keeps his head above water, or even doubles up on what he did yesterday, then he actually can run away with this in an individual award sense. That is something that Maus just desperately need, as the two extremity anchor youngsters are finding their footing on the team.
They've been showing up for themselves, but at the end of the day, Maus, Astralis, I'm not really sure what sort of form they're looking to be in today. And so I do wonder as well, whilst we had some words leading into this one about the veto, what exactly is our veto going to be? It's rolling out here, and we will be seeing Ancient, Mirage, and Dust 2.
I'm actually really interested to see Astralis banning Nuke. This is, they both share the same ban, and typically you would expect them to have banned Dust 2, but they would know that Maus would go straight to Nuke. There's tons of data on their Nuke. They had a very long game on that map, and I think they've struggled a lot on Nuke. They have, I'm gonna give you a stat from Nuke. They have a 6% 4v5 win rate in the last 6 months.
Oh.
6%.
Yikes.
So seeing them ban that, even if it means they're going to Dust 2 that they're going to struggle on. Sorry?
Could you sugarcoat the 6% for me?
It's terrible. There is no sugarcoating that. That is historically bad. So I'm happy to see them ban a Nuke that they were almost certainly going to lose on.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I feel like the Ancient to come out first, though, also is Astralis, who we didn't see yesterday have the chance to pick it versus Pain, going back to their comfort map, but one that they really get to set up stair. They love their layered flashes in towards middle. Hooksy has a great understanding of how he wants to mid-round based off of the chaotic action that happens on that side of the map. So I feel like this is a really, really strong way to try to just get off on the right foot versus Maus, who have looked more vulnerable.
A divided Astralis on the pick of what they wanted between Spirit or Maus. At the end of the day, though, it feels like a lot more is at stake for Maus. We're going to get into our first map of Agent with Scrawny and Launders.
Yes. I love steak. Oh, do you?
Va bizada o'yin boshlanmoqda. Ikkinchi yarim final. Bugun birgalikda qaysi jamoa Spiritni raqibi bo'lishini guvohi bo'lamiz. Birinchi karta Ancient.
Also, they end up leaning for the later game. They literally mentioned that in their pick that you get the later slot going up against Mouse as opposed to Spirit. So let's hope that for Astralis' sake, they've got a little preparation due to that window of time that they've had to get ready for this matchup. We saw our Polymarket prediction on screen a moment ago, and it feels like since we got to Malta, the conversation was Spirit versus Mouse Grand Final. We are one best of 3 from that reality.
I don't think it holds the same weight to say Spirit versus Mouse Grand Final as it did a year ago.
Sure.
I think right now, looking at Mouse at the moment, like they're very close to being able to just get to that final. But if I look at this lineup, there's still some stuff that's clearly not that great right now. PR can have very strong maps, but it feels like in terms of chemistry and cohesion, I'm not seeing a lot of it, honestly. Zershin played better than normal, but Zershin in his interview already said Torzi's not in his prime right now. And Spinks is in his prime right now. I think partly, Zershin as a caller, there's got to be some element of I'm putting my team in a place where they all prosper a little bit more.
Right.
PR is not fitting in perfectly at the moment when it comes to anchoring with Spinks. We've seen that a couple of times now. And at first, in those games when we casted, we didn't really flag it as a problem. But now that we're getting this close to Grand Finals, if we want to talk about Mouse as this great team making a great run, well, if they want to stand a chance versus Spirit tomorrow, I mean, those are going to be some of the biggest issues. And you'd actually, even though it's kind of fast to ask for it, like to see them get ironed out in a game like this to some degree.
Yeah, this would be the perfect time to fix that issue. I think as well, you talk about Zershin in the interview and how he says, Torji's not quite in his prime. Well, if that was done when they landed in Malta, that last best of 3, like Maui Snake mentioned, Torji has officially surpassed Donk in rating because of Donk's most recent game, and we'll see if he can hang on to that top spot. What they didn't mention on the desk going into this, I don't think, excuse me if I'm wrong, but Stare is now tied with Donk as the second highest rated player. So if there's somebody who's having a pop-off best of 3 to get into semis, we do kind of have this Torji versus Stare potential setup. And Stare
ketdik. Ancient kartasi boshlandi. Birinchi round.
Went on, found his consistency with impact.
Major paytda biza kitdik. Salom
alaykum. We are talking about a fresh roster on Mouse where potential's not met. We're talking about an Astralis that was on a downtrend, looking to recover. A chance to swing at Mouse and to rob
va bu yerda Ryu Zershinni yo'q qilib bermoqda. B'ga endi agressiv yurishini davom ettiradi. Astralis jamoasining o'zining mapigi, lekin Zelex double kill amalga oshirib berdi. Pistoletga ancha kuchli o'ynaydi shu igrok ham.
2 bullets, 2 headshots and a man advantage earned.
Ikkita o'q haqiqatan ham ikkita headshot bilan yakunlandi. Jabi esa keyga joylashib olgan 4 ga 3 vaziyat.
Anyone flanking an elbow, it was very clear the B split was coming. And
Zelex,
I kind of like that he's just checking himself. He is opening up chances where he can turn around.
Flash bilan pick qilindi. Fizidan ajoyib flash va Jabini kutmadi kevda yaqinligini. 3 ga 3 holatda qolib ketdi jamoalar. 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt bor ularning hisobida. PR
into the flash, into the equalizing kill. Mouse have sat here the whole
Flash va ikkita smoke tashlab qo'yilgan, bemalol kirib bombani o'rnatish uchun yaxshigina shans bor Astralisda. Diffuse kit yo'q, shuning uchun retake'lik bo'lmaydi. Ancha yaxshi sharhladi.
Back down the ramp. They're not sure if somebody else would have come at this from middle or whether Zelex was truly operating alone.
No kit here for Mouse.
Javi picks up the responsibility of holding the flank so that
Retake'lar boshlandi. Ikkita igrok longda, Torzi esa shortdan o'ynaydi. Fuse damage qabul qilib bo'lgan, lekin Huxidan birinchi headshot bor. PR razmenda Fuse. PRni keyingi raundga jo'natib yubormoqda. Spinks vaqt tobora kamayib boradi. Fusedan double kill hamda Astralis birinchi raundni o'z foydasiga hal qildi.
Staying calm
and
walking forward with their initial plan despite Zelex's efforts.
Va force buy qilishadi katta ehtimollik bilan Mouse jamoasi.
It's kind of a fierce pistol from both sides, so not one that you maybe want to read that much into. Ryu hits a great shot, then gets hit with a great shot. But Astralis, they seal the deal. It's very good the way they're patient to get Zelex's frag. They use one flash to do it. They still have
ikkinchi round boshlandi.
It's Mouse who don't have a kit in that 3v3 retake, so Astralis come in a little bit more prepared and are pretty prescient about what's going to happen next.
Jabidan xayashga o'tib berilmoqda.
Va aytib o'tganimizdek, force qilingan mouse tomonidan A ga yaqin kelib olishdi. Huxi bomba bilan boradi va 4 kishi bo'lib hozir rasketlardan so'ng A ga kirishga ko'ramiz. Donutda faqatgina Spinksning o'zi bor. Zelex esa KTdan himoyalashga harakat qilib ko'radi. Spinks qo'lda 5-7. Smoke'ga o'zi ham chiqib kelishi mumkin. Spinks anti-flash pozitsiyasida va baribir full blindga tushib qoldi. Zelexda ham hech narsa kelmayapti. Ryu Spinksni otib tashladi, side egallandi. Bo'lingan Temple'da hech kim yo'q. Zelex boshqa akkaunt qo'shishni bilmadim, lekin tushunmayman nimani so'rayotganingizni.
Do you want to try to keep this famous for the next
round? Qilishsa kerak katta ehtimollik bilan.
It feels like this one is too far gone already. Zelix putting distance between him and all of Astralis.
Yeah, hang on to that thing.
Yeah, it's like if you stick around too long, you might lose this, brother. So I'd say run for the hills.
We've watched both these teams now have to kind of learn a lot of lessons as the games have gone on.
Kim grand finalga chiqadi deb o'ylaysizlar? Meni taxminim bo'yicha bu yerda 3 ta map ko'ramizmi bundaqa ham yoki 2 ta tugatib qo'yamizmi?
Who do you think is going to blow more match points in this series?
Numerically, with the numbers that Astralis did yesterday, I think I just kind of had to
katta pul so'raydi bular. Har bitta turnirga kamida 5000, 6000 minimum shuncha dollardan.
Do it all over again.
Qiyin masalada 5-6000 dollar.
I would hope not, because again, you'd hope that
hozir masalan 600 kishi ko'rayotgan bo'lsa o'sha odam
yesterday that it is one of the big conversations you'd be having going into the game today. But fixes don't always happen in 24 hours.
You could also argue there wasn't much.
Atay уже ishoninglar, bookmakerlar kirib keldi O'zbekistonga. Ofitsialniy bitta bookmaker oldi deb eshitdim. Men keyingi yilga qoldirmaydi bular. Hammasi turnirlarni sotib oladi-da, keyin streamerlarga berishni boshlaydi, tipa stream qilinglar deb.
They were the ones who
Texnik pauza, Torjida qanaqadir muammo. Torjini prime chiqmayapti, u muammo bunda emas.
Played terribly.
There was obviously those awkward post plants on A-site Mirage that were a talking point, and the 5 match points that could have been as well.
Yeah, but that was
Simple уже finalga chiqdi uni komandasi. Bugun o'ynaydi soat 22:00da Ensga qarshi.
Yeah, it was 12-7.
Best of 3 ekan u grand final.
When they were planning, I thought they changed up their planning as the game went on.
Those weren't the rounds they started. This is not the last 5 rounds, but this 12-7 score is that part felt like an Astralis choke to me. And you get to 12 without even giving up a bomb plant, and then all of a sudden Pain come back in. Inability to close, always a scary thought.
Turtali win streakda ketyapti hozir.
Hey. Yeah, that's right. Good work, admin. Good work. Good work. No talking in a tech pause.
Yeah, honestly.
Ensda ham xuddi shunaqa. Atak Finlandiya komandasi bu Ens.
No smiling.
BC game nechinchi o'ringa ko'tarilib oldi-da.
Be like Cyclone.
Locked in at all times.
116-o'ringa chiqib oldi.
And ready for a tack pause. That's what I love about Cyclone. Always ready for those inevitable tack timeouts.
Kind of had to read between the lines in the Spinks interview, but there were some weird things. Maui kind of pointed to that end of vitality, where things like sort of mysteriously stopped working. I mean, he got the IEM Rio win into Paris, obviously, such a great moment in time for early vitality with Spinks as well, and he kind of turned the team into like the best team at the time by virtue of him joining. But there was a weird finish there where we didn't get I think a complete picture as to what exactly happened. And I feel like you almost get early signs of that here with Mouse, with just some of what feels like the natural chemistry that's missing. It almost feels like they have one too many anchors. I wonder if the actual issue could end up being that they
nima muammo bo'ldi ha ularda endi 2-0 hozircha hisob. BC game'ni o'yinini katta ehtimol bilan sharhlamasak kerak.
I think we saw on Dust 2, for example, where Spinks would be,
tinchgina shaxsiz chempion
playing
qoladi.
rotator and PR would
Link
be
tashlab
anchoring,
beraman.
and it just felt like as the
Ko'rishga.
rounds went on in the half, Spinks was next round playing a little bit farther away from B. Someone was replayed towards he was taking over at B. There's one round he was literally over at long. I mean, when you're a player in that situation, there is a lot of frustration when your anchor mate can't
boshqa
put up,
account kirgizish
because
uchun
then you
u
both
accountingizdan
look
log
bad.
out
One guy
qilib
dies without
ko'ring.
a kill, you both die, you both lose the round. And there is
Account
actually
ustiga
only so
bosganingizda
much
log out
saving you can
chiqadi.
do,
Keyin
like
esa
saving
boshqa
the
accountni
situation
Steam bilan
if you're a player
kirgizasiz.
like Spinks.
Men o'zim
Besides
ko'rsatmayman,
literally
chunki
just,
menda
like,
ikkita account
replacing
yo'q,
PR
bitta
that spot
accountim bor
because he
o'zi.
knows how to deal with the execs. But that's not going to happen. You're not going to change your anchor out just because in that match you're not playing that well. You've got to work around it. That's why they started bringing in the op, changing the setup a little bit more. But definitely, as a player, that's when you get frustrated. And I wonder if we're going to see any more of that today.
Can't blame him, though. I wouldn't want to stand next to a guy if he stinks. And some of those B holds stank.
Okay. Oh, okay. That was some kind of Spinks pun?
No. Just
Texnik pauzani 45 daqiqa. Eng ko'p texnik pauza anamda bo'lganda menimcha. Starlarda Budapest majorni stage 1da bo'lgandi o'zi ham nechidir soat svet o'chib qolgandi Budapestda.
All right.
O'sha payt bo'lgan.
Get that issue sorted early.
B-hole
Torji.
smelling like an A-hole.
Okay, that's pretty good. All right. A little late, but I'll still give it to you. I'll still give it to you.
Qarang, Sanjar aka saytga kirgandan keyin o'ng tomon yuqorida profil turadi. Profilni ustdan bossangiz, o'sha tagida chiqadi sirasi o'sha knappkada. Hozir pauza o'zini
Big
ko'rsataman.
bragger. Zershin has a 1.07 KPR on CT side ancient since he became
Astralisda hisobni 3-0 qilib olish uchun yaxshigina shans bor. Va bundan keyingi raundda Fullbayga qarshi Fullbay ko'ramiz. Va ular hozir Red Roomni egallab olishadi 3 kishi bo'lib. Balki agar rotatsiya qilib yuborishar, Jabiga yugurishni boshlashni informatsiya ham beradi. Zelax bitta minutda amalga oshirib bermoqda. Zelax va bu yerda Ryu hamda Steyerdan ikkita qilib javob qaytarildi. Ada himoyada Spinksning yolg'iz o'zi qolgan. PR Deagle'da damage yetkazildi. Yana bitta o'q kamlik qildi Steyerni yo'q qilishiga. Torji va B'ga qarab kelmoqda bu yerda Huxi. Agar Huxini tutib olsa Torji. Va Huxidan headshot tayyor ekan Remtag agressiyani tutib olishga. PR va Spinks tirik qolgan. PR Jabidan head yeb olishga tayyor turibdi. Eng so'nggi yurok bizda Spinks.
Good on Astralis. You know, you lose Fuzi at the start of this one once you're getting up into Red Room push, and they have a very fresh wound losing to Force Buys.
Yaqin bir
So, 3-0 start.
Bu degani mana bookmakerlar kirib keldi degani yomon narsa, to'g'ri. Lekin kibersport bu shuning uchun turnirlar ham keladi endi. Ishonavering, yana 1 ichida realizatsiya qilinsa 2027da yoki 2028da turnir kelsa kerak. O'zimizda tier 1 turnir.
Which I feel like have genuinely been so productive for some of the new lineups.
Spinks exit frag izlayapti.
Not new.
Va Ryuning pozitsiyasini tekshirishi juda kam foiz.
Not new but still fresh.
Ryudan headshot hisob 3-0.
That's what most teams try to do.
Endi bu poll predict nimada yo'qda, kickda bo'lardi. YouTube'da yo'q unaqa funksiyasi lekin.
Right. Guys,
talking about someone on stage or something, it's like you're the captain though.
Just looking to make friends.
And then all of a sudden he's like dead serious.
Yeah. These 4 teammates of yours are paid to listen to you. You have the authority, Huxi. Let's see if he can wield it well.
But make no mistake, he definitely actually
4-chi raund boshlandi. Huxi bitta kill amalga oshirgan bo'lsak, Zelax rasman bera oldi bu killga. Torji Aminni AWP bilan pik qilib ko'radi, lekin B'ga rotatsiya qilib yubormoqchi bu yerda Astralis jamoasi. Himoyada Cave'da Zershin bor va PR
And all his teammates, all 3 other
himoya qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. 3 kishi bo'lib raskidlar bilan kirib keladi Astralis jamoasi a'zolari. PR hozircha hech kimni payqaganicha yo'q. PR bomara endi Steyer. Ajoyib reaksiya bilan PRga headshot bermoqda. Zershin esa Cave'da ortga qaytib olishga majbur. 4-3 vaziyat, bomba o'rnatilgan.
This is really good if they keep Yabi out here.
Qayerga tashlab berildi, damage'lar yaxshi, lekin unaqa ko'p emas. Menimcha save'ga qarab yo'l olishadi, chunki diffuse kit ham yo'q.
Mouse to try this, but they don't also
Safe.
know where everyone is.
4-0.
And they'll step away. So just off of those 2
nima
kills,
bo'ladi? Yashil bo'ladi aka,
crazy
100%.
quick find out of Hooksy as he flies out middle.
Man, we've
That
got
had to be no head armor on Spinks.
we got
Safe.
Money.
0 kills on Spinks, Torji, and Zershin 4 rounds into the game.
Axi, 3 ta igrokda hali bitta ham kill yo'qligini ta'kidlab o'tyapti Shahrovchi.
At least Zelix is in his prime.
Man, we're on the brink of seeing Astralis have their 3rd consecutive 6-0 start. Twice versus Pain yesterday.
I mean, even if I couldn't close out in regulation every single one of those starts, I'd still take them.
Yeah. And now that they know they
Time
can
out,
win
man.
in OT, having done so
Manimcha mouse
They also
tomonidan time
know
out
not
olindi.
to take those leads for granted now.
Fizi deb qo'li ko'p terlaydi, yana
Hang on for
Huntersni
your
qo'li
life,
terlaydi. Pro igroklarning orasida har doim oldida salfetka bilan o'tiradi
They
shuning
also
uchun.
bought a lot of time in this tournament for Fuzi to kind of get back into the groove, you know. Even he referenced sort of just, I don't know why I'm not in form at the moment, but I'd like to be.
Spirituga futbolga deganda balki.
Getting in.
Даже overtime-gacha ham olib o'tirmadi-ku, lekin 3 ta zo'r map ko'rdik mazza qilib.
Let's get into it.
That's not trademarked.
Not yet. We have high praise usually for Cyclone off these timeouts and Mouse's ability to convert rounds right after.
5-chi raund boshlandi.
Can indeed stop Astralis from
Insta smoke.
Potential 6-0 start.
Va midni egallab olishga harakat qilib ko'rishmoqchi. Xelex hamda Spinks. Mid retake o'ynaydi menimcha. Astralis jamoasi. Lekin yana agressiya pachka bilan B ga qaratilgan. Fuzi AWP da, Torjida ham AWP bor.
Smoke outside of cave for the time being.
Va midshot Fuzi 7% jon bilan tirik qolmoqda. Lekin Hooksy, ajoyib pick. Hooksydan double kill, Xelexni ham minus qo'yib berdi. Jabi va PR juda yaqin bir-biriga. Jabi birinchi ko'rganiga qaramasdan PR tomonidan yo'q qilingan va 4-3 vaziyatda qolib ketishdi. 1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt Aga tezkorlik bilan rotatsiya amalga oshirishmoqda. KTdan retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Spinks hali tuxum yormagan 3 ta igrok Mouse'da. Va KTda ehtiyot bo'lishlari kerak. Steyr check qilishni boshlayapti bu paytda. Templedan ham yetib kelishdi igroklar va Templedan kelgan Torji Ryu tomonidan yo'q qilib berilgan bo'lsa, Steyr Spinksni minus qildi. Eng so'nggi igrok 31 HP-dagi PR AWP-ni save qilish uning vazifasi.
Double kill thanks to Hooksy. Now I wouldn't blame our replay ops if they didn't have a Hooksy 2K ready to go, because that is unexpected. But by God, I want to see it.
Hooksyning ikkita killni ko'ramiz. 1, ikkinchi headshot. Yaxshi pick qilibdi lekin.
Once that smoke faded,
5-0. Hujumda 5 ta allaqachon round yutib bo'lishdi.
Shredding their heads off.
Mouse uchun qiyin. Ancha.
Zershin to Hooksy.
Chunki KT uchun qulaydi bu karta, KTga qulay.
Better, Vu says.
Yeah,
not seeing it yet. Vu.
PR Ryuni minus qilib berdi. Bu boshqa igroklar unga agressiya qilishmaydi. Yoki da qilishadimi? Hooksy izlayapti PRda. Cave'daligi haqida bilishmas ekan.
Just kidding. Vu's been awesome.
Yeah.
5-0.
If only Nat could step it up.
Keyingi karta Mirage.
Also, great shirt, Maui. Love the shirt, actually.
Now I feel like a dick. 6-0 coming in for Astralis. That's the game plan. Hang on to it. But it's guns and guns and more guns for Mouse. So none of these made it easy.
Hali 3 ta igrokka kill qilgani yo'q. Spinks, Torji, Zershin. Nima bo'lyapti bu igroklarga bilmadim. Zershin agressiv tarzda Heaven'ga o'tib oldi, lekin yana B ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Birinchi bo'lib rampdan o'yin boshlaydi, e'tibor qilgan bo'lsanglar, va Raskidlarning uchib kelishini PR ancha qiyin holatda PR low va PR o'lib ketdi. Ishda yerdan minus Zershin xumni yorib bermoqda. Zershin double kill qilish uchun ulgurdi ham o'tishga. Xelex esa Fuzy'ni yo'q qilib bergan bo'lsa, Steyr razmenda Steyr shunchaki spreyni burib yuborgan holatda Xelexni minus qilib berdi. Spinks yetib keldi, AWP Steyrning qo'lida 2-1 clutch. Torji smoke tarqaldi va Torjini yo'q qilmoqda Steyr. Shans bor. Ace clutch ko'ramizmi Steyrdan?
Spinks.
What's wild is
Red
I don't
room'da
think Stair
o'ynamoqchi.
realized it, and yet he's moving to catch Spinks' rotation.
Oh, he's considering this. Oh, but this
O'qidi o'yindi, timing bu yerda.
In this type of situation, but
Endi tekshirganda-chi. Yana bir timing sekundlar faqatgina. Endi tekshirganda ham ko'rmaydi-da. Spinks aqlli o'ynayapti bu yerda. Vaqt faqat Spinksning foydasiga. Yana.
And Spinks considers A.
And Stair's going to walk right
Spinks
into him.
deb o'yladi.
I mean, the only way this works, Spinks could randomly be looking.
Voy, Spinks ishdi Spinks. Easy tutib olmoqda. Mind game. Hisob esa 5-1.
Oh, what a clutch it could have been. 17 HP.
Nice try.
Damn near pulls
17
off the
foiz
ace.
joni bilan.
Finally, Mouse
Stair,
will win a
to'rtta kill.
round, denying the 6-0 start.
It's funny how this smoke
O'ng tomonga qanaqa qarab bordi.
landed
Voy,
in the
voy, voy.
totally wrong spot for PR, but it made it very confusing to try to scale into the side. Just in a spot where you wouldn't expect, and the CTs are actually shooting back through it. There's new headshot angles that show up.
First couple of kills.
Faqat Torji qoldi kill qilmagan. Iroq va midda retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishmoqchi bu yerda Stair kirib kelganda Zelex full blind holatda Stairni minus qilib bermoqda.
Spinks presses the SMG into the close proximity. That bomb's already heading up towards A main. Torji's going to have a chance to just outright deny this. Donut supports inbound for him.
Torjidan mid shot salgina shoshib qoldi bola. Spinks esa fuzyni yo'q qilib bergandan so'ng 5-3 vaziyatda qolib ketmoqda Astralis. Bir daqiqadan ko'proq vaqt bor ularning hisobida. Uxi midda ortga qaytdi. Uxi
Almost totally out of the round. They do have time and they do have middle.
Jabi bor hal ulardi. Jabini ham jahli chiqsa lekin birorada yomon tushdi boshlaydi.
Which does mean the CTs are guessing a bit. Spinks, though, is making the info move. An MP9 on an adventure.
Yeah, why not stay on this? 5v3 advantage. Lots of map control for Spinks as he also takes a quick look at mid. That's an off approaching from the ledge.
Timinglar Spinksning
Doesn't clear it.
foydasiga ishlab ketdi birdan.
Misses this, but it'll work out beautifully for him.
Qarasa ikkita igro rampda turibdi.
Working on Spinks.
Info beradi.
Look at this, a freebie on the offer.
Huxini yo'q qilib berdi va rampda ikkita igro haqida ham informatsiya bor. 20 soniya atrofida. Vaqt Torji uchun shans degani bu birinchi killni
The Mouse know you are here and still they're going to try to
Torji
get
Ryuni yo'q qilib bergan bo'lsak, Zershin Jabini minus qilmoqda. 5-2.
circling that site
Xatam
and Mouse
Spinks
win
bilan
two
Zershin
consecutive
xuddi
not
shunaqa
losing a
xatam.
body
Namachi rahmat.
here in round 7.
Kind of ridiculous how much money Astrala still have. Very few kills for anyone to kick off this game. But it's exactly how Pain found their way back into both halves.
Time out Astralisdan olindi. Energetikni reklama
This'll be the
bo'lmasdan deb
last
ustini
of
yopib
it
qo'yishgan.
if Mouse can win this round.
Qo'llayaptimi deyman?
One more full buy.
Orqada Red Bull turibdi shuncha. Bittasini uzatib yuboringlar. Sakkizinchi raund boshlandi. Shu Red Bull sponsorlik qiladigan turnirga borishim kerak edi. Badge olib. Takvi media akkreditatsiya olib.
Storming out of middle for control early on.
Budapeshtga borganimda majorga yo'da Monster edi sponsor. Takvi butun xaladenlik hamma jurnalistlar uchun turibdi. Xohlagancha, xohlagan payt olib ketsa ular.
No one's watching A main. Towards in the back.
Yeah, not being forward means nobody sees those shadows, so this boost can definitely catch you.
Ryudan zo'r headshot bo'ldi va Donutga yetib keldi Zelex. Foyda berolar kammi mana bu
Man advantage earned. You're going to see all the
tashlab
controls start dumping those
berilgan
nades.
Ryu double
comes
kill
through
amalga
with a
oshirmoqda.
headshot.
Ryu
And
to'liq
Spinks
tozalab
still
berdi
with
Ani.
some open lines here, but not able to get into that bomb planter. Very comfortable
5-3
spot now for
vaziyat va sekin
Astralis.
sayga
Again,
qarab ketsa ham
hyper
bo'ladi.
passive
Hali
out of
Lurker
Mouse
bor
allows
o'yinda.
all
Lurker
of that
Jabi.
to unravel as easily as it did.
It's the perfect approach. It's also the perfect call here for Astralis to be like, let's throw our same nade sets in the middle, like let them have it, but also have them have two players tied up in middle because they've been winning a lot there. They get away with 5 players alive so far and a chance to punish even more.
Javin turishini qaranglar.
For as much praise
6-2, 6 hujumda round.
about those convincing starts to so many halves in the series, they did always feature
Astralis
Pain being
chance
able to
ortib
fight back
ketmoqda.
into them. So if Astralis are going to have an answer of their own right here, just perfect call for that situation. Obviously, that's something they'll be looking to improve on from last night's match. Yep.
That'll be frustrating because even if he's just a little farther back from the wall, he doesn't get spotted, has the same angle. And to be fair, Ryu, I can't believe he even got a headshot.
Yeah.
Could barely see him.
I like that though, the
Final ertaga soat 15:30 da boshlanadi, best of 5.
He also just kind of smacks his table.
Bu degani kechki soat
later as well.
10gacha tugaydi stream. 3:30da boshlansa.
Definitely hinges on his opening
finalga
death.
5 ta karta ko'rganimizda ham.
This isn't a 5v3, so
Torji
way
yasabdi.
later. Let it out.
Yeah, we'll just find you afterwards.
Bottled up emotions create broken men. And Maus are going to need to be at full force to try to reclaim this half.
What are you, a philosopher now?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Side
Yana bir
hustle.
qayishga.
You've got
Astralis
golf, I've got
rasidlari zo'rda.
motivational
Hozir
speaking.
B'ga qilgan va smoke,
I think that's our
multi fan
future.
tashlab berganiga 5 ketgan
combo,
o'sha
I think.
raundda.
Need a lot of
Realizatsiya
effort
qila
golf.
olishmadi-yu,
We're
lekin
motivational golfers.
Prime
Alright.
Astralisda raskit qilib berish.
Spinx is by himself. He's got the perfect angle on Donut.
Spinx bitta o'zi.
They get away with this.
Ada. Red Roomdan Zelex yordamga
Torji
qo'shilishi mumkin
moving in
unga.
on a line with an op here.
Lekin Ryu zo'r pozitsiya egallab olgan.
Utility
Yana
obviously
Astralis
lets Spinx
utilitylardan
know
foydalanib
this
bo'lindi.
threat
Spinx.
looms near.
Spinx anti-flash turib olgan. Double kill qilib bermoqda Spinx.
Let them come to him. Easy shooting for
Ishonchli o'ynab
Spinx.
berdik. Zelex ham yetib keldi yordam berishga.
Flashbang doesn't make him
5-3
anywhere
vaziyat.
I'd love to know though.
Va mana bu hayashga yetib
They're
bormayapti
not
hech
even
kimgacha.
volleying the mouth of Donut. They're not smoking it. And sometimes you smoke it, you know, someone will stand in it, spam their bomb down, and they want to
Fusey.
swing, but it looks extremely risky.
Nice.
Trying to fight back into this with the 2 players out middle. But Maus are moving over.
Tegmada exertion o'qi.
Certain that they don't have to be concerned about that
Ishda
B
o'ylab
site.
ko'rmoqchi
Sure
bo'ldi-yu,
enough,
Spinx
Spinx
tomonidan
continues
minus
to
qilib
collect
bergan
these
Jabini
kills.
bilishmaydi.
I wonder
Hozircha
if it has
ko'rmadilar
something to do
buni.
with how easily they caught Torji off guard and were able to take A that they thought maybe they
Zelexdan
didn't have to use all
headshot
that
eng so'nggi
util.
iroq
Even
AWP
at that
Fusey.
round, I was surprised they just
10 sekund vaqt menimcha save qilish
and
qo'ldan keladi
didn't see
bemalol.
anyone until he got to the end of, but that's how you die. He could have got caught, clipped on the cross. I think almost a little lucky there, to be honest. So I totally understand it not overdoing it with Donut utility, because sometimes, again, like if someone just stands halfway up Donut, they have a line on every single bomb plant. You can just get spammed, so it's nice to get the kills, but they don't have a flank coming in from elbow either. So there's not really that much pressure on Donut. This line is great. They threw one flash at him. The second one's too late. And
Yani
that
Kukri
signpost
sotuvga
line is what
qo'yildi.
the
Ham
rifle
o'yni
is fighting
sizda
for.
Kukriz
Not for some
qo'yildim
slightly
sotuvga.
press line where they're going to get eat the flash. They either fully fall back or they play aggressive like that.
Case hardened.
So I think when as soon as Straw's got that much space, I think it's like, all right, let's just go with a full-fledged big sack.
We'll see if they evolve in any way. Stare right now, dodging
O
flashes
bu
out
yerda
middle.
Stayer,
Collects a
middagi
5v4.
fightda Spinx o'ldirgan bo'lsak, Zelex smoke orasidan razmen qilib ketmoqda bu killga.
Just to make sure that Astralis don't keep
PR
up that threat on the other
smoke
side.
ichiga yomon
They've
kirib
lost
olibdi
Jabi
Jabi.
in between these smokes. Oh, he presses
Ikkita
right
gol
into
birga
Zerchin,
tushib
who
qolgan.
shoots first.
Jabi.
Backs up like wide into
Jabi
goes through.
Zerchinga headshot
Zerchin
kurdi
makes his
PR'da.
move happen. Jabi could even get a
Lekin
second,
PR
but
razmen
won't
qilib
let
bera
him
oldi va
escape
3
from
3
this corner.
holat.
Another equalizing kill as we shift back to the
Fusey.
3v3. No donut control.
Fusey Zelexni minus qilib berdi. Torji va PR qolib ketishdi. Torji uyg'onadigan ayni payt kelgan. 1 ga 5 yuribdi.
serverga kirgan o'zi bu.
to be the guy that can bring this back.
Guruh bosqichini eng zo'r
But a
fraglari
huge
bo'yicha
ask of him
statistikaga ega
here from
igroki.
Temple, and they are not going to let him
Torji.
peek out.
Yarim
Not
finalda
allowing him
uxlab
to
qolgan
skim a
hozircha.
player off of the push forward. Bomb plant covered, all's good. Deep donut, also allowing
Fuzi.
Fuzi to double back, make sure there's no flank here.
PR.
Man, a lot of grenades here on Torji. It's
Red Roomdan o'tib kataga yetib
Step up and give over the position. Now he can start dumping his utility again. You'd think this pinch inside of the site's always going to be his death. But they
Ritega o'xshamaydi.
are still giving him threads to
Torji
pull on.
save qilishga harakat
He'll
qilib
just
ko'radi,
take the
41%
backdoor
joni bilan.
exit now and hope to save off this op, but Hooksy could still fight him for it. Hooksy stomping the entire time.
Torji yashab qoldi. Yashab qoldi. 7-3, 7 ta hujumda.
But at least Mouse
O'zi sekin 12-chi raunddan keyin 2-chi mapga o'tib ketsa ham
He
bo'ladi.
has actually, sometimes his numbers up. You actually notice he'll just take a fight that's maybe a little unwarranted. I'm not sure if it was a calm for him to try to.
Nimagadir obez bitta o'rada tashlab urib, keyin yana ulanib ketadigan bo'lgan. Hozir ham shunaqa
If he was
bo'ldi.
told to.
Yeah. but
Stream
just
bitti, manda
3v3
yozib chiqyapti.
looked
Bitrate
a
tushib
little
ketdi, 0 ga deb
too
aytyapti.
risky,
И undan keyin
obviously.
sразу yana
Obviously,
ulanib
when there's
ketdi.
an op
Stream
waiting
qotib
for you,
qoldimi
but-
yoki silliq davom etdimi? 11-raund.
Flying out mid, Stair wants more blood.
Stair, bitta minus Stair.
Sprayni
Sprayni transfer qilishga ulgurmabdi, lekin Spinks Scroll HP bilan tirik
tries to
qoldi.
get vision instead a bullet between the eyes.
To'rtga to'rt
Spinks and
vaziyat.
Zelex remaining the top
Zershin
performing
yolg'iz
players
B
for
igroq va B'ga
Mouse
kirib kelishmoqchi bular.
numerically.
Oh boy.
Yeah, tough ask of Zershin here.
Zershinni check qilishadi menimcha. Va
Va
Hooksidan headshot.
Hooksy quick to the
4-3 qolib ketishdi. Spinks uchun yaxshi imkoniyat bor Ryunitni bo'lishga. Ryu yo'q qilib berilgan.
to keep the numbers even. Torji hoping that
Smoke
somebody steps
tashlandi
into
va
him.
smoke
Now that he's
ichiga
been
push
smoked off,
qilganicha yo'q.
really doesn't have a way back
Save
into this
mi?
retake immediately, so they would
Pul
have
bor.
to burn a lot of time waiting.
Urinib ko'rsa bo'ladi 3 ga 3.
They're forced to go on the
Diffuse
bigger
kitlar ham
flank.
bor va
That's what
Fuziga mana
Bombwell's
Spinks
got
headshot
help.
berib ketmoqda. Hooksy hamda Jabi o'rnatilgan bombani himoya qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi.
They're inviting a chance in now for Mouse.
Especially as we get this
Flash bilan
support
peak
system
Torjini
for
yo'q qilish
Spinks.
eng asosiy vazifa.
PR starts shooting. That's going to be a second
Va
player.
bu yerda Torji Hooksini yo'q qilib berdi. Jabi esa clashda. Jabi birinchi kill. Jabi Spinks Prefire bilan chiqib kelyapti va Spinks o'zi olib ketdi. Vaqtchi.
I think he's got. It's gonna blow up.
Ulgurmadi yo'q. Ulgurmayapti diffuse qilishga. Buncha sekin tortilishdi ular. 8 ta round.
Tons of money. Well, I say tons. A bit of extra for Spinks and Torji to help out Zelex and PR.
Qotyapti. Bu internetingizdan agar hozir qotayotgan bo'lsa.
It's like you did that D-smoke and CT. You have all of that to post-plant for. Like, Fuzi doesn't really need more space than that. You play 2 to the site, you have cave. You know they're going to come in on the flank. Instead, they want to put pressure on every single choke point. It's like no need to do that. So a chance there for Mouse to actually pick it up. But as Strawless now just put on an overall phenomenal half with 8 rounds.
Go for it. A rush to end the half.
Vo, bu yerda Torji Jabini minus qilib berdi va ortga qaytishlar ko'rishimiz ham mumkin, lekin Zershin Ryun olib ketmoqda. Aga kirish uddasidan chiqilgan, lekin 5 kishining retake menimcha ishonarliroq bo'lsa kerak.
Best of luck hanging on here, Astralis.
Those are really good in these retakes.
Does Fuzi try to wrap all the way back around Donut?
I think that's the only way if they do something like this. That's the only way they can.
Ancha kech
They're
o'ynaydi.
too good at their A
Uchta
retake.
igroq lekin
Walker
KTda.
on the jump up, Stair gets into position.
Hooksida flash bor.
For the time being, you've got 2 players in Donut, but I don't think anybody's considering this, and you're going to catch the
Birinchi kill
offer
Fuzidan va Stair ham yo'q qilib bermoqda. PR va Spinksdan killar. Stair endi
and they will find it with time.
ikkiga bir qolib ketganda raundni realizatsiya qila olmadi. 8-4 hisob bilan biz keyingi bo'limga o'tamiz. Va KZ-da qanaqa profil chiqish kerak? Aka hali shu yerda turgan bo'lsangiz qarang. Mana profil ustidan bosasiz, o'ng tomon yuqorida. Mana qizil knopka turibdi, log out. Bitta bo'lsangiz chiqib ketib qoladi profildan. Men chiqib ketish niyatim yo'q hozir. Rating bo'yicha mukofotlar VIP beriladi. 3 ta o'ringa ham VIP akkaunt sohibi bo'lishadi. Shu o'yin hisobida agar birinchi o'rinda yakunlasanglar, qancha ko'p shu yerda kirib o'ynab tursanglar, VIP ni ham olishinglar mumkin. VIP da funksiyalari ko'p, bandi hoplariz bo'ladi, bemalol sakrab yurishinglar mumkin. No, tekinga keladigan VIP yaxshi-ku. Skinlarni to'g'rilab qo'ydim. Flip knife yoqmadi menga. Men flipni o'zgartirishim kerak aytgancha birinchi o'rinda. Flip. Skinni boshqa skin tanlaymiz. Bayonetda o'ynab ko'ramizmi? Stiletto bor-da. Qani stiletto? Mana. Stilet. Oq rangga mos bor ekan variantimiz. Hozir bizda faqat KT tomonga o'zgartirishimiz kerak. Bo'ldi, oppoq set davom etadi degani. Agent ham yoqmayapti, boshqa agent. Phoenix bordi, oq rangli. Qani? Phoenixlar? Ha, terrorda bo'ladi-ku aytgancha. Ha, opaga o'zgartirib olaman. Kompyuter xonada ham, kompyuter xonada ham o'ynasangiz bo'ladi, bemalol. Faqat trolling qilib yuradilar. Huxi intervyu berib turibdi orqa fonda.
For the season, or what are the goals?
20 soniya vaqtimiz bor. Keyingi map Mirage. Mirage'dagi shanslarni ko'rib chiqaylik qani, oxirgi paytlar qanaqa o'ynayapti ekan komandalar. Bekorga Mirage'ni pik qilmagandir. Uni Mirage'da bir xil. Lekin Astralis 3 marta o'ynagan. Ikkitasida yutgan, bitta yutqizgan. Mouse esa 9 marotaba Mirage o'ynagan oxirgi 3 oylik ichida. 67% ga 67% win rate Mirage'da ikkita jamoani ham. Dust kartasi esa mouse uchun qulay ekan ancha.
Causing them to have to scramble back into this. So what does the T side have in store for us? We'll find out. It's an early shuffle towards this B site where Astralis start with majority.
13-chi round boshlandi.
Two sets of util.
Zershan Ryuni minus qilib bermoqda.
PR then kills him. That's a little awkward.
Va bu yerda PR Zershanni o'zini joyida razm qilib ketdi. Turtga turt o'ynaymiz. Turtga 3 bo'lib qolishganlar ekan. Zershan double kill qilishga ulgurgan edi. Mouse hujumda kamay qilib ketsa, 5 ketaman lekin. Ya, Huxi bitta minus amalga oshirdi, Xalexni tekshiradi va Huxi double kill 3 ga 2 holat.
Up the ramp comes Spinks. CTs have got the numbers, just trying to flush Torzi off the
Torzi.
Spinks has been found.
Jabidan Spinksga headshot eng so'nggi iroq. Torzi birinchi kill, lekin Huxi zo'r o'ynab berdi. Kapitan Huxidan triple kill. 9-round Astralis foydasiga yaxshi kirib kelishgandi.
Zertion with the jumping Glock kill, a first frag before that, and well, an instant trade, unfortunately, out of PR, who was just trying to help. Unlucky, really.
Zershanning ikkita minusi sakrab o'tgani Fuzini. PR boshlab berdi hamma o'yinni.
Obviously the team kill not ideal, but it still boils down to a phenomenal sequence of headshots out of Huxi. Yeah.
Yeah, it totally does.
14-round boshlandi.
A reminder that you can always live trade the game.
Force buy qilingan hujumga o'tayotgan jamoa mouse tomonidan. B'ga agressiya, lekin ikkita multida timinglarda tushib kelganda qarang.
Rebound attempt here for Mouse. Looking to go right back to that B bomb site where they came up short. 3 players into cave, 3 players on the defense. Looking to smoke off the cave exit. Barrels through. Stairs eating flashes here.
Stairs izlashyapti. Stair nima qilib yuribdi? Aylanib yuribdi, lekin bu yerda Ryu bor. Steyr kirib keldi. Steyr bitta minus. Steyr double kill qilishga esa Torji qo'yib bermaydi. 3 ga 2 vaziyat. Yaxshi kirib kelishni ko'rdik, lekin Fuse Slash'ni yo'q qilgandan so'ng 2 ga 2 holatda qolib ketishgan. Diffuse kit yo'q ularda. Torji Galilda, Xelex esa Tech9da, Tech9 ham kalashda o'tadi o'zi ham. Va endi M4A4 qo'lida Xelexning. Lekin bu yordam bermaydi. Fuse yo'q qilib berildi. Torji 1 ga 1 clashda Jabiga qarshi clashda Torji yutib beradi. 9-5. Force'ga qarshi Force ko'ramiz endi.
Torzi with another big play, and he's had some very strong clutches at this event. A very unique eco strat, pushing up short through the smoke. When they're all running up cave, I'm like, how are they not going to get mowed down here? But just use their smokes to their advantage to close the distance and make a mess of things, really. I think that was the main idea.
And the CT smoke that goes in front of the cave, that's the defense. It almost makes their strategy that much better.
15-round boshlandi. 5-7lar hamma yig'roq Drew hamda Fuse'dan tashqari. Ular Deagle'da harakatlanishadi bu raundda.
Well.
Zershin.
Thought Astralis were lifting that curse of not converting pistols, but
Torji Flash'ni speed qilish xato Torjiga. Oy, Deagle'da kill va Torji ham low. Lekin bu yerda igroklar o'qishmayapti-yu. PR qutqarib qoldi ularning hayotini. Jabi bomba Torjining qo'lida. Shuni kutyapti Jabi. Double pick ko'ramiz hozir Torji hamda Zershindan. Voy, nimalar qilib tashlashdi bu yerda 5-7larda Jabi. Jinnimisan? Ikkita tomondan chalib tashlashdi ya. Force'ga qarshi Force o'xshadi bu round. Fuse ham Deagle'da kill bergan ekanda, shunga chalib qoldi bu. PR.
Who needs a second round conversion?
5 ta round farqi va yana bir Force'ga qarshi Force.
Seismic shifts back and forth here between these teams.
Ancient kartasi Jabini eng zo'r statistika ko'rsatgan mapi ekan.
That's a massive rating.
Shu yilda hisobida. Yo'q joydan KDga chiqib oldi va hozir Red Room'ni 2 kishi bo'lib pik qilishga yetib berishdi.
That 3K.
O'qib bilishdi lekin. Hech qanaqa utility yo'q. Spinks esa ishlarni rasman qilib bera olgan bo'lsa, hali bu yerda Ryu bor, yana bir flashda pick, eng so'nggi igrok PR, bitta kill, Fuxidan trade. Zershin 2 ga 1 vaziyatda, bomba esa Red Room'da tushib qolgan. Zershin deal bilan yetib kelaman va kill topaman deganicha ancha vaqt o'tib ketib qoladi. Va unda bronya ham yo'q. Atiga ikkita flash bor ekan qo'lida xolos. Nimagadir bombani tashlab ketishdi bular.
And they are going to do it by going donut. Which is nice.
Birga o'ynashni tanlashdi. Zershin hozir qurol olishi mumkin yerdan.
Has to take some time to clear things out. And we'll find out if they're a little slow or not. But Zershin also has no idea where they've gone.
Oldi.
Also creates a good time
MP9 tushdi qo'liga. Va, yo'q. Jabi sal qolganda, lekin Zershin yutkichi mumkin bu clashda. Boshida ko'p damage qabul qilib oldi.
That's a great mid-round call though.
Razmenga o'ynagan Huxi 11-raundni taqdim etmoqda Astralisga. 11-5.
Yeah, sure. Bodies dropping. A price tag comes with this round. But it's going to be damn well worth it. Oh, it's just as he sort of turns back, makes it a little weird with the corpse there too.
17-round boshlandi.
They're broke, staring at that point. But they had their chances. Oh boy.
Boost. Ekonomikada muammo va map point o'tib ketishdi menimcha.
Send them back to basic training.
Fuse.
Oh, what they would do for better weapons. But it's not that kind of round for Mouse.
Va Ryu birinchi kill. Ryudan double, Ryu triple. Fuzy va Huxi ham raundni yakunlab qo'yishdi. 12-5 va bizada map point. O'yin tugaydigan bo'lsa, duelga kirishga tayyormisilar? Kompyuterlar tayyormi hammada? Ana bir duellashaylik ha.
And Mao's at least with a full buy next up. Don't have an op on the field, but neither do Astralis.
Yeah, and if anything, Mao's are, step up from pain when it comes to coming back into matches. They've made their fair share of comebacks. They know how to do this.
18-round. Va midda zo'r fight qilishdi lekin, juda ajoyib fight. Yerdan double kill, Zelix faqatgina bitta yo'lchi yo'qolgan xolos. 4-3. Lekin A'ni berib yuborishdi. A egalanib bo'lingan, PR juda ham ko'p masofa bosib o'tyapti. Fuzy tekshirmaydi, ulgurmaydi ham hattoki tekshirishga. PR da easy kill. PR bitta minus 3 ko'ch holat. Yer yetib keldi. PR
jumping right into that.
Jabi's also fast running the
Jabi
flank.
tekshirmaydi bu pozitsiyani. Bizlar shunday easy kill. Nimagadir check qilishdi.
A little too excited to win this round. You started with the 2 kills out of Stair down middle, and then a couple players start stomping. So the first of 7
safe. Huxi ham da ishda
yerdan. Majority alive as well as they try to claw back this first map of the series. And obviously Maus have survived their fair share of scares.
Comeback qila oladimi Maus hujumda? Nima deb o'ylaysizlar?
4-8 and a map versus
Yaxshi rahmat bu, yaxshimisiz?
Ends up giving us one of the most entertaining maps of Bounty.
O'ynagisi deyman hozir. Yo, o'ynagisi kelyapti, prosta. O'yini chiqmayapti-da.
So they can and will attempt to dig deep here. But it's a shooting gallery for Stair to start it off. It's just giving up just lethal amounts of information. He hadn't even reloaded his magazines dry. Jabi can't believe that somebody would be holding the flank at that point.
PR took space on A really quickly. That's what won them the round overall.
19-round round.
Given around could just be one inside of middle. Just the right side of util.
PR.
One multi. But Maus aren't going to finish this game without taking it sometimes.
Yana bir razvey Fuzy hozircha kill topolgancha yo'q. Midda uni pik qilishga tayyorgarlik ko'rishmoqda. Mid retake ko'ramiz bu raundda Mausdan Jabi hamda Stair esa A'ga yaqinlashdi.
Starting to clear things out, but
man connect tashlayman, o'sha connect orqali kirsangiz bo'ladi. KS2.uz serverda. Stair. Va timinglarni tutdi. Xizarchan birinchi kill, Jabiga ham olib tashlab beriladi. Fuzy Zelixdan headshot, Jabi Xizarchan orqali razm bera oldi. 4-3 vaziyat. A'ga yugurish boshlandi. Huxi ham yetib keldi kattadan. Va Amendagi Jabi Spinksga razm bera oldi. 2-3 vaziyat. Donutda jahli chiqqanmi deyman bu Jabini.
And it's a redirection out of Ryu.
They don't know about this either.
Va Ryu shansni qo'ldan boy beradi. Jabidan bitta kill va Ryu bomba esa o'rnatirib bo'lingan. Nimagadir Ryuni omadi kelmadi. Triple kill Jabida. Torji 24 HP bilan tirik qolgan. Bitta flash bor Ryuning qo'lida.
Working with the millimeters.
Jabi ace clutch qilishi mumkin. Kalash uning qo'lida, PR low. PR. Va Jabi ulgurmadi. Ulgurdimi? Naqotki? Va ulgurdi Astrali Jabidan ace. Mana jahli chiqqan Jabi. Ace qilib yubordi ya. PR'ga o'zgina tajriba yetishmadi.
That's not the way you want to go. PR peeking from the other side. He's really blown that situation. That's unfortunate. But we're going to have to go to the desk and revisit that map.
Ace.
Utterly speechless is how I'd put this one, to know that at the end of the day, that's how
Mana to'g'ri ekranlarim. Va bu safar yana duel rejimida bo'lamiz. Duelda yoki xohlasanglar 100 o'ynaylik. Kim headshot bersa o'sha olib ketadiganni 100 ta bilasizlarmi? Davay. 100 rejimiga kiramiz. Tashlab qo'yaman. Hozir men kartani necha minutda boshlashni ham to'g'rilab qo'yaman. 20 yo 04 bo'lsa 15 ta qo'shsak, faqat 20 yo 20 da boshlanar ekanda ikkinchi map. Okay. Botga qarshi. Hali tugagani yo'q o'yin. 15 minutlik pauza prosta. Böyle. Acayip iyi oldu. Atlettiğim balans. Hoppa. Çok zor yine. İyi. Boşga otuş gerek fakat. Tizro kirib olinglar. Qanday tashladim? Kartani skachet qilishinglar kerak, ha? Mayli, ozgina kutamiz. Kartani skachet qilib o'tib olinglar. Yana bir tigro ko'rgan. Whoa, M5. Counter terrorists win. Let's go. M5 bu tomondan o'tib ketyapti endi. Boshga, faqat boshga tegsa o'ladi. Head berish o'rganamiz. Suysa ham o'lmaydi, suysa o'lmaydi. Chiroyli ekan, mana oq yuz ber ekan. 9 kill. Bitta o'qim qolgan. Aka bitta o'qim qolgan. Bunaqa emas, 2 ga 4 emas-da. Bizlarda bizdan komandaga ham yordam ber. Yine bızak oluyoruz. Boşka tigre. Round tugana keyin gravitatsiya. Voy, ay. Assalomu alaykum, o'g'il, yaxshimisiz? Yo, birga boradigan ozgina hozir. Mana bu serverda duel 100 o'ynaylik. Yo. Ente kerak emas, boshga urishimiz kerak. Birga tur. O, isko. Bizda otib qo'ydi. Mana. Kirlar ko'pchilik bo'lsa ham qiziq ketadi. Qayerdan o'tayotganini ham bilmay qolasiz. M5 o'tsam ularga uzoqda turgan payt. Kim 100 ta kuchliligini ko'ramiz-da. Qarli tanaga tegsa foydasi yo'q-da, boshga tegish kerak faqat. Boshga o'tgan odam yutib ketadi. Ket. Shundan chiqamiz, head beramiz. Qanaqa qilib? Maybe next time. Uch ping, mana uch ping. Counter terrorists win. İkita odam chiqib keldi menga. Qochib o'ynasam ularga. Counter terrorists win. Bizam bo'la, uni tez o'lib ketmaylar. Uni ushlab turasizlar, mana uy 2 kishi pik. 2 kishi pik. Counter terrorists win. We must work together. Hamma pritsel olib turibdi-da, mana chiqqanman. Chiqmaslik kerak. Ha, yutdikmi o'sha zabranovda? Bir kishi qolgan, 3 kishiga qarshi. Ha, yutdiga. Ularga. Donk solo degan yangi yura kirdi. Otamizga qo'chamiz. Otamizga qo'chamiz. Kill. Yaxshi. Yo'q, qo'chishim kerak edi-ku. Qo'chishim kerak edi-ku. Qo'chish kerak emasdi. Counter terrorists win. Tamam, şu yashirmay o'tishamanmi mana bu yerda. Final ertaga. Ulgurmayman bu yo'ldan bu yo'qqa qarashga. Ikkita bildirib oldim bu. Shans bor alimizda. Uy, shans bor. 2'ga 2. Zad berishga bo'lsa kerak. Pichoqlash bo'lmaydi. Pichoqdan foyda yo'q. Tek. Şu boshiga o'tayman. Donk solo necha pingda o'ynayapti? 2 pingda o'ynayotgan ekan. Mana bir xil deyarli. Rek qilsa, yomon rek qilib qoladi, ha? Ha, men o'tayotganim o'tib qo'yishdi. Yomon rek qilish boshlaydi, ha? Bir boshlasa rek qilishdi. Keyin sadat qilsa bo'lmaydi hozircha. Keyinchalik qo'shiladi. Ay, bekor shoshimda. Chatga chalg'adim. Yaxshi pul boks o'tgan. Keyin qo'shib bo'lmaydi hozircha. Nasib bo'lsa endi lobby sadat qilish funksiyasini qo'shishadi yaqin orada.
Ko'pchilik so'rayapti bu funksiyani. Sakrashni qaranglar, buni boshga yashirib. Vertolyot bo'ldi, vertolyot. Ketdi, qaranglar. Fantastik. Shittik. Shik. Last, de last. Ko'rdim. Chiq o'zing. Ko'pchilik qo'layapti seni. Zo'ri bormi? Zo'ri. Qani Fantastikdan. Yo. Next time. Nima qilyapsan bolla? Saski faqat devorga otib turdilar. 3 ga 3 qolib ketishdi. Yutqizdingmi deyman-da. O'qlar tugayapti bizanikilar. Mana not yet o'ynaversa, lekin yutamiz. Ikkita odam turibdi, not yet yo'q. 3 ta o'q qoldi. O'ynda. Oy, yaxshi. Miau. Ha, Hunter speak. Boshda xato chiqarisham xatoda. Yaxshi MG. Davay Mr. Baxa. Ko'rdi MG. Mr. Baxa, tugatish kerak. Yaxshi. Spirit ertaga o'ynaydi shu bilan. Brat joydan qimirlamay o'tyapti hamma. Davay Mr. Baxa. Pastga chiqadi. Pastdan shaga ishtirdi. Kuchayib ketdingmi deyman ha? Pasta shaga ishtirdi deb aytdim. Kutib turibdi-da. O'tadi baribir-da. Shuni tez pritselda bosyapti. Yana ping kam-ku, o'sha uchun rek qilib qo'yapti o'qi. Boshga tegib. O'yin game. Bu yoqda. İyi, hammamiz isiz qo'ymaydi yana. Kim otdi? Okey. Bitta o'g'im qolgan. Otmadim. Mujik bo'ldim mana. Mujikka mujik. Boshqasi otib qo'ydi. Mujikka. O'qi yo'q odam o'tmadi. Oy. Nito juda qo'rqib ketdik. Terib tashlaymiz shu bollarni. Yana ikkita round o'ynaylik yana. Ikkita round o'ynaylik. 41 gacha. Teammate'ga ko'rishsan, nima kerak qilmayapti. Yana bitta round. Ketdi, qo'rq, chuch yo'q. Men o'zim chiqib beraman sizlarga, xavotir olmanglar. Qayerdan o'tyapti mana? Yaxshi. Push. Bitta qoldi, bitta. Yaxshi, yana bitta. Mayli, vaqtimiz bor ekan. Xlas, chiqib o'tishamiz, chiqib. Bormi mujiklar chiqadigan. Yo'q, hamma o'tmasin men faqat. Frozen yaxshi pik bo'ldi. Qiz 2.3 serverga kirib bemalol hozir o'zinglar ham o'ynashinglar mumkin. Biz Yusuf kartasida edik, boshqa maplari ham bor. Random skills 5 ga 5, bemalol skinlarni almashtirib, o'zlari xohlaganda skinni qo'yib olgan holatda yana boshqa qilib topda tursanglar oyda oxirigacha ko'p o'ynaganinglar uchun, ko'p kill qilganinglar uchun VIP ham beriladi sizlarga podarka qilinib. Tuk. Buni bu tomonga olib o'tamiz. Bu avtomatik kelishi kerak. Bo'ldi, Steamdan chiqib ketsa ham bo'ladi. Boshlanibdi.
Off before they even turned in his direction, just missed them all. So
I would say the one bad thing
O'yinga
about going
berilib
to the
ketdik-da.
window is that if players push out in the smoke path that they did,
Mouse g'alaba bilan
you got
boshlayapti
tracked
o'yinda.
right to left, and that doesn't really ever give you a chance to line up bodies.
Mouse g'alaba bilan
Whereas when you see
boshladi.
the brothers
Maqsad
play on the
bo'yicha
door,
20 tada
obviously,
boshlanish
it does
kerak
just feel
lekin.
like you're shooting down range.
Matematikni kuchli
That's the one
emasda.
weird thing, but hey, if it's an instant kill, you catch them off guard here.
you can defenestrate from here.
You can what?
You can defenestrate.
Sorry, there's a lot of shots and
Yana texnik pauzami?
You can defenestrate from there.
What does that mean?
Jump out of the window.
Oh, defenestrate. The French word for window is fenêtre, so I should have known that.
Oh yeah? I think Shakespeare invented it.
Did he? My guy. Defenestrate. I thought that was like to shed your skin or something.
Hair regrowth formula.
Ikkinchi raund boshlandi.
Mike, I'm sure.
Nuh-uh. Don't mind me, just talking to all my friends.
Bruno Mouse oldinda, o'zini pikida, hujumda yaxshi start olgan va full eco round Team Astralisda. Workshopdan topolmaysiz, brat, mana connect tashlab qo'yaman, mana shu connect bilan kirishingiz mumkin. Workshopdan endi nomini bilmayman-da, может bordir u yerda ham. Xerson.
Hadouken.
Double kill Xersonda Spinks. Ryuni minus qilib bermoqda Xerson. Triple kill. 5 ga 1 KDda ketmoqda. 5 KD degani bu.
And we are off to the 2-0 start.
Torji Fuzy'ni yo'q qilib berdi. 2-0.
Looking to see cohesion from Mouse. An uptick in that department will look real good on them, considering we saw a bit of disjointedness back on the first map.
I think this is, though, the map where like the anchor setup is actually one where it's looked the best. Where it was PR and Spinks, PR's done great playing B on Mirage. So seemingly a really good pick here for Mouse where everything.
O buna bo'lmaganlar, ya'ni 7 kishi follow tashlab, podpis tashlab qo'ysa,
was one where
34 mingta bo'lar ekan biz adashmasam.
He was the lowest rated CT side Mirage player this
year. 34,400 ta.
Whole year. What about Ken?
Zelex.
How will the MAC-10s get scrappy when there's this many bodies with rifles leaning middle?
Agar rotatsiya qilishmoqda Mouse.
Feels like he's not long for this world, but you can also just burn the clock down, serve up a distraction. Your top middle with a MAC-10 crosses back before the smoke pops. But he does get away with the reposition. It's obviously through underpass that Astralis make their opening moves. This will free up the B player to depart. Looks he's trying to get the hell out of there. As it is going to be Mouse.
Ryu. Easy kill. Zershon nimagadir tekshirmadi, lekin katadagi guruh ham yo'q qilib berilgan. Bu yerda Ryu kataga o'tib ketgani haqida informatsiya bermoqda. Huxi shu yerda Spinks esa Ryuning o'zini keyingi raundga jo'natmoqda. Kataga agressiya davom etadi.
And we saw some wild
yana bir molta va chiqib keldi-yu PRdan qilingan kill Jabi razmenda. Jabi double kill. 2 ga 2 vaziyat. Diffuse kit yo'q ularda. Shteyerni o'qishmayapti. Shteyerni o'qishmayapti. Side'ni check qilmayapti Shteyer ham. Torjini ko'rmadi.
And as Torji still sits
Torjini ko'rmadi Shteyerning xatosi. U oxirigacha check qilmaganligi bo'ldi. Pastdagi iroqchi va 9 foiz jon bilan Zelex round yutib ketmoqda. 3-0.
Really nice there from Torji. Just out of the line of view. Try to get two.
BC'gen soat 10 da o'ynaydi bugun.
Firebox, it would have been over. Side take overall is great. I love Ryu's little move because even after he gets that kill, if he didn't get spotted in the first place, he's standing on top of the smoke inside of connector. It's hard to see. But it's a good trade from Spinks.
Va PR Huxini yo'q qilib bermoqda.
Sorry, Hooksy.
Fusey.
Your turn.
Full echo. 4-chi raundi bu mavzuda yana.
Maybe Vu was right about Xertion and Huxi in the end.
Vu always finds a way to be
Decider
right,
Dust.
You know?
Never wrong, just early.
Buraya ko'ramizni. Yo'q, linkni o'zini tashlab. Mana bu o'yin hali tugamaydi menimcha. Soat 10gacha. O'yin yarimlargacha boradi. Streamga o'chiraman. 5 soat, 6 soat. Stream qilgan bo'lamizda, odam charchaydi.
Not surprised.
Jabi.
Leaning on the deagle. And Jabi has been lights out at times.
Zellex Fusion yo'q qilib berdi. Jabi ham Deagle'da vaqtida zo'r highlight ko'rsatganida, hozir o'xshamaydi bu highlight. Ryu qiyinchilik bilan head bergan bo'lsa, PR osonlik bilan trade qilib ketdi bu killda.
4-0 T-side, one of the roughest starts that we've seen for Astralis so far.
Yeah, these guys never start slow. Doesn't always end well, but they always kick off on the right note. Won't be the case this time, and honestly, very few kills here for Astralis. We're talking about op to op at the moment.
5-chi round boshlandi.
Double up in the window. There's a fast B play cooking, and CTs are
PR.
really like moths to a flame working on middle.
Huxi.
He's not going to see anything for the time being. Tees are coming at this.
Fast dive, Hooksy blinded, tries to just...
Va Huxi PRni minus qilib bermoqda. Huxidan agressiya davom etadi. Torji razmen qilib ber oldi. Shortdagi guruh payqab qo'lingan. Jabi bitta o'ldirib oldi-yu xolos. Shteyer kirib keldi. Shteyer info berib qo'ydi o'zi haqida va Shteyer Mischo Torjidan Flashbang bilan kill exertion trade qildi. Ketma-ket tradelar, killar almashib olishdi. 2-2 vaziyat. Shortdan esa Ryu yetib kelmoqda. Bomba hali o'rnatilganicha yo'q. Tekshirdi. Tekshirishdi. Voy Spinks. Yomon saqlab qoldi hayotini. Exertion. Bomba hali o'rnatilgani yo'q. Fusey.
And also, Spinks got shot in the head. He is on 17
Spinks
HP.
low.
That Xertion smoke does give Fuzi a route back sight, but it also gives a way for Spinks to get back over towards Catwalk. I love that they never planted. Get the hell out of here. Head back over to the A site. You know, you can feel that Fuzi was lingering. And so they've put a distance between them and Astralis' last player.
So here's where you know they've come up connector. Here's where you know they're probably protecting the jungle rotation.
Nimaga stream kam qilyapsiz? Oldingiday
Become
emas.
painfully aware as the time ticks down. You've got
O'zimni aka sog'lig'imni o'ylashga boshladim.
Money's tight. How much do you commit to this?
Boshladim. 6 soat tinmasdan gapirib o'tirib bitta
He's
joydan
got miles to
qimirlamay
go for a
stream
10
qilish.
second retake.
Undan ko'proq qo'yadi.
Get out of here.
Sintarres
Fortunately, Fuzi having a tuck tail. If he catches somebody positioned and
Jojo
maybe...
nishkuldan o'tsa BC game o'yini stream
No,
qiladi.
sir. Mouse...
Milliondan o'tsa ham stream qilgan.
It
Jojodan
looked like it was going better than it ended up. It was nice to see Astralis be able to claw some kills out there. I like that Stair gets away with that wall bang onto Torji in the window.
Yeah.
I think with the first goal, that hold definitely could have been better. They had a fast rotate from
Fusey
Cat.
save qildi AWP'ni. 5-0. Astralis Ancient'da qanaqa qiynagan bo'lsa, mouse xuddi shunaqa javob qaytaryapti.
And that'll be the op coming forward into round 6 here for Astralis. They're kind of in an interesting spot because they have an op. They can get some kind of Frankenstein buy, but it feels like they're probably just going to try to stay behind it, just a half buy maybe.
All right. There they go. Kevlar pistols and a couple SMGs. That's what is going to surround Fuzi in this next round.
Probably makes the most sense considering they're just yet to get around.
Yo'q, qanaqasi tarasdan. Dast bor-ku hali oldinda. Decider karta.
I want to see Fuzi looking loose this round.
Torzi.
On the hunt for his first. Never a good feeling when you are already halfway through
Razvey emas, qayerga o'tib berildi. Exertion birozgina damage qabul qilib olgan. Fuzi.
There it comes.
Kim birinchi?
Smoke delays.
Qaytdi Fuzi bu ishidan. 3 ta A va 4 ta. Bitta B'da faqat Huxini o'zi. Fuzi mana endi yordamga qarab tortildi va midni egallab olish ularning maqsadi. Kondan tortilishadi katta ehtimollik bilan. Topkon smoke va konni ichiga molotov tashlab berilmoqda. Huxi shortga yetib keldi va kondan kirib ketish boshlandi, lekin Huxining qo'lida 5-7. Bizning save qilingan AWP B'da mana shu yana bir marta save qilib qolsa kerak.
These pistols MP9s could still be the lethal element.
Well, they've got the ability to scale. Look at their water smoke coming down if they get across the triple. There's active spots.
Ish turdi Steyr, informatsiya ham berdi konduktor deb. Steyr, balki o'zing chiqib kelish vaqting bo'lgandir. Steyr, timingda chiqib kelasang, agar yutasan timingda, Fuzi Torjini portlatib berdi va Steyr o'xshamayapti afsuski kill qilish va Fuzidan double kill. 15 sekund vaqt, Fuzi triple. Spix Ryuni yo'q qilib bergan bo'lsa, Spix double. Yashash ham qo'llaridan kelmaydimi deyman. Bularni bomba hali endi olinadi. Spix yolg'iz o'zi 11 pozitsiyonda tirik qolgan. Fuzi yetib keldi oxirigacha yetib keldi va Fuzi ace qilib ketmoqda save qilingan AWP. O'z kuchini ko'rsatdi.
After rotating B.
B shu bir hisob B'dan aylanib keldi yana.
He gets every single kill. Is this just because they don't smoke connector behind them?
Kerak emasdi shuni reklamasi.
Wow, the distance on that nade.
He got a nade kill, a USD kill, and then 3 op shots.
Kurganni o'tibdi-da.
Man, they came up connector.
Zelex qaysi o'rada o'lib ketdi sezmay qoldim.
This is Mao's winning the last round. They have lots of money. They don't molly cat. They don't smoke connector behind them.
7-chi round.
They leave that open. It doesn't just cost them a kill, it costs them 5.
From 0 and 4 to the ace.
First one's the hardest. When's the last time that happened, Feature M's?
Fuzi.
I'm not really sure what that was. It's crazy to me that that nade gets the kill, but the nade last night that bounced off default didn't
Lekin
finish off.
hujumda 5 round olib bo'lgan bu yerda. Mouse qiyinchilik bilan bo'lsa-da o'zini pikini olib ketadi.
Yeah, neither can pain.
Mani fikrim shunaqa. Sizlar nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Decider dastda g'olibdan nomini aniqlaymiz.
Rough.
Oy, boshimga tekkanday bo'ldi. Kamerachini qaranglar qilgan ishini. Ekranim ham yaqin turadi-da, o'zi ham. Yon tomon uncha ko'rinmaydi. Smoke o'zimga kalla qo'yganday bo'ldi. Huxi PRni tutib oldi. Zelex. Ryu haqida info yo'q hozircha. Va Ryu o'zi eng yomon kartasi Ryuni. Mirage.
Bomb still on Mouse's offer. That's fine.
Zershan Fuzi'ni minus qilib bermoqda. Yaxshi pozitsiya egallab oldi. Keyingisi kim bo'ladi? Jabimi? Jabi Zershan rasmiy qilib berdi. KTdan endi sekinlik bilan Shter to'tilishni boshlaydi. Deganimizdan Torji Shterni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Huxi va Jabi 3 kishiga qarshi retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi.
And that's enough to convince Astralis that they have to walk away. So it is Mao's right back to winning ways as it's all in on the A site. And Torji's coverage worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, a couple sketchy moments there. They took a long time to plant. They were split between trying to fight for CT, plant for it, and also watch every other part. But honestly, Zershan got a really important kill. Torji's been solid. And that's 6. But Astralis, they won that last round off of Fuzi's ace. Kept a couple alive. Were saving in the first place. Still have enough money to put together another buy. After this kill, it felt like it was going to be, honestly, smooth sailing for Astralis.
Timeout o'rindi bizda. Like'larni 2,5 mingta
I think the de
qo'yamiz.
facto weakest part of Astralis' game, though, was the trading. The amount of kills that get isolated, no instant response.
I would co-sign that statement.
If not for what?
I mean, I do co-sign your
I'm just
statement.
kidding, I'm just messing with you.
Oh. That makes my job way easier. Oh, I'm so comfortable and confident.
Say anything. See what happens.
Sakkizinchi round boshlandi.
Double op setup here for the Dane, or not Danes, for Astralis.
I mean, majority is, you know.
I know, but it still feels wrong.
It's also the Danes that have the ops.
Va Fusey smoke orasida Xelax'ni minus qilib beryapti. O'zi o'sha Ace'dan keyingi bitta kill. Butun o'yin faqat Ace bilan yurgan. Kecha 8 round. Jabi ham AWP'da kutishmaydi bu yerda ikkinchi AWP'ni.
Now this opening kill sets up that second op to thrive. Mouse now know about it.
The best part about a 2-op setup is the first round you use it. They just have no idea.
Especially when your primary opper gets the opening kill.
Yes.
It just feels like that is such an alley-oop
Bir
for
devor
the
orasida
secondary op.
turishdilar.
And in this
Torji
case, we see it
ladder
on full
pozitsiyasida.
display. Now right now bomb is outside of the T apartments.
I know, they're pretending
Va
to take
Fusey
A.
exertion'ni tutib olmoqda. Pulse'da hali igrok bor. O'zi bir igrok Pulse'da, bir igrok ladderda save qilishadi. Bomba ham tushib qolgan orqada.
The unexpected secondary.
Ortga yo'l yo'q chunki. Astralisning ikkinchi raundi bilan tabriklaymiz. 6-2.
Unexpected. Just how you're saving in the most threatening spots, that will soon become scary for them.
Fuxi. Topda lekin joyini Torjini. 20 sekund.
Let's blast policy on bullying in the workplace.
I'm just repeating.
Somebody get me HR.
10 sekund. Bu o'yin ham 3 ta karta bo'ladi shekilli. Katta ehtimollik bilan. 90%.
Couple saves though.
Qanaqadir mo'jiza bo'lib Astralis comeback qilib ketmasa 3 ta karta ko'ramiz.
With no cash really left over.
Oxirgi marta Astralis bilan Spirit o'ynaganda Astralis yutgan edi. Fusey egoizm berib o'rgan payti.
We had so much to praise about their strong starts in the last 24 hours. Even on Ancient in 8-4 first half.
And he's made to blow up the smoke at top mid, doesn't even blow it up, and he still gets the kill. And that's a nice flick.
Nobody dedicated inside the A side at the moment.
9-chi round boshlandi. Fusey yana o'sha pozitsiyasida ekan va yelkasidan jarohat. 6 HP bilan tirik qolyapti va mana shu 6 HP baribir AWP qo'lda bo'lganligi sababli 100 bilan 1 xilda. 100% jonman. PR Udimins qilib bermoqda. Shortdagi igrok Fuxi Razmenga yaxshi o'ynab berdi. Sertion konnektorda Fusey esa KTga o'tib olgan. Hayashkadan ehtiyot bo'lishi kerak va mana. Bitta kill, 6 HP bilan ham kill. Torji ishlaydi. Sertion esa Fuxini yuz qilib bergandan so'ng 3-2 vaziyatda qolib ketdi Astralis a'zolari. Hey, tegmaganini. Ko'rdi Jabi. Smoke. Ninja diffuse. Tezroq bormasa bo'lmaydi Sertion. Molchdan chiqib keldi Torji hattoki. Wow! Torji, va Jabi! Nimalar qilib tashlaganda qarang AWPda. Torjidan miss kechirilmas xato. 6-3 hisob.
There is no way they won that retake.
And even in the retake, there are moments that it feels like they've missed their chances. Zelex surviving the wall bang.
Yes. But Jabi actually smoke connector and put a molly on A ramp. The 2 spots they were retaking from read it perfectly.
And that molly.
And then Fusey actually hit everything.
Dude, the Molotov, it's not wide enough to stop Torji, but he misses.
He missed, yeah. Yeah.
Just like that grenade last night. misses the shot that could have saved it.
These are the kinds of things that were
Jabi'ni
happening.
killarini ko'rsatsin-da bizga.
Not for
Ot
them.
Fuzy'ni oxirigacha o'ldira olmaganligi. Volbang bilan
That
boribdi.
wall
Devorga
bang
tegib
as well.
bo'lgan
I
ekan.
can't believe he got that kill in the first place. He was already so low.
Ikkinchi kill qanaqa bo'ldi? Jabi'ni.
So mental.
Great coverage from Jabby. And you know what? It's funny that at the beginning of Bounty, we had this incredibly
Qanaqa
embarrassing
tegmadi
moment
turgandi.
where Jabby couldn't cover Fuzi on that ancient moment.
6-3
The
hisob.
same two players in a high-octane
Jabi.
2vx on A.
No,
And this time
705 lar qilib
Jabi
olsa lekin dago
over-delivers.
shansli tenglashib qoladimi deyman-da. Pistoletga bog'liqda. Ko'p narsa pistoletga anaga rasravis olib 7 gacha ham yetib olish imkoniyati yo'qmi?
Stralis.
Fuzi, no, he was 0-4 and got his ace, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a rocky start.
Comeback story.
Huxi.
Stralis have been in some positions that they definitely don't want to be in, and yet
Sterning
still
qo'lda
pull off the
hayashga
round
turibdi
wins.
va Ryu
But if they
razmenga
could just
o'ynab
have a
beradi
nice,
menimcha.
comfortable round for once.
Mana Ryudan salom
Great
Zelexga.
distraction. Jabby's got that
Spinksni
off cover
tekshirishmadi, eshitishdi
secured.
lekin, eshitishdi palsdan chiqib kelganini bilishadi. Ryudan navbatdagi kill Spinksni tutib olmoqda. Keyingi raund esa pul yo'q endi. PRning yolg'iz o'zi tirik qolgan xolos.
Definitely threatening in this one, and
They
it's
spent all their
looking
money.
nice and clean.
That's kind of the big thing. They go into next round
Ko'rishdi
without
PRni,
any.
payqab qolishgan pozitsiyasini.
I mean, PR can hang on to this, and they still really
Missed
really
shot,
wouldn't be buying.
Fuzi'dan.
It's going to be Ryu wrapping around to look for PR as well.
Save qilishga harakat qiladi Galilni. Hero Galil raund
Still do
o'tkazmoqchi
that, I think,
menimcha.
about the next couple of
No,
rounds.
Ryu yetib keldi. Balki Hero AK, ya'ni Hero Kavash ko'rarmiz.
This one.
Ryu save'ga ham
That's
shans
kinda-
qoldirmadi. 6-4.
Perfect here for Ryu. He's got 3 kills on the round. There's that little bait setup inside the A ramp. I mean, the nade off the wall just to sell it. Who would throw a nade at their teammate?
Yep.
These sickos.
But it bounces beyond. So what was a 6-1 lead for Maus, now 3 rounds straight out of Astralis. Pistols in this one, but they do come through with the full 5 Desert Eagles. Maus will be looking to shock us in this one and buy in their final round on the attack. Missed Desert Eagle shot that could have been a
Deagle'da
headshot.
kill o'xshamayapti.
That was a large melon in the middle of Zershin's screen, but bit of inaccuracy betrays him.
Okay.
I like that he gets ahead of this. I mean, again, 5 Desert Eagles, no utility for all of Maus. Huxie's gonna walk up and clear you,
Huxi,
though, so
Zershinni minus qilib bermoqda.
Huxie would fall for your tricks.
O'sha minimum 5 ta degan raundimizda olishadi hozir menimcha.
You reckon?
Hech qanaqa utilities A'ga kirib kelish qiyin. Spinks qaytdi Pulse'da, biladi qayerga yetib kelishini.
From the follow-up HE.
PR.
Towards the A ramp. Nothing tricky about this round out of Maus. Just hoping to have these Deagles
Ryu.
connect.
Deagle'da o'zini.
That's one.
Mana bu Deagle'dagi
Untradeable
headshot
kills has
o'zi
been a
edi.
big problem for Astralis.
More to go, just 4.
4ga 4
It's gonna be tough for
vaziyat,
Spinks
30
to ever get
soniya
into the
vaqt.
action, so it
Shterga
will
ham
hang on
kimdir
to
head berib
Palace.
olsa ketdi. Mana o'sha igroklar bomba chiqib qoldi. Shter ham ishonchli o'ynayapti. 5-7. Tushib qolgan. Bu 20 sekund vaqt. Jabining qilgan killi bor. Zelex 18 sekund. Huxi 7% jon bilan. O'tib oldik Zelex. Bombani uratib ketadi bemalol.
Zelex has an op.
Va AWP'si ham bor endi uni qo'lida.
Only 14 damage off that nade. They try to close the gap, but the CTs, I mean, they can't trade
Huxi
this.
uradi. Va Huxini o'ziga qolib ketganda clutch. Qiynalib qolar edi. Yaxshi-ku o'tkazishdi lekin. 6-5 hisob.
His shoes were untied.
I mean, Yabi doesn't have eyes on the back of his head. Huxi can see him.
Do we know that?
Not for sure, but I think he should have tried to help out sooner right there. I think Gabby had the right idea. While he's still on default, while he's still compromised before he can pull out his op, get on an angle.
Maybe Jabby's play was to just get to the opposite side of the box and then stop and let Huxi catch up. least that way he would have cover, or the T's got to go wide. Felt like a scary situation considering
12-chi raund boshlandi. Bu raunddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashtirib olishadi.
And here we go, the 12th, with Astralis having a chance to tie after Maus's 6-1 start.
Really don't mind Maus trying a full A. It's been pretty good most of the time on their trades. CT's wide open. Flashes are excellent.
Bu yerda Xerchen Ryuni yuz qilib bergan bo'lsa, yaxshigina damage'larni o'zi ham qabul qilib oldi. Wallbang orqali Fuxi uni keyingi raundga jo'natdi, lekin side egalari bo'lingan hamda bomba ham o'rnatilindi. Utilitylardan bitta flash va bitta smoke bor hozircha. Bo'ldi, hamma utility ishlatilgan. Oxirgi round save qilishdan foyda yo'q.
Try to make this happen. They've got still a bit of stairs control, but nobody else looking to link up immediately. Kind of taking their time here with this CT approach. Hooksy in the backdrop as they're going to pop open the smoke.
Jabi double kill.
And Spinks has already been spotted in this
Fuxi
backside. There goes
Spinksni bilishadi va Molotov ham tashlab berildi bu payzaga. Spinks bitta Spinks ikkita kill qilib berdi. PR. Diffuse bu. Diffuse bu 100 talik. Fuzy'dan pick. 6-6. Comeback qilishdi lekin bular.
And posting a threat of a 2-0 in this semifinals.
Va bizda 3 minutlik muzikali joylarni o'tkazib yuboramiz. Baribir muzikasini to'liq o'chirib qo'yaylik kelinglar. 3 minut sukut saqlaymiz mavzu uchun comeback berib yuborishdi. Ertaga o'yin 15:30, grand final 15:30 da. Rahmat sizga, Morisibek Griffis. Sizlarga ham rahmat. Onlayn o'tirganingiz uchun chatda. Bo'ldi, bu yerga mana shu Maltaga borib bitta kemani olib, Neteani chaqirib kontrakt haqida gaplashib o'tirsanglar, nima gap, nima so'z? Eksport kuyinmi bu? Skinlar oyoq yengildi. Bizda o'zi Monisi 5-10 minutda sotilib ketadi hammasi. Nurullayev, yana hurmatli rahmatdan Astralis Mirajda yutmasa, dasta ular uchun juda qiyin karta. Dasta qiyin edi Maus. To'g'ri aytasiz, hozir statistikani ko'rganimda ham shunaqa edi. Win rate'lar. Hali ham kechmas, ulgurib qolaveradi, narxlar arzon chunki.
Answer after looking as flat as they did in those opening 7 rounds. It was great for Maus. They won their first pistol. They converted it and they had a 6-1
round boshlandi.
that disappeared before our eyes. Astralis now to the attack themselves though. Not the easiest place to find yourself up versus Maus on Mirage, but hey.
Ooh, no one in the back of the site.
They're playing
That's prime
solid.
time to go B.
Pistolet round va agressiya. B'da hech kim yo'q eng qizig'i. Raskidlarni ko'rasiz hozir. Katta. Easy, Spinks shortda turgan holatda. Kill top olmayapti hech qanaqa. Bomba endi keldimi bomba? Huxi. Diffuse kit bor PR'da, lekin hech qanaqa utility yo'q ekan. Shunchaki face to face fight. Ryu bitta kill, Ryu double kill, Xershini o'ldirganiga esa Shter javob qaytardi. Ikkita shortda herolar tirik qolishdi xolos. 4-2 vaziyat. Astralis hisobda oldinga o'tib oladi.
Astralis' game plan on their T side
was
we already get this B play early. They were
exit frag qidirishmoqda. Torji birinchi kill. Torji
working so well versus Pain, and then it was Pain
yubordi. Spinksga jo'natildi.
And trying to hold on to mid
Fusey
the first minute or so with no targets really. And as soon as Astralis did eventually start going mid,
Force uchun pul yig'ibdimi deymana?
But again, I'm kind of surprised about this pistol setup out of Mouse, given what Astralis' most recent tendency is. Even on the premise that if you're playing one site light on this map, it should be A most of the time, unless you got a really good read. But you kind of want to treat a pistol like an anti-eco. You would never want to have to retake B if you don't need to.
What? We haven't had a player ace after starting 0-4 or worse since Bad News Kangaroos. Haza at EPL 19 against Mouse and Mirage. Ooh, that was a great setup. I didn't know where I was going with that one, B-Trams. The Bad News Kangaroos. Fuzi gave him a drop kick too.
Jabi.
0-4 to the ace, and then finishes the half 10-6. It's wild to think that Fuzi only died 2 times after that ace.
Flash bilan B'ga kirib kelsa 3 ta B himoya. Spinks ham ketishga yetib keladi hozir va Torji birinchi kill topmoqda. Ikkinchi o'q tegdi. Double kill ko'ramiz hozir. Jabi qilingan PR javob qaytarmoqda. Fuzi bomba bilan A'ga rotatsiya, A'da Xelix bor. Kutadi Xelix. Oxirigacha kutadi aynan mana shu paytda. Aql bilan o'ynaydi chunki bu. Hozir bomba o'rnataman deganda chiqib kelib o'tiradi. Qaranglar Xelixda. Double kill. Force by 7-7 va Astralis keyingi round yana force qilishga to'g'ri keladi Teknaylar bilan.
First scout shot in, and honestly, I feel like they were lucky to even get the bomb back this direction.
There, sal qoldi.
3 survive for Mouse. That scout looking lethal. The fact Jabi gets so far in means he's hard committed to trying to get those trades back out.
7-7 hisob tenglashdi.
Because by the time these guys get popped, Jabi's already working up the wall.
Qulog'iga tegibdi o'zi.
It's right here.
Very smooth.
Yeah. A little late to the cover.
Force'ga qarshi Force.
Does anything feel worse than failing to convert the pistol?
Well, it's just like Ancient, and then they won the...
Mana bu xayishga damage yo'q. Unaqa ko'p emas baxtiga. Fuzi. Ikkita flashdan so'ng.
Oh, but they were going to force down. Would have loved to have that bomb.
Zershini yordamiga yetib keladi. Flash 1. Flash 2. Xelix trick. Ryu nima qilib yurtib berdi? Bu savol Xelixda ham paydo bo'lgan ko'rinadi. Xelixdan double kill, Xershin ham yetib keldi. Shter ancha sekin o'ynayapti bu yerda. Spinks tomonidan qiyinchilik bilan yo'q qilib berildi. Fuzi.
Oh, that's a lot of headshots. Wait,
birinchi hit. Torjiga ham bitta o'qrijon bilan tirik qolgan. Tekshirmayapti lekin Torjining pozitsiyasini. Torjidan kill. Xershin Jabini tutib oldi. 8-7.
4 players alive for Mouse as they are back into the lead.
They'll be quite happy to be here.
9-7 ga qadam degani bu full eco'ga qarshi o'ynashadi chunki bomba ham o'rnatilmagan.
No, they know Astralis have absolutely nothing.
Yeah, lovely donations, huh? Triple Galil for Mouse with nothing but pistols on Astralis. Broken again. Astralis are now 3 for 7 in terms of converting their pistol rounds this tournament.
I don't know. What a horrible stat. I mean, being able to pick up that many pistols is usually such a good thing.
It's a crazy stat considering
Palace'dan o'ynashadi. Xelex. Chalg'idagi Xelex 1. Fuse tayyor ekan, lekin Torjini o'xshmayapti. Bombani hech narsaga e'tibor qaratmay o'rnatayotgan Jabi bu yerda razmen qilib ketdi. Torjini kiyilga javob bor. Huxi bilan birgalikda 2 ga 3 raund davom ettirishlarga to'g'ri kelar edi agarda Spinks Huxini tutib olmaganda, Xershon Jabini o'ldirgandan so'ng 9-7 bizda hisob. Look at the money
for a half on a map that we know they are capable on.
Mouse said in their last series, it took them into map 3 to really show what they could do, but still more doubts, still more discomfort, even though they know they can get there in the end. It's very possible their best CS is yet to come.
Va bizda 17-raund boshlandi. Fullbayga qarshi fullbay. Huxi
Strauss look to draw out some early A utility.
Qaysi jamoa chiqishidan qat'iy nazar ertaga 3 tadan ko'p map ko'ramiz, lekin Spirit ham bunaqa qiynalib chiqdi-ku, Demol Faze'ga qarshi o'ynab. Bilmadim, men shunaqa deb o'ylayapman hozircha. 3 tadan ko'p map ko'ramiz. Kamida 4 ta, ko'pida 5 ta. Santares. Oy, PR. Huxini yo'q qilib berdi. Ishda yerdan razmen. Bu yerda PR double kill. PR triple qilishga qo'yib berishmayapti. Xelex esa Jabi orqali razmen bera olgan. Steyr pachka bilan. Vo, Steyr Torjini yo'q qilib bergandan so'ng 2-2 qolib ketishdi. Bomba bilan endi A'ga rotatsiya qilib yuborishadi. Ryu. Santares P. Pausga qarab yo'l olmoqda. Rustam aka, assalomu alaykum. Donatjon katta rahmat.
Xelex was extremely careful.
3-0 deydilar. Yo'q, 3-0 bo'lmaydi. 3-0 bo'lsa ham mayli, lekin 3-0 bo'lmaydi.
All these angles, which makes it a little trickier for Xelex. But he's playing a fine spot to catch things.
Tutsa Xelex Ryu 6% jon bilan. Yana qaytib o'tishga nima bor edi Ryuga? 3 HP. 3 HP edi, 3 HP-liga xalaqit qildi unga. Full bayda hattoki bomba qo'yib ketishgan. Yapti. Nice try, Steyr. 10-7 hisob. 11-7 ga qadam degani bu. Halfbay ko'ramiz endi Astralisdan. Va 3-mapga qarab sekinlik bilan yo'l olmoqdamiz.
People don't fake that much in general, but I feel like Astrala for sure use it more consistently throughout all their matches, and it seemed like in this round, Mouse were just ready for that eventually. They opt not to fall for it whatsoever. They have the 2 B players fully committed. And now they're through on the timeouts.
But entering with another half buy as Maus inch their way ever closer to victory. That T-side pistol would have had you believe, but we haven't even seen a bomb plant since out of Astralis. Close a couple times. But that is just how quick Maus are to stomp on the
round boshlandi.
That this attack has had. Tilida up and over, just going to look to
B'ga agressiya va mana bu qayashga agressiyani nuqta qo'yilsa ham bo'ladi bu agressiya. Steyr, Spinks bermoqda, bu yerda PR qiynalib qoldi. Bitta minus bor PR-dan. Jabidan qachon Xelexga ham rasmiy Jabi nimalar qilib tashlayapti double kill bilan. MK olindi. 3 ta low igrokka qarshi Xelex hamda Torji full HP-dagi igroklar. Faqatgina Jabida MK bor xolos. Lekin wallbang. Uchtigrok jonni qo'ysa 50 chiqmaydi hozir. Uchtigrokda ham defense bor Mouse a'zolarida. Xelex shortdan kelishdi boshladi sekinlik bilan. Torji MK da Torji ham shuni ham unutmaymiz. Ha, bo'ldi. Gaga. Steyr. Ulgurishadi defense qilishga. Yaxshi eko o'tkazishdi, bomba ham o'rnatilgan. 11-7 hisob.
Ryu takes wallbang damage, doesn't die, and that is just trying to burn time off the clock, but Maus, they know they cannot waste it. They will sprint in to the 2v3 retake.
Oh, it's a miracle, yeah, we got those kills. Insane couple of Tech 9 shots.
19-chi raund boshlandi.
Can't be too frustrated about losing it. It's crazy it came that close.
Fusey.
Stralis have had to wait to get back into their guns. Money's been thin.
Torji o'ziga qayishga tashlab turibdimi?
Torji just made himself. Or was that from underpass?
That'd make more sense.
Nima qilar ekan deb kutdim-da, midda o'ziga qayishga tashlayapti Torji. Fusey. Taga 13
for a self-nade too.
This is kind of massive, walking right over top of the bomb.
What do you
Bombani ko'rdik Zelex.
I mean, if you're
Zelex pachkani qayerdaligini biladi. Fusey higher.
Assume 100% it's safe. Otherwise they know
O'tsa o'tolmasa middagi yig'ib tutib oladi hozir.
How much can he milk this for?
Just missed the player bottom mid, decides enough's enough and will
Fusey hayron, qayerdan?
I mean, now Astralis know that the bomb's been seen and everything. Zelix continuing to walk this flank. Like, is he gonna die?
Bemalol kelishini qarang Zelix.
The others have done a really good job of dodging.
Bo'ldi. Ladderdan chiqqan Huxi rasmiy qilib beroldi bu killni, lekin pachka ko'rilgan. 30 soniya atrofida vaqt.
Doesn't mean they don't know where you are.
Zershindan kill.
Jabby walks out to his death.
4-3 vaziyat.
Still needs to be scooped back up by the
Torji esa Steyerni yo'q qilib
It is
berdi.
down to the 2 versus 4. Maus with a golden opportunity to secure their 12.
Sekin save'ga qarab borishsa ham bo'ladi
map
endi.
points with it.
Yeah, it's looking like smooth sailing here for Maus in this map. There have been some close shaves, but it feels like Maus are very in control.
12-7 va map point.
They've got basically infinite money to buy.
It's not the first map we've seen Maus switch sides and take over, but it doesn't mean
O Jabi hamda Ryudan killlar.
Not when they've got nothing to lose in these final
Такой
5.
map point sizsa сразу o'ynashga boshlaydi. Midda yaxshi egallab bo'lishdi.
Out top mid. Just a step up to the plate. Torji and Zershin slain.
PR. Jabi. Agar rotatsiya qilishdi eng qizig'i mouse'ni ham 3 ta igroga A'ga yetib keldi-da. Steyer lekin B'ga mana shunaqa movement qilaversa, bemalol B'ga ham rotatsiya qilib yuborishlari mumkin. Bo'ldi, B toza deb info beradimi? Qani Steyerni qaraylik qani.
He's going to see everything, so there's no reason to execute.
Hozir deb turibdi.
Throw him out there. He'll find it totally vacant.
Bo'ldi, Steyer info berdi. B'ga ketishdi. Pachka bilan. PR Jabini minus qilib bera oldi. B'ga rotatsiya bilishdi, menimcha. Palsa Irokni ham eshitishgan.
Kind of an interesting commitment.
B egallanib bo'lindi.
Go for the flank. They're probably not expecting
PRni qarang, ular bilan bir xil yuguryapti.
But Huxey's a little
Speaksga
slow
ham
to
ishi yo'q.
stop him.
Now Maus also kind of getting confused from the departure.
Spinks no.
Ryu check qilib turibdi baribir bu pozitsiyani.
I mean, Huxey's putting himself in a kind of an awkward spot if there's any chance.
PR va Ryu o'rtasidagi duelni ko'ramiz. Agar bu duelda PRning qo'li baland kelsa, Huxey aylanib kelaman degancha ko'p vaqt yo'qotadi. Ryu chalg'ishi uchun boshqa joydan yo'llar kelib topish kerak. Yo'q, Ryu hech qachon chalg'imaydi. Zelex hamda Spinks sekin save'ga qarab borsa bo'ladi, chunki Lurker o'ldirildi. Huxey hali pozitsiyasini almashtirmagan.
Looking to make it awkward to clean out some of these guns. There is so much money still for Maus.
12-8.
And these two saves will make sure that cash remains available.
Spings bomba ichida qolib ketdimi deb o'yladim orqa fonda.
Their first terrorist round win since the pistol.
I'm just willing to go for the search. A little aggressive, good play at the end. Didn't have to exec. Kind of the most fun round that you can win as an attacker.
Raskidlar qilib berilmoqda. 21-raund esa boshlandi. Spinks.
Using the nades to pop open smoke, expecting maybe some kind of presence like last round, but it is just utility through those top mid smokes, and no real chance at catching kills here for Hooksy. He wants to keep him busy, wants to keep this A defense light, and Jabby's just going to play the timing.
What Jabby? Zelix ga headshot.
Good activation out of
Yomon hit berdi ya Jabby. Kataga o'tib ketdi o'zi. 5 ga 4 vaziyat. Spinks bomba default o'rnatilishga tayyorgarlik va Shter tomonidan o'rnatilmoqda. Save'ga qarab yo'l olishadi.
They're pretty spread out, but they also
Hooksy midda save'ga berar ekanman Hooksy.
Hooksy again, he's thinking about the rest of this game. He's not just playing for this round win. He's looking to make sure this hurts financially, not just one
Hooksy
kill in
tomonidan
the
tutib
round.
olinishga tayyor turibdi.
Spinks might clear him. Nice shot, Hooksy.
Good upgrade for Hooksy as well.
Exertion razmen qilib berdi bu killda. Vaqt tobora kamayib bormoqda. Exertion nimani o'ylayapti bilmadim, lekin retake o'xshamaydi. Vaqt yetmaydi baribir retake qilishga.
Guess they still feel like they have the money to play with, but I don't know.
Jabby o'lib ketadi baribir Jabby.
At no point are Astralis going to give up this site. But hey, you get a little more money taken off of the save here for Astralis.
Save qilib qoldi. 1% jon qoldi Exertionda.
Because the HUD indicates how much health he would have left. Great quality of life update.
So 3 rounds to go. It's a vicious entry out of Yabby, and their last round was that mid-explode between him and Ryu. I don't know if Astralis feel that they're close to solving the puzzle, or if they feel like it's just a constant battle uphill, but those were kind of 2 inspirited tries. I see those rounds, and I might be a little scared if I'm Mouse.
Ah, the old tech pause on map point.
Yar.
Yar, everybody's favorite. Just comes in late.
Why is this guy? He's like, don't even talk to me, bro.
Who's got a problem? Hey.
Hey.
Это базовый минимум.
Ah, okay. Cyclone. It's a coach tech pause. The rarest kind.
Cyclone was trying to talk during a attack. It was the last tack.
And he was muted. Or it wasn't working. And so that's why he was allowed to talk during the tech, because the tech was actually the replacement for the tack.
Freshens your breath.
22-raund boshlandi.
2 of the first 5 map points survived. Let's see what else Astralis have in store for us.
Fusey.
They were capable of stringing 5 CT round wins in a row in the first half to close out the half. They'd have to do it in back-to-back halves, showing some real decent resilience in the face of this Mouse Mirage win.
Kickda stream urayotgani yo'q.
But a very active looking Mouse as they take over Palace.
I mean, Yabby is holding this flank and this flank specifically.
Jabby.
How hard is this read?
Palestina Xelex tomonidan agressiv tarzda yetib kelindi va hozir tayminglarda Jabini tutib olishlari ham mumkin yoki umuman befarq qoldiradi Xelex. Tekshirdi Xelex va Xelex Jabini yo'q qilib berdi. Ayni vaqtini topdi. Molotov Smoke tashlab berildi. Topkonga yaqin kelib olgan hamma. Torji esa window pozitsiyasini check qilib turadi endi. Fuse pachka bilan shortga qarab tortilish bilan ovora.
Awkward losing your extremity player.
Keldi. Torji Ryuni tutib oldi. 5-3 vaziyat va GG menimcha bu yog'i.
3 versus 5 now. Huge ask of Astralis.
Exertiondan birinchi minus. Fuse haqida informatsiya bor. Torji yetib kelib Fuse'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Huxi Clash'da hech narsa qila olmaydi. Xelix'dan trade. Hisob tenglashadi. 1-1. Mouse 13-9 taxmin o'zini oqladi. 15 daqiqa vaqt. 21
as they are able to break into that second
24 boshlanadi.
At the end of the day, a 13-9 victory out of Mouse, as now all roads lead to Dust 2.
3-chi map ko'ramiz. Vaqtinglar bo'lsa KZ2 serverga kirib ozgina o'ynab turishinglar mumkin. Men ham yetib kelaman, skinlarimni to'g'rilab olganman-ku. Serverga kirib qizib olib turishinglar mumkin. Duelda 10 ta odam bor ekan, qo'shilib shularga yoki AWP, PvP, Deagle use qilib. Hozir qaytaman.
What is always consistent for Astralis at this tournament, at least, is they almost universally start with a pretty solid lead. 5-6-1 up. This time around, they start 5-0 down. They require some Fozy heroics to get them back into it. And I think looking at the way Maus entered this one, they had a really solid game plan from the very beginning. They attacked the extremities. They did a very solid job of finding good timings. And then you get into it, and Astralis can make a bit of a comeback happen off the back of some insane A retakes, the likes of which we saw in their last matchup as well, but it was just too little too late.
Also, I want to give some credit here to the rookie on Maus. This was one of the better, I guess, against better opposition performances from Xelex. I like that he was taking the game into his own hands on the extremities himself. Towards the A side, towards the end, we got him. But yeah, like you're saying, I mean, it was kind of just down to heroics for Astralis in what was primarily Maus, not only just even hitting the bomb sites really well with some B and A hits, but I think they also had Astralis guessing in a lot of rounds. Like the rotations weren't always on the bomb sites because Astralis weren't really sure until maybe later in the half of what was going on in middle.
Yeah, I think Astralis spent a little too much energy fighting for middle, whereas Maus, really, in the first few gun rounds at least, they were very happy to give it up, play a little, you know, prod, throw some utility, make Astralis fight for mid, and then hit the extremity where there's 1, maybe 0 players on the bomb site.
Feels like it's almost the complete inverse then of Ancient, where it felt like you were singing the praises of Astralis' macro, the fact that they were able to bring something new, something different, and always have some counter argument to Maus, but this time around, it was Maus that was doing that to Astralis.
I think Maus had a commendable T side. What we were talking about from Astralis was often their T side. Their T side was very strong there. They get onto the T side here, and they fumble it a little bit. We saw the Xelex 5-7 round. We saw a few rounds where they just couldn't cover the bomb planter. Once they get guns in hand, I think they had a pretty solid job, but it was a little too late for them. As I'm saying, I mean, you end 13-9. They had some strong showings, but it was the CT side that was the problem.
Round number 3, I think, paints that picture, right? Vu, where you're talking about it. Or was this one for you, Maui, where you're like, I just want to jump on the Maus hype train?
Yeah, this just felt like such a great way to win an opening round, that you get this great timing, that you're causing this misdirection in middle, but then you're able to swing out Palace. You get the kill on Fozy as he's trying to relocate. This way to get an opening kill is just going to keep Astralis guessing for the rest of the half. That there was so much utility from Maus expended towards middle to kick off that round that it really, Astralis was trying to kind of center their defense, thinking that it was going to be some kind of A split, but the fact that it was just that pure dry through smoke Palace pop with 3 guys is, I mean, that kind of set the tone. And it was, even though in some ways Astralis recovered that half, it was more just kind of because they were kind of getting themselves out of really tough situations, which Maus were usually in control of.
Yeah, I think it was the very following gun round that you had Astralis stacked towards the mid, and you had Maus hitting B. Very similar way, just on the opposite side of the map. And at that point from Astralis, you're kind of floundering. You managed to recover the half, but you're down in a bad situation on a CT side where they usually find very consistent results.
talking about how they ended the first half in that 6-6, right? That's what the scoreline was at the end of it, despite how phenomenal of an effort and a start Mao's got to. And I feel like the pivotal part for that one is something I'm surprised I might even hear you say right now, Vu. It is down to Fozy.
It's a Fozy Red Bull ace, I believe. Fozy with the op. They know he has the op. 5-0 down, and they don't smoke off short because they're expecting Torji to hold that angle, but he gets legged for 97 through the wall. That means he has to fall off of the angle. Fozy hits a nade that Pyria Jr. wishes he hit yesterday, and then he manages to rotate around and find the rest of the kills. I thought this was going to be a vintage Sphinx moment for a second, but it's actually Fozy rotating around with the op. He actually started the round in connector with the op, rotated way back around to short to actually position himself correctly, and then you have to criticize Mouse for not recovering this after they knew that Fozy had the op on short. At least to some extent, you have to try and not make these shots so easy.
It felt like there had to have been more utility on Mouse to flash him off the angle, or at least just nade it, molly it, anything to slow him down. But no, he was just unperturbed as he's just kind of moving like the Terminator up, like from short, up con, and you just couldn't stop him at any point.
No, there was no stopping the steamroll of Astralis when they got there, though. But it wasn't so easy for them to be able to get to that point, right? Again, Mao's being able to start really strong for themselves. And even in some of the rounds that they ended up losing, Maui, there was still that highlight of Torzi. Again, he was a player that we highlighted coming into this series, and he hasn't dropped at all. I've been so impressed with his consistency across the multiple weeks of Last Bounty.
I didn't see this coming into this season, that Torzi would just suddenly be an excellent T-side opper. That's something that he has struggled with for so much of his career. I think that one aspect of it is that they're getting him into great sort of mid-late round positions where oppers do thrive on the T-side, such as post plants. But also, when taking space, I just feel like he's positioning himself a little bit more aggressively, just kind of hitting the shot. I think there were times before where he would just hold static lines, kind of Shiro-esque, but now I think he's moving a little bit more with the pack forward. And it's just giving him more opportunities instead of thinking, I'm going to hold for this reswing. But then sometimes in other games, the reswings never came.
It's kind of reminiscent of the change that 9-10 has had on Mongols, where the T side has been a little more focused on 9-10, so he's really blossomed. I don't think the T side is necessarily too much more focused on Torji, but he certainly understands what a pivotal piece he can be in the attack, and he's not worried about making a roundabout himself, to make the aggressive play, to try and go for a pick and say, hey, if I lose this, we're going to lose the round, but I'm going to win it.
I want to know how he sort of made this growth over the player break, right? When you talk about it, you're like, you wouldn't have expected coming into this season, which means something changed over that time frame of when we last saw him playing in the major into now. And maybe we'll never get those answers. One could only hope, but there at least is a substitute if you guys want to be able to do a similar thing at home. It is refrag. There is a coach mode. It is tailored to you. It is very great on being able to pinpoint exactly what you might need as a player. And I think one of the hardest things is knowing how to get started, Maui. This could be one of those easy tools for you to use just to get a training regime up.
A lot of people just do sort of senseless aim training, and they don't really actually focus on one aspect of the game. But with a tool like Refrag's coaching tool, I mean, you're just going to know immediately what it is that you're lacking, whether that's crosshair placements, whether that's utility usage, or just not using it fast enough. And so it just directs how you want to improve next. I mean, a lot of people are going to want to pay for some kind of coach or anything like that, but you could just go to refraggg.com/blast, and you could just try it. So why not get on it?
Yeah, we're telling you here, deathmatching for 5 hours a day into your 5 pugs with 0 reflection in between, probably a bad idea. Take a look at the coach if you want to actually improve.
I don't know. I'm kind of liking what you're talking about there. What if I found a balance, though, Vu?
5 hours of deathmatch into 1 hour of coaching. Into 5 hours of pugs.
Unfortunately, it's been maybe a decade of North America trying that, and it hasn't really worked, okay? So maybe some NA pros could get on refrag.gg and actually get some other aspects of the game down.
Well, we won't name names, but we will say Refrag would be a great tool if you wanted to go and use it for yourself, whatever sort of level you're on, amateur or pro there. But we're going to see some more pros take it to the stage just after this break for Dust 2.
with it Dust 2 being a decider, I saw sometimes PR was a bit uncomfortable. You're obviously playing towards B with him on the CT side as well. Have you guys tried to iron things out there?
Yeah. In the first game, I think someone wrote in the comments they went to B 5 times and they won 5 of them or something like this. Yeah. And it's true. They went to B and every time they came B, we lost the round. So in the game we tried to find the answer for it. We said okay, let's put AVP on B. It didn't work out as well. But of course after the game, me and Pia, we watched the game back. We watch another teams what they do. Okay. We talked about some better protocols, what is good, what is not good, timings and stuff like this. So if we go Dust to third, I believe the B side will be fine.
It's not been looking so good for you guys, but there's a reason you've left it open. So how much of a change up have you had on that map?
I mean, I think we chose to play that because they have a really strong nuke, and I think they have always been a good nuke team, also with the last roster they had. So yeah, we choose us because we are feeling way more comfortable playing against them there. It's also not their best map, so yeah, it's a clash of trash on Dust.
A clash of the trash on Dust. I mean, I wasn't going to get all into the negative straight away from it, but yeah, Spinks also talked about it, what they've been struggling with. They couldn't change it in the map. Hopefully now they've had more time to reflect, but Astralis also knowing, hey man, hopefully we're just the less shit team when it comes to Dust 2.
Hey, I'm not going to say Maus have a trash Dust 2.
Okay.
I'm going to say their B site holds were trash in the last game. I mean, Spinks even brings it up. I like that he talked about it. He talked about it in the pregame, trying to be a veteran in a roster. Being a veteran means you have that bad game. 3D Max hit Dust 2 5 times. You lose every time. You left PR out on an island. PR uncomfortable on the B site in a lot of these new roles. This is time for Spinks to be a veteran and showcase how you can improve across a tournament.
I feel like, though, for Astralis, this is about as good as it gets because they recognize their own shortcomings on a nuke that Maus have been very, very comfortable on. And so I think it's actually a very wise choice in a veto to just say, well, let's just get a little bit scrappier with things. One guy, though, that I want to just improve his scrappiness is obviously Fozy. I mean, we've been talking about him. He's a big theme of just kind of the shortcomings of Astralis as a whole. And a very worrying stat about Fozy on Dust 2 on CT side, he takes, in the last 3 months, over 30% of his team's opening duels, and he wins under half. That's so unacceptable as an opper. That is actually really just going to grief your entire team if you're that active, but also have that many failures.
Yeah, for reference, a standard opper is in the mid-60s to 70% on a CT side.
Right.
Below 50 is almost unheard of.
Well, I'm going to take it from the negatives and I'm going to move it along to something way more positive, and that's our casters, Scrawny and Launders.
Oh, smooth, Nat. Look at those analysts.
Those stats are pretty bad, though.
Stats
I'm loving that.
in tandem.
I know, look at the stats together.
These guys are cute. These guys are cute, man. Call that caster synergy. Well, we've got the Polymarket prediction now skewed back to Maus. It's the recovery that goes down on Mirage that I think really has the people convinced that Maus are indeed going to keep up their end of the bargain of moving into those grand finals. Again, strong starts out of Maus, each of those halves, and Astralis just couldn't fight back on Mirage. You know, they're so accustomed to, in the last day or so, getting, you know, pistol victories and getting strong beginnings to each of these halves that an uncharacteristic
Kettik. Decider map. 3-chi karta boshlandi. Astralis Mausga qarshi. Iskan jamoa grand finalga yo'l oladi va Spiritga qarshi o'ynaydi ertaga. Soat
Yeah, and specifically
15:30 boshlanadi.
If you have a low success rate, but you're not taking a lot of duels, I mean, maybe there's someone else on your team that is. But we know Fuzi is aggressive. That's kind of one of the reasons that we're
himoyada o'ynaydi Astralis.
When we talk about what Fuzi has brought to Astralis, who have historically never
Decoil
played
tashlab berilgan.
An aggressive opper. So it's something where you don't want the 30% to change. But you do want the success rate to change. The attempts can be there, but he's got to get us form back online.
Ularni kutib olishga tayyor, lekin midda ko'pchilik bo'lib yig'ilishganini ko'rib turibmiz Maus a'zolari.
Nail those chances.
Jabi.
Voy,
Jabidan toza headshot.
And with that, he just sulks back in.
Ryu ko'rdi menimcha, lekin Torji nima qilib yubordi mikrofonni? Torji Ryuni yo'q qilib bermoqda.
And this split is
Slovakiya yaxshimisiz, charchamayapsizmi?
Jabi.
Va PR tomonidan Jabi ot tashlandi. Ishonchli o'ynadi Maus hozircha hujumda. Shortdan retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi 3 kishi bo'lib, Huxida bitta flash borligini ko'rib turibmiz.
Coming up, Cat.
Fuzy.
3 players running at this. There is no kid
Birinchi bo'lib
available
chiqib keladi
on
bu
these
yerda
three.
Steyr bilan birgalikda.
So Fuzy
Qiyin,
scours, looks for the
juda qiyin
contact,
retake
doesn't get his
qilish.
kill. Everybody just staying tucked in. Not wanting to be the first
Voy,
to
yana
fall.
head ham yeb oldi buning ustiga. PR-dan birinchi minus bor. Torji esa Steyerni yo'q qilib berdi. Eng so'nggi igroq. Huxi 20 HP joni bilan. Zelexdan head 1-0. Open kill topgan Jabi asab bo'lib o'tirgandir hozir.
Not the best start
kill
again here
qilgandi
for
bu.
Astralis. I feel that, yeah, Mouse on Mirage controlled both halves to a good degree. I mean, yes, Astralis started to make some rounds in the end, but like with the way they lost, it kind of reconfirmed that Mouse were still in a pretty good spot. I think they had a good grasp on things. It wasn't like some kind of lucky victory. They just had a strong call. They closed it. And we know with Mouse when you get to map 3, it's all reset.
Ikkinchi round boshlandi. Xershon.
It might be a test all the way to the very last round. Mouse could absolutely just get a lot better all of a sudden.
Fuzy.
But it does come back to the original conversations around the chemistry, PR, Spinks. That's something that has not been solved so far in our officials. Watching them play Dust 2.
It actually makes for a very curious finish to this series, considering we're back to the map where you've already highlighted so well.
And I can't remember who it was that was like challenging them, but then they just started going B. Like
Force fight qilingan.
Right.
Himoyada.
Surely would have had to been 3D Max.
3D Max.
Xershonda Makten borda. Force fightni to'xtatadigan.
And it worked.
Yes, it did. A lot of the round success from that one side of the map. So it'll be a problem once we get there, and that's only a maybe.
Flash bunga javoban qayerga o'tib berildi. Bir HP ketdi faqat Xershon. Deagle Steyr hech kim yo'q tekkiz olganicha yo'q. Ya'ni o'ldira olmadi. Bu yerda Fuzy yonib nima bo'ldi bilmadim. Zelex hamda Torjidan killlar ko'rdik.
An open sight in the 5v3.
Bir stream o'chirib oldi ularni.
Astralis to just tiptoe away from this one. If you can keep these 3 pistols and Kevlar for the next round, then maybe you can do something there.
Save qilishadi.
This one belongs to Mouse.
On CT side, where your starting position for an attack might be at par. You miss that first chance, you might not get a second. Generating 2 and 3 chances is extremely difficult, and if the utility is going to be good, like we know it will be out of Mouse, then there will be problems for Fuzy. He will be highlighted when it comes to A defenses. That's something they'll need to get under wraps early.
66 ga 33 shanslar.
I wonder what's on his mind.
Hopefully not getting nervous about the thought of having to go for those entry attempts. What did the deaths say? 30% of the time it is Fuzy involved with opening duels?
Yeah. He's going for him. Again, that can be a very good thing.
When it works.
Yeah.
3-chi round boshlandi.
Fuzy averages a 0.64 CT side Dust 2 rating in his last 6 maps.
Xershon.
Oh man, we are just beating on him.
Deep cut, obviously. His name's Love, which is really cool.
Yana bir mouse tashlab berilmoqda. Va Xershon Makten'da bitta kill informatsiya beradi. Endi mid to bit tezroq o'ynab yuborishadi katta ehtimollik bilan, lekin kattaga sakrab tushdi bu yerda. Jabi bor yana Deagle bilan kill bo'lgan. Flash bilan pik qilib ko'rmoqda midda Xelex. Yugurishadi hozir Xelexning ustiga. Bo'lmasa Ryudan head bor.
In Mouse's works. Rack up some damage right on the edge of that smoke and get a little
PR Yunot tashlagan bo'lsa Xelex Yabini o'ldirib berdi. Xelex Steyerni ham minus qilmoqda. Sakrab kelgan Huxi ham tutib olindi. Triple kill cho'chimadi Xelex.
Denying them his death means his Kevlar moves in. We got cash overflow from Mouse already on top of this 3-0 start.
Xelex is someone who I think is quite good playing on Dust 2 so far. Adapting well within this new lineup.
4-chi round.
Not meant to be the star of the show.
PR with the fast
Jabi
tempo this time.
Serchinni yo'q qilib bermoqda. PR
Having lost lower tunnels, you'd think Mouse would love to get something for this
Astralis
long
birinchi
effort, but
raundni
instead
yutishga
you've got two
yaqin.
players 50 health already for what is this first
Chunki
attempt
ular bu raundda ko'pchilik
kill
bo'lib davom
Astralis
etishyapti.
on
Xalax.
guns.
Xalax. Oy jinni nimalar qilib tashlayapti bu Xalax. 7 ga 0.
Insta transition into Fuzi up above him.
Steyr.
7-0 start for Zelex.
A responsibility
Torjidan xato bo'lishi
this
mumkin bu.
Astralis squad to recover.
Steyr Xalaxni yo'q qilib berdi. 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Jabi
And so if you challenge wide, Jabi's going to get a chance to
va
shoot
Karpaysasidagi igroq zo'r o'ynab bermoqda, lekin Spinks rasmen va Torji esa Steyrni minus qilgandan so'ng Rui 2 ga 1 ko'chdi. Spinks atiga 1% jon bilan. Bomba Karpaysasida qolib ketdi.
single HP.
And Ryu almost threw a little piece of utility. That would have been
Smoke
a
yo'q
smoke.
bularda.
We want that to be landing
Ryu
on the
ham
cross.
longga
It's
qarab
also don't know
tortilyapti.
where he is. 1 HP.
Spinks
and
da
Ryu
AWP.
can take it back long, and this will not work out. My
Torji
goodness.
qoldirildi ortga va tayminglarni qarang. Va Spinks 1 HP bilan raund yutib ketadi 4-0.
Spinks surviving the first spray down on 1 point of health, covered off by Torji, only to get the trade back and finish the round.
Crazy trades out of
3-chi o'rin
Torji.
uchun o'yin yo'q bu
Crazy
turnirda.
entries out of Zelex.
Finali ertaga best of 5, 15-9da bo'ladi. Spiritga qarshi mana bu o'yinda yutgan jamoa o'ynaydi. BC game'ning finali best of 3. Umuman boshqa komanda bilan o'ynayapti.
Good on Spinks. 1 HP op clutch. And that'll send Astralis spiraling back down into pistols this time.
Looks he can't believe that they stood back at long. That was a great play.
Exertion.
Obviously not much to challenge with. Astralis have to forego the mid play, and that's just going to let Mouse leak out through those mid doors.
Va Exertion Steyrni yo'qib yubordi.
With a buy like this.
Jabidan Deagle'da highlight ko'rishimiz ehtimoli bor.
Jabi wants them to
Jabi.
extend wide.
Endi u haqida informatsiya. Lekin 5-7 da turgan Ryu. Ryu 5-7 da bitta minus. Ryu double kill. Mana 5-7 ning kuchi. Spinks Ryuni otib tashladi. Jabi haqida info bor ekanmi?
Alongside Hooksy, who's back towards CT spawn.
Bor. Yo, Jabidan hit. Eng so'nggi igroq Jabi. 20 soniya vaqt. Bomba ichkarida. Zelex. Flash. Zo'r turibdi Jabi. 15 sekund vaqt. Torji keldi bu yerda. Birga pik qilishadi lekin Torjidan headshot 5-0. E'tibor qilgan bo'lsanglar, mana bularda faqat terrorlar zo'r o'ynadi. Ikkalasi ham yaxshi himoyadan olmas ekan.
But a 5-0 start nonetheless.
That's full control. I mean, if not for Ryu getting a 2K with that 5-7, I mean, there's really no chance. So it's a good try.
Kim terrorda start olsa, o'sha yaxshi o'ynadi. Bundan oldin ikkita kartada ham, bunda ham.
Donk does really well, just making noise, holding Jabi in place, assuming the window peak will eventually come. But it's impending doom, knowing Torzi can get out that door.
I actually like the way the two defenders gelled on B site. You know, they weren't both
had good spots to cover everything.
Right? To just really kind of crunch in on that door. Because first player, if you want to clear Jabi from under the window, you see how wide he is. And Ryu comes back at it. Just keeping their bodies behind solid cover. Both sides.
It was just all dependent on tunnel smoke.
Yeah.
Like if they had waited for that, it would have been a little bit easier.
But almost able
6-chi round boshlandi.
Steal that. That's the kind of round that'll keep Mouse on their toes. Also chips away at the money, so it's not an outlandish amount left over. Still very comfortable. Mouse 5-0. Extra cash for a few other rounds. But up against full weapons once more.
Va Fuzi Zelexni yo'q qilib beroldi 8ga. Ya'ni o'zi 8ga da ketayotgandi u. PR o'tirib pik qilish kerak. PR longni retake qilishda.
And he's gone.
Hooksy yaqinliroq o'ynadi.
Here with a bomb. He really wants to call this out. He sees the bomb.
Possession. Longdan yurishini davom ettiradi Huxiga qarshi.
Oh, and the timing
Endi esa Fuziga qarshi o'ynashga to'g'ri keladi. Va Fuzi, easy kill Fuzi uchun bu.
Fuzi able to overcome the numbers in this opening attempt this
1
round.
daqiqa vaqt bor. Spinks hamda Torji 5 kishiga qarshi bu Astralisning birinchi raundi. Har doimgidek 5 u 1 rus kuchini aytmasa bo'lmaydi.
And from Fuzi's first frag, it's smooth sailing onwards.
They were both just a bit sloppy. Neither flash went far enough.
Torji.
And he would have been hooded from anything coming from the top of middle, but ended up just being a free kill.
And a good read on the pulse of the round, getting that op over towards long doors to hold back as well. We saw when Huxi departed, maybe there'd be a timing for the Xertion chase, but not with the scope locked on that doorway. 2 saves here for Mouse, going to keep that money healthy.
Counter-terrorists win.
But a totally different set of circumstances than what Astralis have been becoming used to. It's another slow start this time. 6th round is their first. Torzi going for the long spawn off this round start, so right to a chance at pulling a player off, but he just tries to sandbag the flashbang, sends PR out.
Va PR Longga agressiya qilgan Huxini minus qilib bermoqda.
Huxi trying to dodge the sniper, takes an AK shot to the face. Man advantage for Maus earned instantly. As they'll try to follow up with a bit of utility here, just putting pressure on both sites, in fact. That lurk smoke lands on the end of the tunnels simultaneous, and they're also flashing down into lower. So a lot of activity here for Maus means Astralis are trying to make decisions and rotate while the whole site feels pressure, or whole map rather.
And they'd love to take back some control. Oh no, that smoke does not work for them.
Torji Jabini yo'q qilib bermoqda.
That's a CT attempt at reclaiming space, getting out towards car. Totally denied.
5-ga 3 vaziyat. Himoyada kamchilik bo'lib qolishdi yana.
Now their odds of the round shoot way down. Because anything simple up too long should be able to just grind Astralis down.
Flash for the peak and
30 soniya vaqt. Longga flash tashlab berildi. Yana flash bormi? Rivuda bor ekan, bitta flash bor. Takoy magic flash ishlashi mumkin. Line upni qarang. Torji qutqarib qolmoqda. Steyr bo'lmasa kamida 3 ta kill bor edi.
And Fuzi flushed back.
Zelax orqadan yetib kelgan, hozircha turliq o'ldira olmadi.
Entirely alone as
AWPga qarshi
on the other side of the map in the middle of a save.
Voh, qanaqa peak bu? Michael Jackson
For Zelax. Poor Fuzi just gets outdone, and it is Maus right back to a victorious win.
Pretty much that they can do. You lose 2 opening kills in that fashion. You're holding A with 2 guys. You're split on the map. I mean, Ryu maybe just wants to come over, lean towards A. Maybe they have a chance at trying to stop this, but with all the utility in place, you still have such, you know, low odds of picking anything up.
That's off a spawn move.
You really optimize that, even just stare playing with Fuzi in a position where they can trade their way out and actually save those guns, or play together to fight long and really commit. But I think the lack of commitment is definitely something that Astralis have to work on. Just always have too many one-on-one duels on the map.
Longga zo'r chiqib keldi o'zi. PR.
Feeling like Long's getting away from him. Torji's spawn gives him the early angle. He lets PR slide out. You get the Xertion flash over. So synergistically, really nice kind of setup out of Maus. When you don't get the duel for the op, just send that AK out to take the free space. And PR even delivering in the first 2 bullets, catching Huxi's head. Feels like you couldn't have had that gone better towards Long if you were Maus. And from there, the round slips out of Astralis' hands. So they will get back to what started to work as Mirage went on. We've got a double op evolution for the CTs. Jabby back to the big green. This did net them some rounds of a CT side on Mirage, enough so that they could have had a chance switching over to the attack. It's going to be the same scenes here for map 3. Mirage's success, no guarantee that this plan will pull them out of what has been a tailspin on Dust 2.
Two main situations you pull a double op, when things are going really well or when they're going really badly. If you have a lot of money, you invest into it, or you use it to try to bail you out of a bad half, but you've got a streak with it now.
Xertion va yaxshi xayashga o'tib ketmoqda. Minus 30.
Doesn't feel too worried about it. There's the second, and it would have been lovely hit Jabby.
Jabbydan miss shot. U yolg'iz emas bada. Ryu bor yordamda.
Still in the 5v5.
We saw this situation on Mirage, except there was 2 kills for Astralis.
Mid to basmoq tayyorlaydi Xertion.
And the full attention of Mouse, who realized that they shouldn't walk peek anything.
Gonna try to set up an explosive
Afsuski, ikkita xayashga shunchaki bekor ketdi deb aytsak ham bo'ladi. Midga uloqtirilgan. 45 soniya atrofida vaqt. 3ta bo'lib B'ni himoya qilishyapti. Midda Jabby bor. Jabbyda bitta kill bor kamida.
Hold on smoke.
Kataga o'tib ketmoqchimi? Ha, yo. Bitta minus. Va, ishda yerdan double kill. Jabby zo'r urinib berdi. Torji. Va Torji ham ishda yerni yo'q qilmoqda. Saytga o'tib olishdi. Bomba Torjining qo'lida va o'rnatiladi hozir. 2ga 2 vaziyat. Juda xavfli chiqib kelishdi.
Split up Astralis retake, one from window,
Xertion.
one from tunnels. Hooksy playing the slow burn. But it's
Torji.
being watched by Torji.
Hooksini tutadi Torji.
As he remains locked in on this flank.
Flash zo'r tushdi Fuzy'dan. Lekin bu yerda Xertion qilgan killga Fuzy javob qaytaradi. 6-2 hisob. Fuzy flashga gap yo'q. Torji shunchaki full blind bo'ldi va timingni zo'r ushlab chiqib kelgan Hooksy ham. Ishonchli o'ynab bera oldi. 6-2.
Commitment into B site instead of just slightly leaning over. Jabby playing outside the window looked a little scary at first, but he got his first kill. Don't know how he ended up dying, but he had the op. Killed enough time on the clock, and there was a real chance to win this 2v2 retake. So it was looking like maybe too many isolated fights again to allow Mouse back into it, but Astralis on the retake covered each other very well.
That's a quick adjustment from Fuzy too, looking for the car fight, knowing that if Xertion gets around that corner, retake becomes all the more complicated. They will reinvest into the double op, putting all the money back on the line. Lots of players on the other side of this door here. Tough stuff to handle if you're
Nima qilyapti PRni qarang pik qilganni. Даже flashni kutmadi PR. Shuni chiqib Hooksiga headshot berib yubordi.
With the potential reinvestment to the double op, Mao's peel back. Spinks is looking like he's about to get challenged, but what a clear this would have to be for Jabby.
Spinks kutadi Spinks oxirigacha.
All of Mao's come over, so if he just sits
Eng qizig'i Jabbyda kamida bitta kill bor va qochishga ham ulgursa kerak.
You just know Spinks is going to swing right into that op while it's on cycle.
AWP yetib kelgan bu yerda.
But Spinks should have it.
Qochdi, ulgurdi. Ulgurdi, trade qilishga ulgurmasdi. Ryu bor hali bu yerda, lekin Xelax bitta minus amalga oshirdi. Xelaxdan double kill. Torji va PR-lardan ajoyib flashlar. Full blind holatda o'ziga o'zi olib tashlash bilan ovora. 7-round bu Mouse o'ylasiga.
A clean 2K out of Xelax as here on map, the third map, he is shining.
Yeah, definitely explosive rounds. PR, every time they send him out long, I mean, it's like he's barely losing any health. He didn't lose any health at all on this round. Just instant shot right into Hooksy. Killed him 2 or 3 times already this half. But with the amount of opening long attempts, it is surprising it's always just one player here to hold.
He's probably feeling real small at the moment.
Yeah, it's tough.
We'll see if they end up throwing a second player his way. Best time to hold that back was when He was able to push into the doors, get his one, and then they replaced him with Fuzi. But yeah, let's talk about Zelex for a second. 11-3 right now.
Oh yeah. His aim is insane sometimes.
Yep. And you know, while we sit here and maybe wait for Torji and Spinks to get back to their best versions of themselves, and while PR maybe hasn't gelled into this roster just yet, I was worried that Zelex would also be a part of that problem. But he continues to trend upwards. Strong finish to the
10-chi round Fuzi Zelex minus qilib beradi, lekin ulgurmaydiki bu yerda Hayoshka bilan Spinks haydab yuborildi. Molotov, Torji shortda agressiya yo'q Shter tomonidan. Flash bilan pick.
Lost ground. Off an unlikely round win. They hear that
Fuzi double kill.
Fuzi another.
Suzib yurtdi o'zi ham Fuzi.
Save from the last
Yo'dan
round
belga.
puts Mouse in a tight spot.
PR o'ylab turgandir, tinchgina longdan chiqish kerak ekan deb.
Does look like Astralis need to keep working just in case. They can't sit on their laurels just yet. They've got one rifle, but half armor on him. Fuzi has an op, of course, but he's the only one with the kit. There's no utility on the map for the CT side. And tons for Mouse.
It's a great angle
Man,
for
should they
Stair.
just be this spread out? Honestly, it doesn't.
Just going to lean back as they do arrive, and he keeps it as
Stair,
clean as he has
Spinks'i minus
to.
qilib bermoqda.
Pistol in cars, looking to just distract. We'll see what Stair does next.
Bu yerda PR'dan Razman, PR voy, Shterga muhtib qoldi va Torji Jabini o'ldirib berdi. 5-2 raundda 2-2 holatgacha yetib kelishdi. Qanaqa qilib PR Lacker.
For a second, everybody was so split up.
They wanted the pistol from Car to get into the mix to try to set
Fuzi
up
hamda
Stair, but
Huxi.
that
Yana o'sha duo va yana o'shanaqa taktika. Bir dona flash bor Fuzining qo'lida. U ham Huxini blind qilish uchun ishlatilinsa kerak. Ha, uzr. Torjini blind qilish uchun.
Last time we saw this flash come through, Huxi was able to kill
Diffuse kit Fuzi'da bor.
on E-box. This time
Lekin ikkita igroq ham hozir kar pozitsiyasida turibdi. Umuman ishlamaydi bu flash. Miss shot yana Fuzi'dan. Huxi kirib kelsa PR kutib oladi uni. Gap bo'lish mumkin emas. Shunchaki 5-2 raund yutib ketishsa.
2v5 as they work their way through the B site.
That's 3v5 to start, and then they get that info off of one death. But at the end, it's only 2 players in the site. And even though one of them has a good gun, the other doesn't. None of them have utility. Fuzi finds a flash in the end. It just feels like they invited away for Mouse to win this. Like,
Poshiga tegib qoldi, qaranglar.
it looks silly that they could have lost this round.
Torji ham
Take
timingni
a
ushlab
snapshot
o'ynab
of the
berdi.
map. They're all playing spots that you'd play maybe at a minute 30 seconds, and with way better guns and more utility.
8ta raund hujumda.
They're just so quick to play by themselves.
Fuzi.
Zelex happy to
Voy,
jump.
Zelex.
Fuzi recovers, but loses
Jabini
a
otib ketdi,
teammate
full
in
blind
front
qo'lida
of him.
turganda Fuzi esa razmen qilib bera oldi.
Wasn't shying away from letting them know he was here. Zelex didn't seem
Killar
to give
almashib
a
borishgan
damn.
1 daqiqa atrofida vaqt. Torji salgina longga qaytib oldi, lekin Xerchan Shterning agressiyasini yo'q qilib bermoqda. Bu yerda Huxi bor. Huxi yana PR bilan duel, lekin bu safar Huxining qo'li baland keladi. 3-3 vaziyat. Fuzi agressiya, Fuzi ko'rdik. Boshini otish kerak Fuzi.
Missing his chance through smoke.
Torji Huxini o'ldirib berdi. Longdan yugurishda davom etadi. Bomba Torjining qo'lida. Fuzi'ni ham tutib olishi mumkin. Torjidan double kill. Eng so'nggi igroq esa Ryu. Hujumda 9ta round.
And letting their opper walk into his own death on his own terms.
Ryu yolg'iz o'zi headshot yeyishga tayyor turibdi.
Just had to have a teammate come up
Spinksdan
to clear long
o'tib
with
oldi.
That one
Eson
falls
omon
into his
save
lap.
qilishga
It's a
ketdi
really
Kalashda.
nice play. Somehow even better
9-2.
scoreline than Zelex in this half. It's just brutal if you want to try to count the amount of untraded deaths for Astralis and the amount of isolated fights for Astralis. And You know, I'm
Easy
not
win.
really
Easy ligini
understanding how
bilmadim,
that's
lekin
happening.
win bor. No easy bo'lishiga garantiya yo'q. Buni uchun 5 bilan tugaydi deb o'ylaysizlarmi, nima fikrdasizlar? Taxminiy hisob yozib qoldiringlar qani hamma.
Every time you look at the map, it's just one guy and one choke point. And even if the first guy were to die, and then you get the kill after, at least you get a trade to keep up.
Feels like you can see this one visibly falling apart for Astralis, unfortunately. And they will use all 3 of their timeouts on this CT side. Torji keeps this up, and he will indeed finish the semifinals as the front runner for the Bounty MVP.
Yeah, if you missed it earlier, Donk had a very human series. It doesn't... It's a sort of strange. 3 maps in a row, just very average to poor performance overall. Negative KD in the end. Like a .94 rating or something like that. Just not something you really ever see.
12-chi raund. Bu raunddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashib olishadi. Hamma taxminiy hisoblarni ko'rib chiqdik. Comeback deydilar.
Nonetheless. Shout out Shiro for being the pillar of team spirit yet again.
10-chi raund ham hazır olib qo'ysa.
Sure.
9-3 dan comebackga ishonsa bo'ladi. 9-2 dan. 10-2 dan. Spinks nimagadir o'yna olmayapti-da. Torji yoki gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. 13 ga 2 kada. 6.5 kadada Torji. 2 marta o'sha yutqizilgan raundda o'lgan faqat. Spinks 3 ga 4 yuribdi.
Fuzi hard committed to that A site, doesn't have an off this round either, so
Fuzi'dan flash.
Sershin should be all the more confident. Utility trajectory is a great distraction.
Stayer'ni pozitsiyasidan o'tib ketishdi.
Was so close.
I mean, not peeking that, but there's just
Ryu
over here by himself.
Qani Ryu o'zingni ko'rsat. Botir bo'lsang ham o'zingni ko'rsat. Ryu bo'lsang ham o'zingni ko'rsat va bitta kill bu yerda Huxi Xershini yo'q qilib bera oldi. Lekin B'ni berib yuborishgan. 4 ga 3 vaziyat. Smoke yo'qmi ekan? Moliklar bor faqat. Smoke yo'q.
Double molly outside of the doorway, but it's going to be a
sakrab o'tib olishga harakat qilishadi. Oy, matritsa bo'lib ketdi. 12% jonlantirib qolyapti Torji. Xelax. Eng qizig'i bularda ham utility yo'q. Shunchaki kirib ketishadi. Xelax birinchi kill. Xelax double kill qilishga qo'yib berishmaydi. Torji low. Spinks 3 ga 1 clashmi? Mana Botir o'zini ko'rsatadigan payti.
On the brink of a 1v3. Bomb at the halfway point. Jabby's going to have to tap that to try to get Spinks to panic. Doesn't budge.
Spinks
doesn't move. Now
yana bir fake. Spinks nima qilyapti?
Goodness, no way.
How dare you finally go back at this season?
What Spinks 3 ga 1 clutch.
Spinks with
Spinks.
To give Mouse
qanchalik ko'ngil keng bo'lish kerak ha. Bunchalik ikkita fake diffuse'ni qaramasdan turib bormaslik uchun diffuse bo'linayotgan payt.
Heaven, Hypex yet again with impact.
And now it has to be a clutch. The bomb, can it get planted?
Yeah, Snacks is going to try to go for the spray.
Men ichim qisib ketgan bo'lardi. Menimcha hisob 9-2 bo'lishi kerak. Siz shunchalik bemalol diffuse qilsa diffuse qilaversan deb turishingiz uchun. 3 ga 1 clutch. Hozirgina Spinks hate qilib turgandik.
Yeah, and his teammates were just kind of shifting very far away. So reinforcements a long way off for Huxi, but who needs it?
Yeah, great flashbang. Huxi with a triple kill. Heavy caught Mattis and Hunter all dead at Huxi's hand as he goes again. Huxi shutting them down. Long is completely closed by the Dane. And his phase about to fall.
The clash is going to come at the CC stairs. Now they're going to play for it behind this smoke with the pistols close up. They don't want to back off and give the rifles an advantage.
Oh, again. It's heavy caught again. The Tech 9 enters the kill feed. And an old familiar sting. FaZe Clan are going to lose the pistols unless Frozen and Twist, the OGs from FaZe Clan, looking to deliver some life. But the P250 goes down and Frozen! FaZe are in the game.
With the AWP recovered, you need to get the strongest weapons out next to it.
AK for Hunter stepping into the lion's den. Oh, what? How has he done that? Hunter, that is something special out of the AK. That is just unreal. Feasting on his prey.
They break the smoke and Fallen still has a strong position. This could still get really weird.
Good.
Double pistol kill for Fallen, gets the upgrade, and there's still Keserato down in pit. They try to clear Yuri. 1 health is all the difference, and it does make a difference. 1v3 for Torsen as he takes the first kill. Might have another body in store.
Liquidda.
Fallen falls for information. And Torsen waits for Molodoy to make a move. So now that's the bomb down. This 1v4 ace for Torsen is on the line. Into plays, and Torsen finds. He finds all 5.
What a monster.
Alexi B fighting him on, but Brokey's right here in the 4th round, and some hope left for FaZe Clan. Unless Wonderful can just rip it out. No way! And it's the inexperienced player up against Wonderful in FaZe's most important round.
Already feels like FaZe is knocked out walking.
Wonderful, so confident! Of course he's got it!
Yeah, trying to just be sneaky, hoping maybe that one opening kill moved the defense away. Didn't. ZywOo's gonna get hunted down with the AWP, but he's got a teammate. That's crazy. He's actually gotten all 4. Flamesy backs him up and steals every single kill. ZywOo.
And it's gonna fall onto Hypex now.
It's time to run at this.
10 to the clock. 2 players in front of the bathrooms. Hypex shaves off 1 of the 3. 7 seconds, and it's all on Hypex now. Plays behind the dice with the no-scope. Beautiful flick shot up. I sure wouldn't want to be Astralis. Unfortunately, this one's a tough spot to be in.
Just ever.
2 rounds to Mau's 10, and some hard-fought moments, but Mau's really just
13-chi round boshlandi.
Huge performances from Zelex and Torji. The
Pistolet round. Torji tirs headshotlar keldi Torjidan. Zelex Pistol King.
Chance at first
Va
kills here.
Torjidan bitirdi killlar.
A 3v5 that could be tournament life for
Whoa.
Astralis.
Spinks Prime. Ketmagan ikkita round. 12 va 13 roundlarning haqiqiy qahramoni Spinks. 3 tadan kill.
Boy oh boy.
Eshigidan chiqishiga ham qo'yib bermayapti.
Astralis have really melted here.
11-2.
Everything that we've seen that sort of is them at their worst came out in this first half, and now Mauser just pouring it on thick. This is rough to watch. Been so many close maps at the bounty. But also a few duds like this.
14-chi round boshlandi. Force buy qilishdi. Yurak yutib. Buni yutqizib qo'ysa keyingisidan force qilishini o'ylamayaptimi deyman a?
Oh, you mean like the fact that Vitality, Furia, Falcons didn't even win their opening games?
And then even the teams that qualified through.
Yeah. Well, at least they got a little
Fizini
more
qo'lida
experience.
pachka bor, lekin mana bu yerda pachka ko'rinmayapti Fizida, qaranglar.
Just needed a little more time off.
Mana e'tibor qilgan narsam. Mana endi Jabini qo'liga o'tdi pachka.
But I will sacrifice the quality of this 3rd map if it means that Maus are actually ready to take a swing at Spirit tomorrow. Because we've got a best of 5 and a trophy on the line.
Mana aytibdi inglizlarim, ertaga final Spiritga
Spirit's
qarshi.
track record,
Best
barring
of
the
5.
major playoffs,
O'zbekiston
were
vaqti bilan
phenomenal
15:30 da.
I don't know if they've played their best CS to start the season, but not many have, so we can put them in that pod.
Easy round.
Mao's gonna bank
Easy
on
round.
Spinks again for another multi-frag, 3rd one in a row as he will confidently go back to the middle. Oh, PR actually dropped before he can get his hands on the round.
Ryu
But
headshot
luckily
berib qo'ygan
here for
ekan.
Maus,
Birga
it's
3
the
clutch
mid
Ryuda.
rotation
Bomba tashqarida
that
tushib
cut
qolgan. Bomba tashqarida tushib qolganini
Astralis
ular
down to
bilishmaydi
size.
ham hattoki.
Tough ask
Endi
of Ryu to
qiyin.
go and
Ryu
grab that bomb.
bombani olib o'rnatish kerak edi undan ko'ra.
10 map match and grand finals points.
Ikkita round qaysi roundlarni oldi o'zi bu Astralis?
It's just an overwhelming presence here from everyone on
Bir
Maus.
qarab keladi, esimdan chiqib ketdi.
They don't even have to crank the dial on the teamwork, you know. I
Birda
mean,
round.
just skate to a finish here easily.
Bitta Huxi bilan Fuzi oldi. Clutchni. To'g'rimi? 5-0 bo'lgan payti 5-1 bo'ldi, save qilishdi. Na, bitta round save bo'ldi, bitta round
We're even going to get to see the CT side
flash
tested.
olishdi.
Fuzy. O, bu yerda PR. Himoyada Spinks tashlab ketdi uni. PR birinchi kill, PR double kill qilgancha yo'q. Yonib ketyapti PR, lekin Steyr atiga 10% endi Steyr yo'q oramizda. Boom! Yana damage-ni qarang Fuzyga. Fuzy boshdan tutib biladimi, ha Fuzy? Oho, to'g'risiga headshot. Yana bitta headshot kerak. Yana bitta headshot Fuzydan. Scoutchi. 2ga 4 round yutib ketish shansi, yana bitta headshot. Davay Fuzy. Ya Jabidan kill. Ya Jabidan double kill. Fuzy bilan birgalikda 2ga 4 round yutib ketishdi. 12-3 hisob.
Okay, that one gets the money back online. Great post plant there, couple of great scout shots. Good cohesion between him and Yabi. Another moment of looking at this, it's like, okay, maybe PR immediately just starts farming this round. There's only like another gun coming at him. But clearly,
1 minute oldin 6
discomfort when it comes to him playing the site. It's a kill in a little bit. Sphinx is outside the site. They're not really playing off each other.
Odamni aytyapsizmi? Nimani aytyapsiz? Endi scoutda o'ynash navbati Torzida.
Enter this one with a Scout Deeg and MP9. But leave it to Mouse to remain active. They've got so much Counter-Strike in their favor left to play.
Longda Xelex bor.
They'll take over the tunnels, and that's just going to free up full rotation. What? Look at that arc.
So close.
Satisfying. Big gap. Man, Astralis hoping that they haven't been boxed in already, but Torzi gets tagged. He will find damage on Fuzy.
Torzini yo'q qilib berdi. Xerxinning MK'siga ishonishlari mumkin va boost bu yerda.
Boosted up and over. They're so close to the smoke though. They will go under.
Yo, boost ishlamaydi.
Unnoticed.
Ishladi boost. Boost ishladi, bitta kill. MK ham chiqib qolishi mumkin. Xelex. Boostni bilishdi. Katta yana bir iroq borligini bilishadi.
Scary, sure, for a moment there for Astralis, taking all the damage they did. But Stairs trying to dig him out of a dark place, and Maus will just look to move these M4s into the next round where they are forced to save.
You know I'm shaving your head if they make this comeback.
My head?
Yeah.
Oh.
Comeback is real. Yoki uni uchun 5 qilib qo'ymoqchimi shu Behruz aytdi. Hech bo'lmasa 5 ta round olaylik deb. 12-4 hisob. Yana bitta round berib yuborishsa, bular eko qilgan holatda keyingi round full bayga qarshi full bay 13-5 kerak. Точный shot.
Astralis already 20% of the way through this comeback. And the crowd goes wild.
They're going crazy.
There are believers in Malta.
We did have a bonanza today.
Yeah, that's got the crowd rowdy.
Yeah.
Yo, comeback ma ishonmayman to'g'risi bilmadim.
I just hope the guy who won the trip to Porto has some days he can take off.
Astralis'ni kiyimim bir kun ichida top bo'lmaydi. Mana Astralis kiyimini o'zim zakaz qilaman originaldan.
Spinks to the top mid push.
Astralis agar comeback qilsa, mana shu 12-4 hisobidan Astralis'ni original kiyimini zakaz qilaman o'zim. Astralis shopidan. Bir hafta o'sha kiyim bilan stream qilaman.
Bombsite belongs to Astralis. All 4 players ready to just take it over. So it's not even as though you catch a second player back there trying to deal with Spinks's push. No, everybody else was ready to just vacuum seal that B-bomb site.
I feel like if you need the day,
come back clip.
Come on, boss, it's the bonanza.
You get fired for liking video games.
Flashbang o'qiyaman. Gatorade 100 ming o'zbek tilida olib kirgan Flashbang Behruz.
I'd quit my job to go to Porto.
It's a good idea. It is a very cool place. Recommend everyone try that.
Luckily, my job will bring me to
o'zbek
Porto.
tilida hech kim stream qilmagan deya hamma turnirlarni.
Why is Hooksy tapping the screen like it's a Las Vegas
Yo,
slot
maqtangiz
machine?
keladi, odam.
Because they're going to need to get some luck going to make this full comeback.
Yeah, hozir o'chirib tashlangan videolar arxivga olingan.
Good calls alone won't do it.
Especially with Mao's right there on the
BC
brink,
Gaming
threatening that they are
boşlangan.
confident enough to push up top middle. And they still have so much margin of error.
Mirage, Nuke, Anubis kartalar pick qilingan bu yo'lda.
So Astralis' free run of the playground comes to an end. Back up with weapons or Mao's. Ooh, missed first opportunity out of Fuzi. Luckily, at least for him and his team, he doesn't die, because he could have 2 of those Xerxin shots.
I mean, that's just one of those shots, those golden opportunities that he needs to nail.
Xerxin's happy to try to test the waters on the mid walkout. Now this B site looking a bit sketchy. And remember, this is the weak point of the map, even versus 3D Max. Spinks trying to hold this back as
Yashashga harakat qilyapti.
out through
Spinks
that
o'ldi
tunnel
o'zi.
push. Ryu clearing PR with only the one, and Spinks can't keep up his end of the bargain. Not one frag from him. There is a weakness, I think, on this map for Mao's, and it remains that B-bomb site.
I love that it's no frills. They go right into that mid B. They don't really bother trying to hunt down that op or push anything back. I think that was the only detail to the setup that they really wanted to know. It's no secret that Mao's are struggling over there.
Astralis surely saying to themselves, if 3D Max can do it, so can we.
Yo'q, gap hamma qiziqqaniga emas. Prosta men o'zim faqat stream, ya'ni sharhlayman deb kirganman-da. Shuning uchun ham gameplay o'ynab stream qilmayman. Gameplaydan auditoriya yig'ilmagandan keyin odamlar o'yin sharhlashga o'tyapti. Oxirgi sekund o'tib ketishdi-ya.
There we go.
Eko qilib o'rish kerak.
That's tricky though. Drop the smoke, don't play inside it.
It's tough. He didn't have, many other good options.
Torji 20-6, by the way. Clearly the most impactful op on Dust 2. And remember that Astralis did burn all those timeouts in the first half,
butun
so
turnirda
it's
o'tirib
only
bizga
when
o'xshab
Cyclone
sharhlamaydi.
falls to
Chunki
the
u
game
gameplay
that
qilib
you can
auditoriyaga
get back
qaradi.
in.
Navini
And they can try
fanati
to continue
faqat
with
Navini
this
o'yini
comeback.
bo'lib qolsa, birga ko'radi auditoriyasi bilan, mazza qilib, chill qilib, sharhlab ko'rmaydi.
Oh my goodness, it's the last
Prosta o'tirib, ko'rib, chill qilib o'tiradi.
Not a comfortable look for Mao's either. 2 M4s, 2 SMGs.
Ketdik. Bizda 19-raund. Oy, Jabida double kill.
One burst fire.
Ikkita hero bitta liniyaga to'g'ri kelib qoldi.
Hit him in the head through that guy first.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Got a collateral headshot.
I was gonna say, how did he die so fast?
Wallahi, 19-17.
Never had the makings of a varsity.
Bo'lsa yashot deydilar. Yo, Nuraliyev. Yuragimni og'ritmang unaqa.
Well, here's some good headway from Astralis. This makes the game more fun.
I mean, they're going to clean this up because there's no way
Keyingi
Mao's win a 3v5 in this
Torjini ham
position.
AWP sotib olishga puli bo'ladi shunda.
Not without a kit, not without nades. This is Astralis 50% of the way through this comeback.
Haqiqatan 5% shansi bor ekan bu
Like that
qilish.
Twitter account that goes like throughout the
Zershin
year.
tekshirmayaptimi?
For 33% of the
Zershin!
way. 26,
Zershin!
Year
Jabi
progress.
razmen qilib ber oldi bu killda.
50% though. I mean, come on.
Yep.
That's halfway.
They're on the other side now.
Thumbs up.
Yo'q, shuni bo'ldi.
And this game plan is like kind of so obvious. They use this anti-eco towards A. Oh, wow. And then what's coming up? They gonna do another mid B? When Mao's get back on guns?
Yeah, okay. That's exactly what it is. Headshot through your teammate. Body shot closes. But that again was with limitations. Now, Mao's fully equipped. That B bomb site's got a third player immediately. Xerxin's here to help.
20-round. Fuzi
trying to stem.
Oh yeah, they're just coming for it. Oh, they actually changed their plans.
Pierre.
Met by a smoke like that.
Huxi. Spinks. Kim ko'radi buni? Torji open kill topib bermoqda.
Okay. Would have loved for it to be that simple.
Right? Was it worth leaving? Now you're down a man.
Nima har xil rangli sticker tashlayapsan.
See if they can find a way to wiggle back in, but Mao's
Stay
with
up.
one of the better positions to just legit finish this match. Long doors uncontested. Jabby looks to come join up alongside the bomb and Stair walking up middle. Torji got the first kill on Hooksy.
Fuse yetib keldi. Va Fuse bitta minus amalga oshirib bermoqda. Bu yerda Steyerda Axelga headshot.
Very nice approach from Astralis.
Turtkuch vaziyat.
Seemed like they could actually go back to
45 soniya vaqt.
Thinking ahead.
That is a slippery way to set up the duel between Fuzi and Torji.
They know one rotation's been full.
Yo, hali GG emas. B'da PR уже yo'q, midda o'ynab yuborishsa. PR ga bog'liq hamma narsa. Bitta kill PRdan. B igroq chiqib keladi bu yerda. Ikkita tomondan otib tashlashyapti. Smoke ichida. Xerchin 16 HP. Bu degani save. Keyingi round puli bor Spinks bilan Xerchinni bay qilishga, yana AWP'ni save qilib qoladi.
It's a fortunate spam to come back, and I don't want PR to be thrown under the bus.
Astralis formasi qancha turar ekan? Masekin ko'rishni boshlaydi ham
suddenly
saytda.
come up huge in any one of these rounds, because that's I think he knows coming into this map that there are going to be attempts on him.
Original kerak, original.
But just how uncomfortable he can be when he's defending.
And it feels like he's always been getting one on the attacks.
Yeah, today it's been him getting his.
But it's not the multi-kills. He's got 2 multi-kills this entire game so far.
Yeah, it's not multis, and it's also
Astralis
never
shop.
playing off of Spinks. And I almost put that on Spinks as well. Like, I'm never actually
Yangi merch. Yangi uzunni olaman birdan. Yangi uzun yaxshiroq.
Accuracy on the op that the bomb introduces is wild.
85 euro. 80 euro oddiy futbolkasi, 85 euro yangi uzuni.
But I love that stare with the jump out into the corner just to get Torji to try to jump on him.
Razmer
As
L.
Fuzi holds the line.
Ha, hozir qolmagan ekan, eng qizig'i. Oldindan zakaz bor ekan
I'm
faqat.
starting to feel the pressure of this comeback.
3-6 hafta kerak ekan chiqishigacha.
And that's the effect that setup had. The stare Fuzi combo gets Torji seeing red.
Navoiyga, O'zbekistonga, Navoiyga nima, Toshkentga
they don't
dastavkasi bor
realize it,
ekan.
but they cut off the initial B attack. They got
Delivery.
an opening kill very easily. Another
Yo,
untraded death for
O'zbekistonga
Astralis,
yo'q
but
ekan.
they came back in
Turkiyaga
cat.
bor ekan.
That's all that mattered. Fuzi on the line just before Torzi. That's the difference.
Qozog'istonchi. Qozog'istonga ham bor ekan, eng qizig'i. Qirg'izistonga ham bor dastavka.
Torji wants into the action early, goes wide on catwalk. But a Molotov meets him and takes him down to sub 40 HP. Here comes 2 players on the walk, a missed chance from Torji, they're chasing him. And he's got to just dive into CT spawn.
25 after all that.
They pelt him with grenades, stormed their way up catwalk, and he
Torji
knows that
ruin
he
qilib
was
o'ryapti
just
o'yinni.
chased to the bitter end.
Spinks.
But he's not dead. Spinks departs that B bomb site.
B'da smoke tashlandi, lekin smoke to'liq tushmagan bu yerda. Va PR Ryuni yo'q qilibdi smoke to'g'risida. Torji no scope urishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Yoki fast scope. Va Steyr ham low. Longdagi igroq ham o'ynadi oldinga.
He'll float back now. There's 3 here.
Yana bir smoke yangilanmoqda.
Kind of indicates the intentions here of Astralis. 3 players to walk out mid. We've got
Torji.
the 3-player B site lean that this side of the map may
Miss.
need. But as this round
Full
goes
tilt
on,
Torji'da.
Torji continues
Full
to
tilt.
miss his opportunities. They know damn well PR's in here, so Spinks is going to try to play the bait and switch. Look to go.
Huxi birinchi minus. Va bu yerda Jabidan Spinksga headshot. PR ham o'tib tashlandi. Fuse Exertion yo'q qilib berdi. Xellexni yolg'iz ustrik qolmoqda. Yo, Astralis.
I think this is sort of what it looks like actually right now for Maus. Look at Torzi's scoreline. It's about to not be quite as handsome. He suffers another
Bir
death.
kishi
That
ko'p
was
bo'lib turib,
a
round
great
yutqazib
series of
qo'yapti.
opportunities for him to get killed.
Torji Ruiner.
Those shots missed. I love the setup. I love the fallback position. I love the lean towards mid.
Full echo 12-9.
positionally, everything was sound there for
12
Mouse.
o'yin bo'lib ketadi.
Got that lucky kill from PR on a spray through his smoke.
And after that frag, not one more.
Zelex hammani terib tashlayapsanmi? O'zing o'ynasang bo'lmaydi, o'sha joyda.
Insane to think the chances Torzy had on those fall.
Look, Zelex
quadro kill. But that's fine. Money for days for Astralis after they're this deep in the comeback.
95 ga 5 edi shansi. 5% comeback qilishi uchun.
What an adjustment out of Jabby.
Mana o'tishga nima bor edi?
Oh, they crumbled.
Starting to get away from Torji. I love how nonchalant Hooksy can be.
Keyingi ikki o'zini o'zim o'zlaringiz o'ynayapsizlar kelaman. Ko'tara olmayman bunday mag'lubiyatlarni. Men Astralisni formasidan zakaz qilaman.
This is the problem with longer comebacks. You've got to dig for more ideas. You know, in a position where now you're trying to build off of what you've seen already. Well out of prep. You want to keep the ingenuity up. You know what's still vulnerable for Mouse, but you can't make it obvious that that's what you're trying to attack, and you can't always go there. Now, we have seen Astralis push the envelope. They've really tried to just make it be every single rifle round. And that previous example was one where Mouse actually called it out totally, had the full 3 lean. In fact, probably should have won. I'm sure Astralis feel and know that was a close
22
shave.
round boshlandi va bu yerda bay qilishdi. Bay qilishdi, pulni qayerdan olishdi bilmadim. Lose bonus ko'p berildi menimcha.
Everybody pushed into CT spawn and yet they still made lead right after that.
Fizi Astralisdan oldin adashmasam OG'da o'ynagan. Flames bilan birgalikda.
Just know we'll win if we do this. And they were right, but will that happen again?
That's Torji's up on ramp at the moment, smoking off Hooksy's approach.
Final boss for them very much could be Zelex,
which they are looking to go test this round.
Agar Zelexdan o'tishsa, Torji shoshib qoladi, qayerni qarashni bilmay. Exertion shortdan o'ldiriladi va Torji longdan o'tib tashlanadi. Zelex 92 HP bilan qaytib oldi ortga. Torji Jabini yo'q qilib bermoqda. Flash bilan pik qilib ko'rishlari mumkin. 25 soniya vaqt. Vaqt bor bu yerda. Yetmaydi o vaqt. Vaqt yetmaydi bularga. Vaqt yetmayapti. Va GG 13-9. Hech qanaqa Astralisni kiyimini kiymayman. Lekin menga dizayni yo'qdi. Kimdir sovg'a qilmoqchi bo'lsa, yo'q demasdan kiyib beraman. Atiga 85 euro ekan.
23 and 9.
Lekin Astralisni gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Xursand ham qilmaydi-da Astralisni bunaqa o'yin. Nimaga? Chunki boshidan yaxshi o'ynash kerak yutish uchun. Qaranglar formachani. Buni qaranglar keyin. Uzun usta turibdi-ku, nima qilaman saytdan ko'rsa, mana. Ustida turgan keyin. Chiroylimi?
It's poetic that it ends that way.
FB Skins Telegram kanalimiz, Skin savdo, yaxshi skinlar rasmi emas, mana ustida kiyib olgan, mana Jabini ustidagi 85 turadi, Ryu'ning ustidagi 80 euro turadi.
It's 20 seconds. It's almost unwarranted, but that's the only thing that
Telegram kanalimizda yangi pichoq, perchatki va yuz ham qo'yildi hozir. Nomad Nice jinnis qo'yilgan. Ultravioleti $108 ga bitta ko'ringlar, fioletoviy, qora, matoviy. Telegram kanal linkini tashlab qo'ydim. Sotib olinglar pulinglar bo'lsa. Bo'lmasa, vaqtinglar bo'lsa, ks2.uz serverga kirib otishma ko'rsanglar bo'ladi. BC Game'ning o'yinini men hozir mana shu streamning o'zida link berib ketaman. Kickda bo'lyapti streami BC Game'ni. Eliz
as they have earned this grand final spot.
Ishqilib
They certainly have earned it, and it was
Twitch'da
a fight
ekan.
at this. You were 12-2 up just now on
Twitch'da ko'rishinglar mumkin. Eliz Vieh deganiga kirsanglar bo'ldi. Twitch va Kickda. Eliz deb yoziladi.
Yeah, I think it was getting close and that's why I
Yo,
got a bit
aka ko'rolmaymiz.
frustrated, but also
Bemalol
I
o'zlari
think we had really good reads where they are
Torji
going like,
xursand,
for
hamma
example, on the
xursand.
B split.
Stream uchun rahmat hammaga akalar, charchamanglar, sog' bo'linglar, nasib bo'lsa yaxshi kunlarda ertaga final 15:30 da esdan chiqarmaymiz. Mouse va Spirit o'rtasida best of 5 birgalikda tomosha qilamiz. Hamma donat qilganlarga like, chatda yozib turib streamni tomosha qilgan moderlarga ham alohida rahmat. Hamma. Charchamanglar, sog' bo'linglar. Akmal, sizga ham rahmat. Salomat bo'ling. Gaplashamiz.
What happens with you guys? Are you saving some energy until the third map? Because we get these dominant sides come out from you when you finally get to the third map in these